Transcendental Publishing presents the book, United by Destiny.
Prologue. For generations, the García and Rodríguez families have been ruled by the designs of an ancient curse, says her grandmother, Emilia Rodríguez, the family matriarch, sitting in a comfortable rocking chair in the family villa in La Toscana. The sun sets over the vast olive groves, bathing the hills in a golden glow. Emilia's eyes, though tired with age, shine with the intensity of someone who has lived longer than her grandson can imagine. No Rodríguez shakes his head with a condescending smile. He loves and respects her deeply. No matter how hard he tries, he can't say what he really thinks about all this nonsense she's telling him. For decades, what we've been is fierce rivals, Grandma, No clarifies. The business world is competitive and ruthless. It doesn't forgive weakness. If we want to maintain our position, as we have up until now, we can't bow down to those Garcías or show vulnerability, much less allow ourselves to be swayed by senseless superstitions. That's why you have to marry Livia García. To put an end to all of this, he insists. The mini-moon is coming, and with it the curse. If we don't do something to stop it, the cycle will repeat itself. The rivalry between the Rodríguez and García families is as old as the Tuscan hills themselves. The two families have fought for generations for control of the olive oil market, each seeking to outdo the other. What began many years ago as a trade dispute has now become an all-out war, leaving deep wounds and scars, and a hostile enmity that seems unstoppable. At that moment, a confidential report lying on Noé's desk reveals that Casa García, the company run by his biggest rival, Livia García, is about to launch a new olive oil with identical characteristics to the latest innovation from Alexis Rodríguez, his company. The problem is not just the coincidence. Someone within his own company has sold confidential information. No clenches his fists, feeling anger bubble beneath his skin. The betrayal hurts, but it hurts even more knowing that Livia keeps getting in his way. The contempt he feels for her, even though he's never met her in person, is visceral. Every maneuver by Casa García seems designed to undermine his work, every blow planned to damage him where it hurts most, his company. However, now, out of nowhere, Benito García, Livia's grandfather, and Emilia Rodríguez, Noé's grandmother, who shared a forbidden romance in their youth, decide it's time to put an end to that dispute and, according to them, end a curse that condemned them both. Noé doesn't believe in such nonsense. Miles away, at the other end of the region, the expansive Villa García library, with its shelves filled with books and trophies celebrating her family's long history of olive oil production, feels more oppressive than usual for Livia García. Sitting in front of the fireplace, holding a glass of brandy, she can't stop thinking about her company's next launch. She knows no Rodríguez isn't going to sit idly by. He's a formidable adversary. He's always recognized that. He'll never stop being a huge rock in his shoe. She has grown up with the firm conviction of proving her worth as a CEO in a male-dominated world. The rivalry with the Rodríguez family is in her blood, a legacy passed down to her from the cradle, which is why she won't rest until Casa García emerges as the leading company in the olive oil market. The library door opens, and her grandfather, Benito García, enters with an expression Livia rarely sees on him. He sits across from her, silent, carefully choosing the words he is about to say. No Rodríguez, and you have to get married, she states firmly, leaving no room for discussion. We must merge the companies into one and once and for all put an end to all this hatred that has consumed us for so long. A hatred that separated him and Emilia when they were just young lovers. Livia doesn't know no Rodríguez personally. All communication between the two companies is always handled through intermediaries, advisors, representatives, or lawyers. But the mere mention of his name provokes a surge of anger in her, and she feels it's a huge challenge. For her, Noé represents everything wrong with her professional life. She's tired of that name, tired of every breakthrough she makes in the market being overshadowed by the constant threat of her rival. I love you, grandfather, Livia replies haughtily. And you know I please you in every way. But I won't do such a crazy thing. I won't marry a Rodríguez, not even for you. Livia and No are everything you'd expect from the heirs of two powerful dynasties, successful, intelligent, shrewd, and even feared by their competitors. As CEOs of their respective empires, they have proven to be astute, ruthless, and always in control leaders. And they are fierce rivals. But when their beloved grandparents, now allies, decide to end the family feud in the most unexpected way, they refuse to be forced into an arranged marriage. They both hate the idea, which they consider crazy and absurd. Neither is willing to give in, but faced with the threat of being removed from their positions, they have no choice. Finally, after an ultimatum from their grandparents, they agree to marry, convinced that in less than a year they will be able to regain control and autonomy over their companies, this time for good. Meeting separately, each with their lawyers, No and Livia believe they have everything calculated. Even with the rational coldness that characterizes them, they add a clause. Affection is forbidden in the agreement. Chapter 1. Livia pushes open the heavy glass doors of one of the most exclusive bars for the city's elite, located in the heart of the financial district. A haven for executives looking to escape the daily grind. As soon as she enters, she is enveloped by a soft jazz melody, a subtle sound that seems to lighten the tension of her long day. The place exudes luxury, dark marble walls with gold veins, deep blue velvet armchairs, and soft lighting that highlights the golden sparkles on the sides of the onyx bar. Livia walks up to the bar, where a row of bottles of fine spirits glimmers in the warm light of the hanging lamps. She settles into one of the high leather stools. Around her, conversations are low, almost whispered, and the atmosphere feels imbued with an air of power. The bartender, a man in a perfectly tailored white jacket, greets her with a slight nod. "What can I get you today, Mrs. Garcia?" he asks, with a professional smile. "A double pulque, without ice," Livia answers, without hesitation. It's been a long day, and she needs something to ease the burden of the hours she's spent dealing with endless meetings and the constant pressure of running Casa Garcia. The handsome young man nods and quickly pours her drink. Livia takes the glass, and with the first sip, she feels the warmth of the liquid descend down her throat, relaxing every fiber of her body. She places the glass on the bar and looks around. It's packed, but somehow manages to maintain an intimate, almost private feel, as if the bar were designed to isolate each customer in their own space of luxury and calm. She closes her eyes for a moment, letting the soft murmur of voices and the jazz playing in the background transport her away from the hectic reality that awaits her the next day. Livia takes another sip of pulque. She's here to relax, to unwind, even if it's just for a little while. Noah's been sitting 2 chairs away from her since the moment Livia entered the bar. He watches her silently as she settles into the bar, noticing the air of exhaustion that surrounds her. Despite her stern and determined expression, there's something about the way her shoulders tense that reveals the weight of the day she's been carrying. Her beauty, combined with the imposing confidence with which she carries herself, doesn't go unnoticed. Noah takes a moment, enjoying the anonymity of the situation, and watches as she lets herself be carried away by the atmosphere of the place. When his phone rings and his lawyer tells him he can't make it, Noah decides it's time to approach the beautiful woman who draws him like a dragonfly to a bright light. He takes his pulque and slides into the empty seat next to her, moving with the natural elegance of someone accustomed to occupying the most exclusive spaces. In a casual but curious tone, he breaks the silence between them. "A bad day?" he asks, his voice deep but pleasant. "Ugh, you have no idea," Livia replies with a sigh, without turning to face the man speaking to her. She's used to male attention. She knows very well how to handle those situations. "I understand. Mine hasn't exactly been a bed of roses either." She turns her head slightly and looks at him. "It's not bad at all," she says to herself. "Is that why you're here?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. "No, I was actually waiting for someone, but they just canceled on me," she replies angrily. "A date?" She looks at him slyly. He smiles sideways. "My lawyer. I'm leaving tomorrow and won't be back in the country for a while. I needed to get some matters sorted out. In this place, she asks, looking around. He was the one who suggested it. I would have preferred my office, but because of the time, he thought this was the best place. In fact, he pauses and looks at the bar. This is my first time here. You never rest, do you? I understand you better than you think. Time is crucial in business. Every minute counts, he replies with conviction. What's your excuse? His crystalline green eyes bore into hers with interest. I'm getting married in a few days, he shrugs indifferently. I thought it would be a good idea to enjoy my last days of being single, but that night, Nolan, her best friend, is with her boyfriend enjoying, in Nolan's words, a delicious night of wild and passionate sex. That's why he couldn't join her, and she has no other friends. But she won't tell him that. Did they cancel the strippers? He asks jokingly. Livia laughs. She likes how easily he makes her smile. Very few people manage to do that. Let's just say this one. She points to the glass of pulque in front of her. It's my best plan of the evening. And the boyfriend? She asks discreetly. I have no idea, he answers indifferently. A marriage of convenience? A family imposition? The best thing for business, he asks, and it seems to him as if he were talking about himself. Yes, sentenced to a year, she answers tersely. She looks at him curiously. You know the subject very well. Does the same thing happen to you? Yes, but it doesn't bother me that much, he jokes. It's just transactional, one more agreement among the many I sign every day. It's over in a year, and that's it. So these are your last nights as a bachelor too? A mischievous spark crosses her brown eyes, and he does not miss it. Yes, Noah replies in a deep voice, giving a rueful smile. Do you have a fidelity agreement? Yes. She twists her mouth reluctantly. So, just like me, you have a long year of abstinence ahead of you. His syrupy tone carries a clear insinuation that, absurdly, makes her crotch wet. I've been living a life of abstinence. What's another year? Livia thinks, but obviously she won't tell him that either. Noah's phone rings, and he, with an apology, takes it out of his jacket. He gets up from the bar stool and moves away a little. She has to lift her head to see his face. She then realizes he's very tall and really handsome, she has to admit. The suit he's wearing fits him wonderfully. It's obvious from the Armani that it's custom-made, as it highlights his broad shoulders and drapes exquisitely across his back. And holy cow, not to mention how good those pants look on him. Noah hangs up and turns around to find himself staring into her eyes, which don't seem to hide what's going on in his head, as a mischievous smile immediately appears on those sensual masculine lips. I have to go, he says with obvious regret, sitting across from her. Something came up at the office, it's urgent, and he sighs in annoyance. Relax. I understand you more than you think, she says, shrugging her shoulders, trying to appear indifferent, although the truth is, she's disappointed. When's your wedding? She asks bluntly. In a couple of weeks, she replies, looking at him intrigued. I'm getting married in 2 weeks too, she smiles. What are you doing in the meantime? The usual. Work, he answers naturally. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm leaving for Erie City. I'll be staying at the Nakazari Hotel, he says, standing up. Is that an invitation? She asks, both flattered and slightly offended by his obvious conviction that she'll accept. It's just information, he replies, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Okay, she answers disinterestedly and takes a sip of her pulque. I see. What do you see? You're boring, he whispers, bringing his face closer to hers with a playful smile. Livia looks at him in surprise, her mouth slightly open. Then she smiles defiantly. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? She asks, moving a little closer to him, closing the distance. What am I trying to do? Provoke me. And am I getting it? He looks at him with interest. You arouse my curiosity. Have you never taken risks? He challenges her sensually. No. He steps away and takes another drink. Not even when it comes to making a business decision. There's always a first time. He looks at his watch. I regret few things in my life, he says, and once again brings his face closer to hers. Having to leave now is one of those. He sighs softly and walks away. I'll wait for you at Erie. And without further ado, he turns around and walks out of the place, which, without him, suddenly feels horribly empty. The next day, sitting at the luxurious desk in her presidential office, Livia types data into her computer. "Tell me the truth," asks Nolan Costello, her personal assistant and best friend, sitting across from her, staring at her intently. "Did you have sex last night? Yes or no?" "No," she answers with that irritating dryness that characterizes her, without even taking her eyes off the screen. Nolan sighs, disappointed. "It shows," his friend laments. Livia stops, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean it's obvious?" he asks, as he stops writing and takes off his reading glasses. "Yeah, look at you," he points to her shoulders. "You're stiffer than that ponytail you've got in your hair." He gestures, shaking his own shoulders. "And don't even talk about your back." "What's wrong with my back?" he replies, frowning. "I want a mate," he says, opening his eyes wide to emphasize his words. Livia can't help but laugh in amusement. "For you, it's all about mating, Costello," he reproaches, putting on his glasses and turning his eyes back to the screen. "When you start doing it, you'll know why I say this. For now, I'm not interested," she replies, with that cold tone she uses when she wants to end a conversation. "Come on, tell me the truth. Was there no one who caught your attention? Not even a little?" he pleads, hopeful. "I refuse to accept this fucking frigidity your gynecologist talks about. What was it like? Vaginal disorder? I don't know what." Livia laughs softly. "Hypoactive inflammatory disorder." He corrects him, downplaying it. "That shit." He grimaces in disgust. "I still can't believe it. To me, you just haven't found the right man. You and I tried, remember?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. "If it didn't work with you, the only man I love, then I'm hopeless." "Back then, we were in college, we were kids," Nolan protests. "We didn't even know what we were doing. You got turned on." She teases him with a mischievous smile. "I saw you were so hard and willing. You're a darling, Livia. Look at you. You're delicious." He winks at her with a suggestive gesture. "It was impossible for my general not to react to you." They both laugh knowingly. Livia is the only woman Nolan has ever felt intimately attracted to. He loves her with all his heart, long before he openly accepted his diverse orientation. For a time, Livia also thought she was in love with him, but she discovered it was actually just a passing spark. Now, all that affection has been transformed, and they both love each other deeply, but like two brothers. "There was someone," she admits, trying to sound nonchalant. "I knew it." "So?" he asks excitedly, leaning forward, filled with curiosity. "He turned out to be more obsessed with work than I am." He shrugs, as if it were no big deal. "Tell me, damn it," Nolan demands, "or I'll have a heart attack." "Bambina, you are so dramatic." "Speak, Garcia," he demands seriously. Livia sighs, resigned. "We were talking. I found him sexy, charming, funny. He made me laugh." "It made you laugh," he exclaims, genuinely surprised. "Then he got a work call and left. That's all." "Really?" he asks, almost furious. "He's a fucking son of a..." "He told me he was going on a trip and that he would be staying at the Nakazari Hotel," she interrupted, saying it as if she were talking about the weather. "Ah, okay, he's not a fucking son of a whore, just a son of a whore, plain and simple. She's getting married in 2 weeks, just like me. An arranged marriage. I think she just wants a fling before she condemns herself to a year of enforced celibacy." Nolan looks at her carefully. "What?" Livia asks, puzzled. "You're considering it, aren't you?" He looks at her slyly. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have mentioned it to me." She makes a casual gesture and smiles as if it doesn't matter. "I've thought about it, yes." Nolan rises from his seat, walks around the desk, and leans toward her, placing his hands on either side of her chair. He playfully corners Livia, getting close enough to whisper in her ear. "Your panties got wet, didn't they?" she asks in a suspicious whisper. "Yes," she replies, gently pushing him away. "Go back to your seat, Costello." She points to the seat opposite her. "You're invading my personal space." Nolan sits up, drops into his chair, and looks at her with satisfaction. "I knew that whole dried vagina thing was all nonsense. It just needs the right gardener who knows how to water it. I don't really know how I can stand you," Livia exclaims, pretending to be angry. "Because I'm the voice of your conscience," Nolan replies with a smile. "I'm transparent. I tell you up front and without a filter what you refuse to admit. And besides, you love me. Yeah, right. Livia rolls her eyes exaggeratedly. So, Jiminy Cricket, when are you going to introduce me to your secret lover? Ouch. Nolan clutches his chest, feigning pain. That's a cheap shot, it's no good. Livia's face changes, her expression becomes serious. Seriously, Nolan. She looks at him directly. Who is he? Why can't I meet him? He isn't ready to show himself socially yet. He explains doubtfully. I don't want him to hurt you, she says with genuine concern. It's the first time I've seen you so excited, but at the same time, I don't know, something's not right, I don't like it. I don't want anything or anyone to dim your precious light. Nolan also becomes serious. He straightens in his leather chair and adjusts his designer jacket. He assumes the serious, measured posture he normally displays to others, that of a respectable, formal gay businessman. Only with Livia does he appear so relaxed and casual. I'm giving you the time you asked for, he replies after a brief silence. Just be careful, please. Their gazes meet in a warm and sincere embrace. Okay, enough. Let's not get depressed, Nolan says, changing his tone. Also, don't get me off topic. Tell me what happened, with all the dirty, twisted details. Livia sighs. Well, there's not much to say. It wasn't a long conversation. He was a very handsome guy, but I've seen many like that. Nolan nods, listening attentively. However, this one, there was something different about him. She pauses for a moment. I couldn't describe it, something about him that attracted me in a particular way, something I hadn't felt before. He didn't even have to touch me. Just hearing a slight hint in his voice achieved something that had never happened to me before. And did you like it? I mean, what you felt. Yeah, I really liked it, she admits and pauses. I've gone out with a few guys and well, she takes a deep breath. My intimate experiences haven't been the best. Nothing pleasant. Outside of the momentary excitement, the first touch of skin, the first few sips of broth, my desire and energy are extinguished. They simply disappear. I can't explain it. It's as if something greater than me creates an instant rejection. I'm about to believe that the damn moon curse, that one, is true, and only when I find my soulmate. In this case, according to my grandfather, the odious and detestable Rodriguez. She makes a gesture of revulsion at the mention of it and moves as if she's feeling chills, while I feel true desire and affection. With the mysterious and sexy stranger, the voice of a radio announcer, and the workaholic, didn't you feel that rejection? Livia shakes her head as she smiles at Nolan's antics. It was different. There was never the initial rebound I usually feel when a man approaches me with flirtatious intentions. On the contrary, I felt disappointed when he left. So what are you doing here? Why aren't you an Airy? Let's see, Costello. Can we start with the fact that he's a complete unknown? So what? That makes it more exciting. He could be a murderous psychopath. They've been all the rage these days. An adventure is more fun if it smells like danger, he smiles. I heard it in some song. I don't want him to think I'm that desperate either. Don't be so proud, Garcia. So, I'm supposed to look like a gift? And you still tell me I'm dramatic. Let's stop the moralizing and evaluate the options, she says, as if it were a business matter. A stranger, in a luxury hotel, in another city, who doesn't want commitments, just wild sex. Not a chance. Come on, Garcia, think about it. It's perfect. He opens his eyes as if having an epiphany. You haven't taken a vacation in months? Years. Never, he replies, without interest. How sad your life is, my love. What's so sad about it? I like my life. Yeah, right. He rolls his eyes. Leave that alone. He suddenly stands up and gently pushes her. Go to the city of Airy right now. You're crazy. Yes, and you will be too if you pass up this opportunity. He's a stranger. That's the point, my bimba. He looks at her with a radiant smile. Besides, I know very well that if you mentioned it to me, it's because you want to. Give it a treat. Do you know that you are a very bad influence on me? Of course, that's why I'm your best friend. Livia looks at him. To her chagrin, she knows her very well. It's true, he's right. The idea has been on her mind since he proposed it the night before. And what if I can't, if I don't respond, intimately? That's the only insecurity she has, and she only talks about it with Nolan. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. It's okay. That's the trick. That's your advantage, he says, hugging her sweetly. You don't know him. You'll never see him again. Others will come. Livia lets out a small laugh. You'll have to wait in line for a year, she jokes. Remember my marriage. What's the problem then? Are you afraid of falling in love with that stranger? No, of course not. He denies firmly. In that tone many would surely mistake for arrogance. You know what I think? We Garcias don't know how to love. You love your pillow lie. You know very well I'm not talking about that kind of affection. I'm talking about the affection of a couple, the romantic kind. The kind everyone talks about, that strong and intense feeling that makes men and women capable of renouncing empires, or worse, destroying them. Her voice sounds melancholy. Malevolent cockroach got sentimental on me. Livia bursts out laughing. Nah. She shakes her head at him disdainfully. I'm just saying that. Despite everything, I'd like to one day feel that powerful force my pillow lie talks so much about. You know he's the only romantic in the family. She smiles fondly. Would you give up Casa Garcia and your entire legacy for love? Nolan asks, intrigued. Livia looks at him thoughtfully, then slowly shakes her head. Affection doesn't exist for the Garcias, she repeats with a hint of bitterness. No one in my family has ever truly loved, except for my grandfather, and according to what he says, he was a complete disaster. So no, there's no risk of him giving up anything. That's not what I asked, his friend clarifies, with a mischievous smile. That's my answer, he shrugs indifferently. Nolan sighs exaggeratedly. Are you still here? Go on. He's waiting for you. Besides, I read that we'll have a supermoon any day now. It'll be a unique and wonderful spectacle, and you can enjoy it on the beach with a daiquiri. It's the perfect excuse. Don't start with your astrological delusions, Livia warns her. You're already sounding like my little girl, talking about mini-moons, curses, and all that nonsense. Don't keep talking about Don Papi Garcia, he sighs delightedly. I still have hope that one day he'll be my sugar daddy. You will die waiting for the miracle. Hope is the last thing to be lost. It's more likely that I believe in that absurd curse and the blessed non-existent second moon. In fact, it does exist, Nolan replies, excited. It's a rare and unpredictable phenomenon that happens every so often, he comments, fascinated. He loves all things mystical and esoteric. In the coming days, a small moon will be visible in the night sky next to the usual one. There are myths and legends surrounding their arrival on Earth. It's said that. Don't go on. She stops him, raising her hand. Seriously, just leave it. You're so boring. Livia lets out a wry laugh. You're not the first to tell me that. Because you are. You don't know how to have fun, he says with conviction. Fun is subjective and overrated. Go away now. I can't. I have a lot of things to do. Plus, the new oil project and leave all that to me. Livia stares at him. She's a woman of challenges. She loves challenges. She never lets anything or anyone intimidate her. She's not prejudiced or moralistic either. You'll be tied to no Rodriguez for a year, Nolan reminds her. At least have fun before you're damned. Don't even mention that guy. Don't ruin my moment. Nolan is right. A fling with a stranger is perfect. No strings attached. No false promises. No strings attached. And if it doesn't work, like the other times, at least he tried. Besides, with just a few words and flirtatious smiles, that man had managed to turn her on. What will he do to her if he touches her? Just thinking about it sends an indiscreet shiver down her spine. When do you say the blessed full moon will be? Supermoon, Nolan corrects. Whatever when. In a couple of days. Call the airport. Have the private jet ready in 2 days, she orders decisively. That's my girl, he claps with delight. If all goes well, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And best of all, I'll prove to my grandfather that the curse is a fraud, a farce. Maybe I'll even convince him to call off that absurd marriage. Wait, he stops her, thoughtful. How will you find him? You don't even know his name. Donazione. I hadn't thought of that. Calm down, Bambina. Don't forget you're talking to Livia Garcia. I'll figure it out. The afternoon sun reflects softly on the crystal-clear waters of the airy coast, filling everything with a golden light. Noah walks along the beach, letting the fine sand sink beneath his bare feet, seeking respite from the pressure surrounding him. From his position, he can see the Nakazari Hotel, where he is staying following the strict instructions of Salvador Picasso, his neurologist, and also his best friend. The building rises majestically atop a cliff, with views that stretch into the immensity of the blue horizon. It's an idyllic place, designed to offer peace to those who live there, but for Noah, that tranquility seems unattainable. For months, he's been battling chronic insomnia, a torment that has robbed him of rest and mental clarity. Although the surroundings are perfect, his mind remains trapped in a spiral of thoughts that plague him: business, family obligations, and, above all, the mounting pressure of his impending marriage. The sound of the waves is constant and soothing, a subtle cadence that accompanies her chaotic thoughts as she walks along the beach. The last few days have been difficult, quite a challenge. The long, sleepless nights, the endless meetings, and now, this forced break. Salvador was blunt when he warned him about the risks of continuing like this: anxiety, exhaustion, or something much worse if he didn't act immediately. But he refuses to openly acknowledge it. "If you don't take a break immediately, I'll submit a report to the board of directors." "You know I will," his friend warned him, with the seriousness that only someone who truly cares about his well-being can adopt. "Don't threaten me, Salvador," he demanded irritably, although he knew his friend was right. "Fuck, Noah. Your mental and physical health is way more important than that damn company." He confronts him, impassive. "Get all angry you want, but if you don't follow my recommendations, kiss the presidency goodbye." Noah can't allow that to happen. Not now, not ever. Richard Rodriguez, his cousin, has always coveted his position as CEO and has been waiting for the slightest weakness to take advantage of the situation and take his place. The company needs him to be strong, firm, and determined, but the reality is that Salvador is right. He's at his limit. Insomnia, fatigue, and stress have begun to dominate his life in ways he can't control. He didn't want to retire at this crucial moment for the company. Positioning his new product in the market is imperative, especially with Livia Garcia hot on his heels, but he had no choice. That's why Airy presents itself as a refuge, with its calm waters and relaxing atmosphere, a place where you can calm your mind and find some peace. As he walks back, enjoying the sea spray that dissolves as he passes, he notices a familiar figure in the distance. It's her, the woman he met at the bar 3 nights ago. She's sitting on a cushioned lounge chair facing the sea, absorbed in the laptop resting on her lap. A wide smile spread across his face. He hadn't expected to find her there. Although he'd suggested meeting her at the hotel, he didn't think a woman like her would accept his invitation. It was a spur of the moment. But he's not a man of impulse, much less of casual flings or fleeting adventures. He'd never approached a stranger at the bar before. But this woman has something special about her that he can't quite grasp. It's like a visceral, almost supernatural attraction that springs from deep within him. "Beautiful afternoon," Noah comments, standing next to her, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Livia, lost in her laptop, had heard the approaching footsteps, but she didn't pay attention at first, thinking it was another tourist enjoying the sunset. However, upon hearing his manly, husky voice, she recognized him immediately. It's absurd, since he only listened to her for a few minutes. But as impossible as it seems, he knows immediately when her body reacts and her panties get wet. He turns his head and finds himself staring at her impressive figure. "Damn, he's more handsome than I remembered," she says to herself. He looks so relaxed like this, dressed in shorts and an unbuttoned white linen shirt that flutters lightly in the breeze and reveals the perfection of his torso. His presence is magnetic, and she loves the way he confidently and naturally commands her space. "It is," she replies calmly, though her heart is beating faster than usual. She returns her gaze to her laptop, trying to appear nonchalant. Slowly, with fluid movements, Noah sits beside her, maintaining a comfortable distance, but close enough for both of them to feel each other's presence. The sea breeze continues to caress their faces, and for a moment, they both remain silent, staring out to sea. There's something strangely comforting about each other's company, an unexpected chemistry that flows between them effortlessly, with absolute freedom, as if, for some reason, this is the time and place where they both belong. I didn't expect you to accept my invitation, he admits, a mischievous smile lighting his eyes. Although I must say I'm pleasantly pleased. Livia lets out a small, ironic laugh, without taking her eyes off the screen. You're very confident, he says mockingly. I came for the astronomical event. The astronomical event, he asks, raising an eyebrow, clearly incredulous as he settles in sideways, facing her. Yes, he answers, still without taking his eyes off the screen. The full moon. The supermoon. He corrects her with an amused expression. Livia looks at him out of the corner of her eye, suppressing a smile. You understood me, and that's what matters. There's something in his tone that suggests he's perhaps enjoying this encounter more than he wants to admit. That's a good excuse, he says mischievously. Think what you want, he replies, shrugging indifferently. That's what I do, he answers in a soft, low voice, almost a whisper. She turns her head to look at him and finds a mischievous spark in his eyes, and she can't help but smile. There's an implicit flirtation, a play on words and looks that envelopes them both in a pleasurable seduction. Do you come here often? She asks, trying to divert the conversation, her gaze scanning Noah's face with more curiosity than she'd like to admit. Actually, this is my first time in Erie, he replies, letting out a tired sigh. Let's just say I was forced to take a break, he adds, looking toward the beach. I needed to escape the chaos. Disconnect for a few days. What are you trying to disconnect? Livia asks, keeping her attention on him, intrigued by the vulnerability she senses in his words. He looks away from the horizon and back at her. His green eyes seem to delve deeper into hers, as if they want to penetrate her soul. Too many things, I guess, he replies, his expression thoughtful. Business, family expectations, everything that comes with being who I am. Livia watches him more closely. Every word he says resonates within her, as if he were speaking about herself. I understand you perfectly, he says, his tone suggesting he's burdened by the same worries. Sometimes it seems like we're trapped in lives that aren't ours, as if we exist only to meet other people's expectations. Noah nods slowly, surprised by how much those words reflect his own experience, and his eyes show more clearly the accumulated fatigue that ranges from the physical to the mental. So it seems we're both here for the same reason, he comments, relaxing his posture slightly as the sea breeze plays with the fabric of his shirt. We're trying to escape the inevitable. His voice lowers, deepens. His dark eyes bore into hers, unwilling to let go. Perhaps, in a place like this, it's easier to forget who we are just for a little while. Livia feels everything in her respond to his words. The intensity of his gaze and the gentleness with which he speaks envelop her, making her body tense and her mind race. So much so that, anymore, she's convinced she could come just hearing that tone of voice. The fact is, she's never felt such intensity combined before, to the point where, without that man having touched her, her underwear is ruined. And he seems to be aware of the effect he has on her, as Livia notices the tiny smile that appears at the corner of his lips. Then she smiles back, considering the idea he suggests, the possibility of forgetting the world. There, in that quiet corner, the pressures and expectations of their lives could fade away, if only for a moment. Their gazes remain locked in a silent duel for what seems like an eternity. Neither of them gives in, trying to win a game of stares charged with intent and desire. The sun slowly sets over the horizon, tinting the sky with shades of orange and violet, while the sea breeze refreshes the air. The sound of the waves, the scent of salt, and the subtle whisper of the wind complete the scene. Noah leans slightly towards Livia, closing the distance between them. Maybe we should make a pact, he suggests, his expression playful but a little more serious, his eyes twinkling. Let's stop being who we are out there. Just you and me. No names, no companies, no commitments. What do you say? Livia can't stop staring at him, caught up in the intensity behind his proposal. Her body responds for her. A slight pressure on her groin forces her to move discreetly. She knows she's playing with fire, and she's never wanted to get burned so much. Richard Rodriguez walks down the hallway with firm, measured steps as he moves toward the room that awaits him at the end. The muffled sounds and dim lights fill the room with an air of mystery, imbued with secrets, dominance, and great power. In that secluded area of her house, the walls, decorated in black velvet, absorb the little glow emitted by the red and purple lights that highlight every detail of that disturbing atmosphere. Pictures of suggestive scenes hang at intervals, depicting figures in positions of submission and dominance. Images that capture the essence of their secret world and intensify the atmosphere of an environment designed for total surrender and absolute control. Richard stops in front of a dark wooden door. His hand rests on the handle, and with a slight turn, he steps inside without hesitation. The room is dimly lit by a reddish light. His dark, deep eyes scan the room. Chains, handcuffs, ropes, scaffolding, and other implements are carefully arranged for his exclusive use. Richard remains unfazed, and his menacing posture is overwhelming. In front of him, his prey stands silent, having been prepared minutes earlier by one of his trusted assistants. She is immobilized face down on a leather rack, naked, with her wrists and ankles firmly bound. Richard approaches, and with precise movements, runs his fingertips over the leather accessories surrounding her wrists. He checks every buckle, every strap. His touch is meticulous, sure, calculating. The prey, excited and expectant, remains calm, surrendered to the moment, breathing deeply under the stillness of its predator's control. "Master," she whispers with absolute submission. "I haven't given you permission to speak," Richard reprimands sternly, unbuckling his belt and then slamming it down 4 times against her buttocks, leaving them marked and red. "You'll only do so when I tell you to, understood?" He receives no verbal response, but the slight nod of her head is enough. Richard smirks. He doesn't like to talk or be intimate with his current prey, who is there for only one purpose: to satisfy his darkest and most twisted desires. He has several bodies under his control, which he chooses depending on how he wants to have fun and let off steam at the moment. He sets aside the belt and takes a small braided whip in his hands, and after running it over her back and thighs, he delivers the first lash. The light, suggestive music in the background mingles with a crisp crack, and her bare skin trembles barely perceptibly. Each new blow is precise and measured. He watches his prey's every reaction with fascination, reveling in the power he wields over them. The lashes increase in frequency and intensity until he decides he's had enough. He sets the whip aside and leans in, whispering words of outrage that only the two of them can hear, which heightens both of their arousal. "You can talk now." His tone is always low and controlled, but the severity in his voice makes it clear who's in charge. "Thank you, my light," she says, between gasps stifled by pain and pleasure. Obedience to her instruction reinforces the sense of dominance she so enjoys. Richard scans every line and curve of the bound and injured body before him, taking his time, as if appreciating his masterpiece. The atmosphere feels suffocating, filled with a tension that, to him, is as exquisite as an aged wine. He picks up the tools lying beside him, choosing a small riding crop. With calculated movements, he lets the tip graze the wounded skin, unhurriedly, causing a series of shudders that seem to satisfy him deeply. Each blow of the whip is followed by a pause, a moment in which Richard observes the effect of his mastery, like an artist assessing the reaction of his work on the viewer. He puts his hand between her legs and feels her arousal. Motivated by her response and her muffled moans, he sheds his clothes and, without any courtesy or consideration, spreads her legs and enters her with a single thrust. He lashes out violently inside, unleashing with blows, bites, insults, and humiliations that dark and perverse part of him that only finds relief in the ruthless act of intimacy. Both surrender to the role they play and give themselves, without restrictions or limits, to the painful and inexplicable pleasure that this particular practice unleashes in them. For Richard, that place and what happens there are parts of his life as secret as they are twisted. No one suspects that behind his facade of a serious, moralistic man lies a world of dark desires. He has carefully cultivated an image of sobriety. He is the grandson of the Rodríguez family matriarch, the vice president of the family business, Alexis Rodríguez, the man who does not tolerate mistakes or weaknesses, and who, in public, often harshly points out the faults and shortcomings of others. He rarely gives in to permissiveness and often borders on prejudice, in an attempt to make it clear that he will never give in to anything he finds questionable. In the words of his current lover, he's nothing more than a hypocrite, living a double life. But there, in that hidden space of his life, that side of him fades away, and a version of himself emerges that he doesn't even dare to see in the mirrors of his own home. This world of shadows and personal desires is something he can't afford to lose, but he can't let it show either. No one can find out. The idea that her grandmother, who rules the family with absolute control, or her cousin No, with whom she maintains a constant rivalry, would ever discover this side of her, is unthinkable. That's why she forces herself to keep this secret locked away, knowing that any slip could turn into a weakness. The next morning, upon awakening, Richard steps into his spacious marble bathroom, where the steam begins to envelop every corner in a light mist. He lets the warm water from the shower glide over his shoulders and neck, releasing the accumulated tension and clearing his mind. Last night's session provided the momentary escape he needed, a relief valve from the pressure of his life and the constant stress of the company. He steps out of the shower and wraps himself in a towel as he looks in the mirror. His reflection reflects the image of a determined and calculating man, someone who knows what he wants and is willing to get it at any cost. Later, already dressed in his tailored, dark-colored suit, he heads to Alexis Rodríguez's office. During the morning, he immerses himself in company affairs, reviewing agreements and negotiations, and making calls to several strategic suppliers. Among them, he contacts the important and renowned Naviera Quetzal to coordinate the next international shipment of extra virgin olive oil, one of the company's flagship products. He knows well that this management is essential to maintaining relationships with his clients abroad, and that logistics must be impeccable to ensure the quality and prestige that the family empire has maintained for generations. However, despite all his effort and dedication, his grandfather refuses to give him the place he believes he deserves and which, for the moment, is occupied by No Rodríguez, his cousin and eternal rival. Since they were children, he has lived in her shadow. Noah has always been Amelia's favorite grandson, the one chosen to carry on the family legacy, while he, despite his determination and dedication, remains relegated to the background. Richard feels a pang of frustration every time he remembers how Amelia sidelined him in favor of Noah, and that resentment has grown over the years. He's tormented by the thought that he'll never be considered the leader of the family, and that thought consumes him. But this time, finally, the universe begins to conspire in his favor, and the opportunity to change things presents itself before him. Noah must accept an arranged marriage in order to remain president. He muses, alone in his office. Well, I can't allow my cousin to be unhappy by marrying without love. A malicious smile spreads across his face. I'm going to help him free himself from such a burden. I'm going to make him happy, very happy. Chapter 2. As evening falls, two men meet in a discreet corner of a small bar somewhere in Tuscany. The atmosphere is quiet and welcoming. The tables are spaced far enough apart to offer privacy. Some distance away, a few customers murmur, deep in their own conversations. The air is filled with the fragrance of old wood, cigarette smoke, and aged wine. The warm light from a lamp on the two men's table casts shadows across their faces, accentuating the atmosphere of secrecy that surrounds them. One of them is wearing jeans, a simple black shirt, and a brown coat. His gaze constantly scans the room, making sure no one has followed them or is watching them more than necessary. His head is covered with a black wool hat. Although the atmosphere seems intimate and casual, nothing about this encounter is fortuitous. The words exchanged are low and measured. Every detail has been meticulously planned. No Rodríguez will be on the yacht at sunset, somewhere between the beaches of Airy, says the other, who, wearing a huge overcoat, tries to hide his expensive designer suit. He speaks in whispers, but makes sure there's no room for doubt in the details he shares. Perfect, The first one replies, a cold smile barely curving his lips. The yacht is ready. We've set it up to drift at just the right moment, and the radio will be out of service. You'll have no way to call for help. The plan is simple and lethal. The yacht's engine will stop far from the coast, in an area where the currents are treacherous and the waves are strong. With every minute, the waves will drag the boat out to sea, taking it further and further away. With no crew on board and no contact with anyone on land, Noah will be left alone, completely exposed to the force of the sea. It'll be a perfect accident, the first one murmurs, satisfied. The sea will take care of the rest. The man in the overcoat slides an envelope across the table, which is received with a slight nod by the man in the black woolen hat. That's all you asked for, he clarifies tartly. I'll compensate you with an additional sum if everything goes as planned and without raising any suspicions. I'm a professional, he replies boastfully. I assure you that you will be more than satisfied. They fine-tune the final details, making sure each step is clear. Their gazes lock, tense, with a mutual understanding that requires no further words. One of them extends his hand, the other takes it firmly. The deal is sealed, as is the fate of No Rodríguez. Night falls and unfolds over the coast of Erie with a fascinating halo. A huge moon dominates the sky, hanging like a lantern, projecting its silvery glow over the ocean. Its glimmering light clings to the waves lapping the shore and leaves a shimmering trail that resembles a path to infinity. Its pale light filters through a veil of clouds and dances hypnotically on the sand, which looks as if each grain shimmers beneath the firmament. The palm trees sway gently, their long shadows projected onto the beach, while the murmur of the sea creates a prodigious cadence, which seems orchestrated by a heavenly court. The entire scene, bathed in this mystical splendor, seems taken from a dream. That evening, the hotel has organized a reception for guests, with tables set up on the beach and decorated with soft lights and glass lanterns. Candles flicker on each table to the rhythm of the sea breeze, as do torches. A group of musicians plays romantic Italian melodies. The notes soar through the air, mingling with the sound of the sea, with a warm, delicate tone, where the guitar provides a slow rhythm while the violin adds a touch of melancholy and nostalgia. Livia sits at one of the tables near the dance floor, chatting with a group of people she met that evening. They are high-ranking executives from a major Italian pasta company attending a corporate conference. The atmosphere at the table is jovial and relaxed. Livia smiles and participates enthusiastically and easily in the conversation. One of the executives shows obvious interest in her. He leans forward as he talks to her, his gaze sweeping over her with rapture and admiration. Livia, however, barely notices. Her mind, and especially her gaze, is constantly intertwined with the man sitting a little further away, chatting at another table, who returns her gaze with a crooked smile. The moonlight, which is the protagonist that night and weaves invisible and silent threads between them, bathes his manly face, giving him an enigmatic aura that highlights the sensuality that irresistibly attracts her. No leans forward slightly, listens to a table-mate, lifts a glass, brings it to his lips, and Livia can't help but stare at his toned arm, imagining how easy it would be for him to carry her between them. He turns his head slightly, and once again, his dark eyes meet hers. A shiver runs through her. Her lips curve into a small smile, which he returns. Livia raises her glass and takes a sip, involuntarily mirroring his gesture, as if they both know exactly what the other is thinking. No gestures, looking up at the moon, and she mimics him. When their eyes meet again, they both know it. With a hint of mischief on her lips, Livia looks away, pretending to be interested in what one of the men at their table is saying. She smiles and nods, even laughs a little, as if she's interested in the conversation. But in reality, she's more aware than ever of his presence, and of every subtle movement. After a few seconds, her eyes return to his, only to confirm that he is also looking at her, with an enigmatic expression and a seductive glow. She tilts her head slightly and narrows her eyes mischievously. He raises an eyebrow in response, just a little, and a more evident and seductive smile appears at one corner of his lips. Livia's pulse quickens. She lets out a smile while playing with her glass and taking a sip, as if unconcerned and completely immune to that look that, in reality, is melting her completely. No breaks eye contact and addresses his tablemates, bidding them farewell with friendly gestures. He stands and shakes their hands. Before leaving, he looks at Livia one last time, now with a clear invitation in his gaze. The slight, barely perceptible curve of her lips and the way her eyes darken send a clear message. Come. She holds his gaze for a second longer than necessary, just enough to let him see that she has understood the message, that she is aware of his proposal. Noah says goodbye to his group and heads toward the beach. He walks slowly, hands in his pants pockets, his gaze fixed on the ocean, letting his feet follow the trail of silver light spilling onto the sand. It's just after 10 at night, and the moon, immense and resplendent, rises over the ocean as if it were the sole protagonist of the night, filling the sky with a glow that seems mystical, almost supernatural. Noah stops, absorbed in the panorama. He watches as the waves break into a soft, white foam that seems to caress the sand before silently fading away. The water recedes and returns, in a seemingly eternal cycle, leaving a damp trail. The atmosphere is intoxicating. His gaze wanders to the horizon, to the point where the sea and sky merge in the distance. Then he feels her presence. He doesn't need to look back. His skin already feels the electric current that runs through him every time she's near. A crooked smile appears on his lips as he turns slowly. And there's Livia, a few steps away, the moonlight reflecting in her eyes. There's something about her expression, a mixture of confusion, anticipation, and fascination, as if her body and mind, like his, were trapped by an invisible, dark force beyond all logic, an energy that draws them irresistibly. Noah holds her gaze for a few seconds, letting the silence speak between them. "Let's go for a walk, shall we?" he says seconds later, his voice low and velvety. Livia nods silently. "Let's go over there," Noah says, pointing to a small nearby dock that juts out into the water, built of dark wood that creaks softly under their footsteps. On either side, the sea flows beneath the planks, and the waves calmly crash against the wooden pillars, creating an echo beneath the pier that mingles with the whisper of the wind. At the end, a small cabin juts out over the edge, offering a breathtaking view of the open, endless ocean, glittering under the enormous full moon. They walk in silence, feeling like words are unnecessary. Upon reaching the small cabin, they stop, gazing at the vast, serene ocean, as dark and mysterious as the desire that pulses between them. Livia inhales deeply, intoxicated by the scent of the sea breeze mixed with Noah's delicious perfume. He raises his gaze to the sky, toward that immense moon that, like a mythological goddess, seems to dominate all. It feels immense, magnetic, and he can't help feeling that something in his very soul is being pulled toward it, as if every fiber of his being responds to the subtle and ancient call of that light. The moon seems to gaze down at her, revealing forgotten secrets in its shadows, and Livia feels inexplicably exposed, trapped in a connection as intense as it is impossible to understand. It's as if that mystical and mysterious moon wants to remind her that, in life, as in love, there are forces that cannot be controlled. "The moon is huge and beautiful," she murmurs, amazed by what she sees and feels. "She's perfect," he replies, focusing his gaze on her. They both know he's not talking about the satellite. Livia knows it. It's there. She senses it in the way his gaze lingers on her lips and slowly moves down to her neck, as if he's undressing her layer by layer without even lifting a finger. The desire is there, simmering, burning in every pause, in every held breath. "I think," Livia tries to say something, but the words dissolve into thin air when, without warning, he grabs her face. His large, strong hands caress her neck and cheeks, pulling her toward him with a gentle firmness that takes her breath away. The world stops the moment their lips meet, and immediately, They both feel as if they've suddenly thrown themselves into the ocean, plunging into deep, unknown waters. In a free fall, with no return. The pleasure that broth produces overwhelms her and consumes her with a savage intensity, while he devours her with a voracious appetite he didn't even know he had, savoring every moment, every corner of her mouth as if it were the only thing that mattered in the world. Noah feels something inside him shatter and mend at the same time. He's kissed many women, yes, but nothing compares to what he feels now, with Livia in his arms. Never like this, where desire and tenderness blend so urgently and overwhelmingly. It's an intensity he's never experienced before, and it leaves him completely surrendered and vulnerable in a way that disconcerts him and, at the same time, makes him want more. Livia loses herself in that delicious contact, unable to remember her own name, trapped in Noah's intoxicating scent, in the pressure of his body against hers, in the warmth emanating from his hands, which now slide down her back, drawing her even closer and which, in those moments, is taking her to the moon, the one that now seems to shine only for the two of them. The broth's rhythm slows slightly, only to rekindle with much more urgency, much more ardor, with renewed impetus, overflowing with passion, igniting a dormant, unknown fire in Livia. She abandons herself to his arms. She feels him take her breath away, cloud her thoughts, and take her to a place where nothing exists except that moment, that touch, that connection so deep and visceral it's terrifying. They both pull away at the same time. They try to put distance between them before desire consumes them completely. The intensity of what they have just shared is so powerful, fierce, and overwhelming, it seems absurd. They stare at each other, bewildered, not knowing what to say, breathing heavily, each trapped in their own thoughts, tangled in a whirlwind of emotions they never expected to experience in this way. Livia is the first to react. Her face reflects panic and vulnerability at the same time. Her lips, still swollen from the broth, tremble slightly. They seem to be about to utter something, but the words get caught in her throat. Her chest rises and falls in a frantic rhythm, and a tremor runs through her as she tries to distance herself from this passion that ignites and frightens her in equal measure. A frantic heartbeat pounds in her chest, and the thought of losing control, of giving in to something so unknown, fills her with terror. "I have to go," he manages to say with effort in a whisper. Without waiting for a reply, she turns and runs as fast as her legs can carry her, the sea breeze cooling the burning heat still throbbing on her skin. The force of reason compels her to flee before that connection completely engulfs her. Noah remains motionless, watching her disappear into the darkness. He is so bewildered that he cannot muster enough clarity to move or speak. An inexplicable restlessness stirs within him, something he doesn't understand, and that takes him completely by surprise. His hands hang at his sides, numb, and he feels the faint burning of his own fingers, as if an electric shock has just passed through him from his fingertips to the depths of his being. He feels disturbed, out of place. He doesn't understand what this sensation is, this desire that transcends the physical and leaves him speechless. He can still taste her lips, the burning sensation she has left on his skin like an indelible mark. "Fuck. What is this I feel?" he growls, his chest still heaving, trying to find a rational answer. What does all this mean? The intense silver rays illuminate the pier and reflect off the calm ocean waters. Noah stands, still stunned, his mind reeling, reliving what just happened. The broth has left him confused. The warmth of that delicate skin and the intensity of the moment still burn on his lips. He'd never experienced such a deep connection with someone he barely knew, and that connection both unsettles and attracts him. The sea breeze, with its gentle murmur, seems to whisper to him that what he's just experienced defies all logic, as if this woman had entered his life only to turn it upside down and seize control from him. For a moment, he felt every beat of his heart resonate in perfect harmony with hers. Noah has never been an impulsive man. He has always made it his mission to maintain control in his relationships, hiding his emotions beneath layers of common sense. Yet here he is, consumed by desire and confusion, having given and received the best and most delicious broth of his life. A few seconds later, reality begins to creep back in, and his mind takes over. She walks away, and he experiences a strange sense of loss, as if a part of himself has left with her. "Wait," he calls out, unable to stop himself, and immediately remembers he doesn't even know her name. "Wait," he insists, but his voice is drowned out by the silence of the night. An overwhelming urge compels him to follow her. He can't let her go, so he follows her silently, aware that shouting for a woman in the middle of the beach would definitely not be well received by the other hotel guests. He advances after her with firm but cautious steps. He doesn't understand why he feels such an overwhelming, primal, and powerful need to reach her, as if his night wouldn't be complete until he holds her in his arms again. The moon seems to watch him from above, bathing him in its comforting, constant light, as if aware of his dilemma and choosing to intensify it at will. It seems as if its influence casts a spell over his skin, amplifying his emotions and turning everything he feels into a torrent of uncontrollable longings. Manipulating his senses, magnifying what until a few moments ago was merely a fleeting adventure. Finally, he sees her as she enters his suite and closes the door behind him. Livia enters her suite, leans against the door, and squeezes her eyes shut. Seconds later, she inhales deeply, kicks off her sandals, and walks barefoot to the sink. She turns on the faucet and lets the cold water run over her face, seeking to soothe the remnants of emotion still vibrating in her body. The control she always displays, that composure she clings to, has slipped away like sand through her fingers. She closes her eyes and scolds herself. She didn't want to run away, but she wasn't ready to stay either. The situation overwhelmed her, and now, in the suite, she still can't find the calm she hoped for. Conflicting thoughts race through her mind. She's no coward. She's always faced every challenge with courage. However, that broth spiraled out of her control, unleashing an internal storm she still doesn't know how to handle. An internal struggle consumes her. On the one hand, there's the desire to return to him, to lose herself once more in his arms. On the other, there's the reason that prevents her from surrendering to the unknown. She remembers those lips devouring hers fiercely, leaving her breathless. "Damn, how delightful," she admits, biting her lip and smiling at herself in the mirror. "What a man to kiss." She gently caresses her lips, feeling the skin still marked by the contact. If that's how he kisses, mating with him must be like entering paradise. An exquisite shiver runs through her at that thought. She almost laughs as she shakes her head, trying to compose herself, and splashes more cold water on her face. "I'm definitely crazy." She looks at her reflection in the mirror, and a phrase echoes in her mind, echoing in Nolan's voice. "That's what you came for, cara mia? Al diavolo tutto. Come back and mate with him all night long." The repetition grows louder. "Come back and..." A couple of soft knocks sound at the front door. Livia turns her head toward the sound, frowning, wondering if she heard correctly. 2 more blows, this time less pressing. She grabs a towel, dries her face, and walks toward the door. When she opens it, her body freezes. There he is, standing in front of her, staring at her with the same intensity that still has her trembling. Livia takes a step back, and No enters without a word. He closes the door behind him. Livia's heart pounds. Their eyes meet again, and the connection is instantaneous. Desire dominates, overriding all logic and reason. Without a word, their bodies move closer, drawn by an irresistible force. A moan barely escapes her lips when No takes her in his arms and devours her mouth ferociously. "Oh my goodness!" Everything inside her screams. This time everything feels so much better. She doesn't resist. On the contrary, her hands explore his enormous back and broad shoulders with boundless desire. They cling to him as if she needed something to hold on to in the midst of this whirlwind. Livia feels desire coursing through every cell, every fiber of her, feeling more alive than ever. Then she surrenders, gives in, knowing this is something she can't and won't stop. Noah, completely lost in what he's experiencing, tangles one hand in her silky hair while the other falls on her round, firm butt and plays with it while pressing her against his hard erection. As Livia's back hits the wall, Noah immediately lifts her leg and wraps it around his waist. His breath hitches as she pulls him closer, her need urgent and ravenous. "Fuck," Noah exclaims, fascinated as he licks her neck. "Fuck 1,000 times." "Yes," Livia replies, lost in desire. "This is it." His husky voice captivates her, as does that hard erection that's keeping her from thinking clearly. A blessed wonder. Noah finishes the sentence and gives a small bite to his lower lip. Livia feels a galaxy explode between her legs as he begins to apply more pressure with his member, grinding himself more firmly. She lets out a gasp as his 2 hands slip under her dress, grab her butt, and, without any difficulty, lift her off the floor, making her wrap her feet around his hips. This position brings Livia ever closer to the stars. She entangles her hands in his hair and lets him do whatever he wants with her neck. He holds her securely, as if she weighs nothing, and walks to the bed where he gently places her, never leaving her body. They stare at each other for a moment, their eyes confirming the anxiety that consumes them. Noah's hands find the zipper of her dress, and Livia, with a barely perceptible tremor, feels the soft glide of the fabric leaving her skin. At the same time, her hands find the buttons on Noah's shirt and then slide it over his shoulders, tracing the warm, firm skin she's longed to touch. They both shed the rest of their clothes amidst caresses that become more urgent, breaths intertwined in whispers, and small moans that saturate the air. They explore every part of each other's bodies, breaking down every barrier, leaving no resistance. When Noah realizes she's ready, he enters her with a firm, precise movement, fitting himself perfectly inside her, as if their bodies were made for each other. Livia, blessed to have succeeded this time, closes her eyes, losing herself in all the exquisite sensations Noah stirs within her, which she experiences for the first time. It's simply indescribable. She has no words to describe the hurricane that's whipping through her insides. It's simply prodigious to feel his heat and sweat mixed together, the weight of his body pressing firmly against hers, her skin against his. Driven mad by the way he caresses her and guides her with precision to the limits of her senses. The swaying of their bodies becomes frantic, and both allow themselves to be swept away by that tide of pleasure, exploring every corner of each other, letting out sighs, broken words, and exclamations of pleasure. Noah's hands glide over her skin, and Livia feels each touch ignite a spark that spreads from top to bottom, turning it into living flames. Her skin burns with each thrust, her entire body tenses in anticipation, in a desire so burning it drives her ever closer to an abyss into which she throws herself fearlessly. Noah deepens his movements, and she feels a current run through her, like a bolt of electricity unleashed from the center of her being, spreading out in warm, intoxicating waves that take hold of her. Livia clings to him, her eyes closed, her breathing ragged, allowing herself to be carried away by the relentless force of his thrusts. The pressure inside her building, until every muscle contracts. Her chest rises and falls frantically, and then, at the edge of that abyss, she throws herself fearlessly, surrendering herself completely to the intensity and frenzy of the moment. Ecstasy shakes her in a way that leaves her breathless. Livia feels her body surrender to that wave of pleasure, so powerful, so profound, that for a moment it seems to touch the border between reality and magic. In that instant, her mind empties of all thought, and only the intoxication of joy remains, an intense peace that makes her feel complete, alive, like never before. Noah follows her, lost in the pleasure that grows with each thrust. An unquenchable fire consumes him from within. He immerses himself in the intensity of each movement, enjoying every second that pushes him toward an inevitable climax. Around him, everything is meaningless, except for the heartbeat of their joined bodies, their shared breathing, the frantic pulse that resonates within him and grows at an unstoppable pace. Noah feels the connection with Livia fill him completely, a need that becomes almost painful in its strength, something profound he's never experienced before. Every moan, every touch, drags him toward a precipice of pleasure and envelopes him in a state of absolute euphoria. The pressure builds to the point of no return. He thrusts again, another, until, in a breathless moment, he surrenders to that explosive pleasure, letting himself be carried away by a wave that sweeps through him and releases him. No seeks Livia's lips. He joins them with his own in a slow, lingering broth, as if he wants to capture the moment, as if he doesn't want that connection to fade. He hugs her tightly, holding her in his arms, and in the silence that follows the ecstasy, an unknown peace envelopes him. He allows himself to look at her, tracing a soft line across her face with his fingers, and he gives her one last broth. With Livia in his arms, No feels his breathing slow down, synchronizing with hers, calm and peaceful. The warmth of her body surrounds him, and the weight of his worries seems to dissipate, freeing him from the tension that has built up in his muscles. He closes his eyes and lets the scent of her skin intoxicate him, filling him, for a sublime moment, with an unknown peace that gradually erases the tiredness, the restlessness, and the ghosts that have recently filled his sleepless nights. Little by little, she sinks into a deep sleep, as if the stillness beside her were the balm her body had needed for so long. Her mind shuts down, free of the worries and noise that have tormented it, and in the silence of that moment, she surrenders to sleep, feeling, incomprehensibly, that she has finally found a safe place to fall. Livia wakes up in the darkness of early morning. Beside her, No sleeps silently, his face very close to hers. She watches him for a while, her eyes still sleepy. He's lying on his side, his hair slightly disheveled, his lips barely parted, and his face relaxed. His breathing is deep and steady, and every time he exhales, she feels an incomprehensible peace and a sense of absolute fulfillment, as if everything in her life had been incomplete until now. He raises his hand, bringing it toward him. His fingers brush the strand of hair that has fallen across her forehead with a tenderness he rarely allows himself, and gently brushes it to one side. The pads of his fingers barely touch her skin. He takes in her attractive face, as if sculpted by the gods themselves. He observes the shadow of her closed eyelashes resting on her cheekbones, the slight curve of her lips, and for a few seconds, he allows himself to linger there, tracing every detail with his gaze. She had never been able to sleep next to a man before. Only two had shared her bed. Benito, her grandfather, who had let her curl up on his lap since she was a child, surrounding her with a deep and sincere affection that always calmed her fears and gave her peace and security. Even now, when she visits him, she sneaks out at night and sleeps next to him, as if time had not passed and she were the same scared little girl. Only now she does it just to fill herself with his warmth and sense of protection. The other is Nolan, his best friend, who offers him a unique trust, allowing him to rest next to him without reservations or fears. No other man, much less a stranger, had ever achieved anything similar. Her previous experiences with intimacy were bitter and tortuous. They never lasted beyond the first penetration, as the discomfort of dryness forced her to withdraw, unable to bear the act. He tried 2 or 3 times, but after each failure, he decided to close that door in his life and never open it again. Until that night, when, for the first time, he felt something different. The scent and warmth of his body, his calm breathing, the softness of his touch. Everything seemed to fall into place so naturally, so serenely, that even Livia couldn't understand how she'd gotten to this point. This time, it was a revelation, a release that made her forget her barriers, her own control. It was as if he held the key to undoing every emotional knot she'd worked so hard to weave over the years. For a moment, she thinks that maybe everything she's experienced up until now was just a glimpse of what closeness and intimacy with a man truly means. For the first time in her life, something inside her whispers that this time could be different, that maybe, just maybe, what she experienced that night isn't just an adventure, but a beginning. And that thought terrifies her deeply. Gently, Livia sits up, sliding the sheets off her side of the bed without making a sound, trying not to disturb Noah's deep sleep. She decides it's time to get up before her thoughts stray in a direction she doesn't want to admit. She takes her silk robe, puts it on, and adjusts it carefully, letting the soft fabric caress her skin. Her hands go to her hair, arranging it with a simple gesture, letting it fall down her back. Then, with one last glance at No, she heads toward the suite's balcony and opens the doors a crack. The fresh air greets her as soon as she crosses the threshold, filling her lungs, caressing her face, and playing with her hair. In front of her, the ocean stretches as far as the eye can see. It's still dark, but on the horizon, the first sign of dawn can be seen, a faint, diffuse noaja beginning to break the shadows. The moon, still visible, floats large and faint, dominating the sky with its pale glow, like a solitary sentinel who seems to guard the dawn. The waves roll slowly toward the shore, and the sound of the water caressing the sand is soft, almost intoxicating, a faint murmur that gradually fades into the distance, inviting you to lose yourself in the immensity of the ocean and let your worries melt away with the foam. The firmament slowly begins to transform under the first glimmers of light. This mixture of light and darkness reminds him of his inner self, his desires clashing with his obligations. She can't afford to get lost in emotions she hasn't invited, in impulses she doesn't want. She has a life mapped out, a marriage commitment that, even if she hates it, she must keep. Her word has value, and she's committed to every promise she's made. No matter how much that man stirs her hormones, or how tempting the idea of staying there is, for her, one night was more than enough. Her life isn't meant for complications at that point. She quietly enters the bedroom and observes Noah's face. The shadow of his beard, his ruffled hair, his bare torso, the faint movement of his deep breathing. For a moment she hesitates, but quickly looks away and heads for the bathroom. She takes a quick shower, refreshing and clearing her thoughts and resolve. With each stream that runs over her skin, she feels herself washing away the emotions that dared to invade her. Stealthily, like a sneaky thief, she dries herself, dresses, and gathers her personal belongings. Before leaving the suite, she takes one last look. No is still asleep, his figure resting motionless on the bed. A strange feeling stirs in her chest, and a deep emptiness fills her, but she represses it all. "I'll leave my paid stay until tomorrow," she informs the employee at the front desk. "There's someone sleeping in my room right now," she clarifies, keeping her tone firm. "For the moment, don't send any cleaning services." "Of course, as you wish, Mrs. Garcia," he replies, bowing his head in acquiescence. "I remind you that my personal information must not be shared with anyone," he adds, staring at her, reaffirming the seriousness of his instruction. First name, last name, absolutely nothing. He takes out his checkbook and signs a hefty check with the tip. "Of course, our customer's privacy is our top priority," the employee says, welcoming him with complete satisfaction. "Everything will be handled as you wish, with absolute confidentiality." Livia nods briefly and, without another word, leaves the hotel, determined to get back to her life, as if that night and what she had experienced with that stranger were something irrelevant and not worth remembering again. Hours later, Livia enters the office at Casa Garcia. The memory of the full moon, the calm of the ocean, and the experiences in that idyllic place seem to have evaporated into the distance. Not in the mood to chat with anyone, she heads straight to her office, which has a panoramic view of the city. Upon entering, she drops her bag on the desk and sits down opposite it. In that moment, everything else fades away around her. She sorts through the folders and documents that have accumulated during her absence, as if, in doing so, she might find the relief her bewildered mind needs. For a moment, he manages to do so until the newspaper press release, lying next to the other folders, catches his eye. At that precise moment, the world stops. The heading is clear and direct. Alexis Rodriguez launches its new variety of 100% eco-friendly olive oil. It can't be. Livia's heart beats faster as she reads the article, as if every word is passing through her. The note is clear. The new variety of olive oil is called Oro Verde, a product that is completely organic and produced using a unique process that ensures complete respect for the environment. The oil comes from olive groves cultivated without any pesticides or chemical fertilizers, and production follows a fully recyclable waste management system, achieving a perfect balance between flavor and sustainability. The statement concludes by stating that Oro Verde promises to revolutionize the market, and according to Richard Rodriguez, its launch is scheduled for 2 months from now, a date that will coincide exactly with the time Casa Garcia planned to introduce its own product. Livia growls angrily. Each word burns more than the last. The idea is exactly the same one her team has been working on for months, a product she has personally overseen, carefully curating every detail. It is his project, his concept, his secret formula that he had kept under the strictest confidentiality. How is it possible that Alexis Rodriguez has launched such a similar, almost identical proposal? The idea of betrayal reverberates in his head and makes his blood boil as if it were poison. Damn no, Rodriguez, he mutters under his breath, his eyes fixed on the newspaper. Anger rises to his head, and in a fit of rage, he slams both hands on the table. His mind spins, trying to find an answer. Just then, the door bursts open, and Nolan walks in, frowning. "Livia Garcia, what are you doing here?" he asks, confused. "Don't tell me the stranger turned out to be a complete flop, and—" Livia doesn't give him time to finish. "Explain to me what this shit is." His voice is harsh, thick with fury, as he vehemently points at the article. Nolan closes his eyes for a moment, inhales deeply, and when he opens them, his expression is much more serious. Yesterday, No Rodriguez called a press conference. He begins gravely. Richard Rodriguez, the company's vice president, was in charge of announcing the news. The production will be released in 2 months, just in time for our presentation. Livia's stomach churns. The information burns like a flame on her skin. It's impossible. How can this be happening? How dare they do this to her? Steal something so valuable from her? How is this possible? Her voice trembles with fury, and she slams the table hard, as if she wants to destroy everything. "It's my formula, Nolan. My product." She points at herself determinedly, as if confirming her ownership could change the situation. "I myself have overseen every step. I have taken care of every detail. I have made sure that everything is kept strictly confidential." "That's not the worst of it," Nolan replies, his face serious and his tone reflecting his concern. "The Rodriguez family hasn't just launched the product prematurely. They've insinuated that Casa Garcia is involved in industrial espionage. They've made it clear that if we launch something similar, it will be considered a copy and a violation of their rights." The air seems to become heavier for Livia. She slumps back in her chair, as if the entire weight of the world has fallen on her shoulders. She rubs her temples, trying to process the information, trying not to let herself be consumed by rage. "Get me a car," he orders firmly, not allowing worry to cloud his judgment. "Where are you going?" Nolan asks, frowning even deeper. "To visit my future husband." The words leave her lips coldly. "I won't let No Rodriguez get away with this." Chapter 3. The radiant golden light of dawn filters through the bedroom curtains, casting a luminous line across No Rodriguez's face. The warmth slowly filters through his skin, caressing his features, inviting him to awaken from a deep, restful sleep, as if each ray of sunlight absorbs the accumulated tension in his muscles. His shoulders, for the first time in months, feel light. His back, free of the stiffness that used to torment him upon waking. It's been so long since he's felt this way. Noah slowly opens his eyes, enjoying the rare pleasure of a peaceful awakening. There are no urgent thoughts, no worries. His mind, always alert, remains clear this time, free of the shadows that usually haunt it. As he breathes, he feels a strange peace enveloping every thought. Slowly, he stretches and sighs with an unexpected sense of well-being. He inhales deeply, filling himself with a delicate and unique scent that lingers on the pillow and now seems imbued with him, etched in his memory like something his own. It's her scent, the scent of that woman who, just a few hours ago, was sleeping beside him. He reaches out, searching for her, certain to find her wrapped in the sheets. However, His fingers only find the soft coolness of the empty fabric. He sits up slowly, his eyes scanning the room. Traces of Livia are still there. Her scent floats in the air. But she is not there. Noah frowns, his expression reflecting a slight unease. A void he tries to ignore as he gets up and looks at the clock, surprised. He's never slept so long. Then he dresses silently, thinking he'll surely run into her later. Once in his own suite, he undresses and turns on the shower. The warm water runs over his body, washing away the sleep that still lingers in him. He closes his eyes and, unable to help himself, relives every moment of last night. His mind fills with images and sensations he's never experienced with such intensity. With her, everything felt different. Without a doubt, that woman sparked something in him. Until that night, their intimate encounters had been good, pleasurable, but lackluster, as if satisfaction were more of an obligation than a true delight. He always made sure his partners were pleased, and he never doubted his ability to deliver in that regard. However, deep down, it was all just an acceptable experience, nothing that truly fulfilled him or that remained engraved in his memory as meaningful. For a long time, he wondered if something was wrong with him, as he felt a kind of emotional emptiness that prevented him from truly connecting with anyone. Even with Jessica Picasso, his only official girlfriend and the close call to becoming his fiancée, he never managed to break through that barrier, nor was he able to delve deeply into his emotions. There was no real connection, no bond that transcended mere physical satisfaction. With her, he attempted something more serious, but realized it was incompatible with his need for freedom and privacy. The relationship became so stifling that, in the end, he decided to cut the ties that bound him to her. Jessica had hoped he would transform into a man he would never be. She wanted to mold him into someone he wasn't, and although their breakup wasn't easy, they accepted the end of the relationship. Or at least, No believes Jessica did. However, unlike all those experiences, Livia has broken that pattern. With her, he not only felt complete, but fulfilled. At 36, he had never felt so in tune with a woman as he did last night, as if she had managed to break down an invisible barrier and made him feel capable of abandoning his own loneliness. For the first time, Noah didn't want the night to end, nor had he wanted to escape after the encounter. Livia is the first woman he slept with, a small detail for anyone, but a huge one for him. Always, after the intimate encounter, he dressed in silence and left the room. It wasn't just a matter of space, but of preserving his independence and privacy, territories he defended at all costs. The idea of having someone next to him while he slept was uncomfortable, almost invasive. Sharing a bed was something he simply wasn't interested in, as it implied a commitment that went far beyond his body, and he had never allowed himself that commitment. He doesn't know how to describe it, but he's convinced she's special. No finds himself lost in thought, imagining that perhaps that night was just the beginning of something he wants to explore. Livia has awakened something in him, something he's never felt before and now fears losing. A certainty grips him. He doesn't want this to end. Although he doesn't fully understand the nature of what they shared, he knows he wants more. The memory of Livia, her caresses, and the sense of peace he felt at her side vibrate in his mind, to the point that, for the first time, he considers throwing everything to hell. He wouldn't mind breaking that absurd marriage agreement, ignoring family expectations and the pressure of the Rodríguez name, if it meant securing a chance to see how far he could go with this woman. The day passes slowly, and Noah moves through the hotel with a growing sense of unease, searching for the woman who has invaded his thoughts in a way he can't control. He walks the halls with his gaze fixed, assessing each person who passes, observing every corner of the luxurious place, as if she might suddenly appear somewhere unexpected. Impatience consumes him. Hours pass, and despite his efforts, he can't find her. It's as if she's vanished into thin air, leaving him with a feeling of incompleteness that grows with each passing minute. Not finding her in the main halls or outside, he decides to ask for her, something he rarely does. When he arrives at the reception desk and asks for the woman in suite 308, The news hits him like a bucket of cold water. The lady canceled the room early in the morning, the manager informs her. For a moment, Noah remains silent. A pang of disappointment grows in his chest, silent. She has simply left, without saying goodbye, and that certainty leaves him with a cold, bitter feeling. He is filled with an emptiness he can't explain, a mixture of longing and frustration, an absence that resonates in him unexpectedly, as if she had taken something more than her presence. He remembers the peace of the previous night, the calm that enveloped him, and the tranquility he found in her arms, but all of that fades now, replaced by a disillusionment that engulfs him completely. He's gone months without a good night's sleep, and now that he's managed to rest deeply, that he's enjoyed waking up in company, she's simply vanished. "I can't give you any information, Mr. Rodriguez," the employee clarifies. "The privacy of our customers is our top priority." Noah stands there for a moment, lost in thought, feeling as if the peace of the morning has faded, replaced by a sense of loss that's hard to fathom. Something in him fades, as if that fullness had been merely a mirage, an illusion that was too brief. "I'd forgotten she's getting married. Maybe it's better this way," he says with resignation. An inexplicable unease overcomes him. He heads toward the hotel terrace, staring off into the distance, trying to make sense of the feeling of emptiness that grips him. It's an unfamiliar anguish, a pang in his chest that grips him tightly. Noah clenches his jaw, trying to understand why he feels this way. He only knows that, although his life has always been free of emotional ties, this woman has broken with everything, touched something in him he thought didn't exist. The thought that Livia is gone, that he might never see her again, leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. For a long time, he thought his life was destined for fleeting, empty relationships, something he coldly accepted, convinced that nothing could break through his barriers. But she did, opening a space inside him that hadn't existed before, a void that, now, in her absence, aches with an unknown intensity, making him wonder if he'll ever feel anything like that again. Noah lets out a long, deep sigh. He puts his hands to his face, trying to erase the weight he's felt since learning she left. It's absurd, he tells himself. A single night with a stranger shouldn't affect him like this. He can't allow it to continue to shake the iron grip he's always had on himself. His stay there, he thinks, is upsetting his sanity, making him lose sight of his own character. He decides to firmly close, once again, the floodgates he had dared to open for a few hours. He can't afford to let anyone disturb his peace, much less a woman who has disappeared from his life as quickly as she arrived. In Siena, there are responsibilities in business that require your full attention. Things that are serious, real, and important. Those are the things that deserve your energy, not some absurd romantic illusion that should already be fading. Without wasting any more time, he walks toward the port, feeling the evening chill chilling him to the bone, and in part, he's grateful for it. That chill awakens him, brings him back to his reality, to what truly matters to him. He knows that staying another day in that place will only drag him back to memories of her. Of that night, he should already relegate to the darkest corner of his memory. Upon arriving at the port, he boards his small private yacht. He feels the only way to regain his peace is to venture out into the ocean and into the solitude that has been his refuge his entire life. The yacht is empty. There's no crew, but he doesn't need them. Noah knows every nook and cranny of the boat, and in fact, he's relieved by the thought of sailing alone. He leaves the port with determination, feeling that with every meter he moves away, he's managing to put distance between himself and what happened. Once out at sea, he lets the yacht move to the rhythm of the waves. The sea breeze caresses his skin, and as the sky fills with stars, Noah leans back on the bow, immersed in a silence that feels as familiar as it is comforting. He looks up at the night sky, where a full, immense moon seems to watch over him from above. Although the fatigue is evident in his body, sleep doesn't come. Like so many other times, he feels trapped in an endless vigil, but this time he doesn't have the medicine to force rest. So he lies down on the deck, rests his head in his hands, and lets his gaze wander into the immensity of the place. He allows himself to observe the dance of the stars and the majesty of the moon rising imposingly on the horizon, bathing the sea with its light, finding in that image the calm he needs and a comforting solace. He hasn't been able to sleep without help for months, and this time, he didn't bring his medication. He knows the night will be long, but his view makes up for it. The brightness of the moon and stars and the calm of the ocean become a silent and comforting companion. The hours pass slowly. Noah finds himself in that half-sleep state, between sleep and wakefulness, feeling that time passes at a strange, almost unreal pace. And although he can't quite fall asleep, the silence of the sea and the serenity of the night provide him with unexpected relief. It's not the rest he was looking for, but the beauty of the sky balances him out. It's almost dawn when he decides it's time to head back. His time at sea has served its purpose. It's given him the space he needed to sort out his thoughts and priorities. He stands up and heads to the cockpit, ready to maneuver the yacht back to port. But when he tries to start the engines, something goes wrong. The yacht doesn't respond. Noah remains calm at first, convinced it's a simple problem to solve. With steady hands, he begins to maneuver. However, when he turns the controls, the yacht doesn't respond as it should. He frowns, adjusts the steering lever, and repeats the movement, but nothing happens. The boat remains motionless, as if an invisible force anchored it to that spot in the middle of the ocean. Anxious, he tries to turn on the radio to call for help, but the device has also stopped working. The signal fades into a void, without emitting a single sound. Noah curses under his breath, trying to remain calm as he checks the instruments. The tension in his chest increases as he notices the waves growing stronger, and the gentle waves that lulled him during the night now seem to form an unpredictable and choppy current. His gaze fixes on the vastness of the ocean, and in that instant, a dark feeling washes over him. For the first time in years, the loneliness that has always been his ally now threatens him. He knows he's in trouble, real trouble. Livia stops at the entrance of the Rodríguez mansion, captivated by the view that unfolds before her, and for a moment, she feels tiny beneath the shadow of that fortress that rises majestically. The afternoon sun tinges the terracotta walls and the green vines that climb almost to the rooftops with amber. The arched windows, bathed in the golden afternoon light, reflect a history that still lives on, hidden in the corners of those walls. The sunflowers in the garden outside turn their golden heads toward the sun, their petals seeming to burn gently in its light. Livia feels the place speak. A strange feeling of nostalgia runs through her chest, as if the entire mansion exhaled an ancient whisper and the air were heavy with stories that refused to die, trapped in time, waiting for someone to listen, as well as loves that refuse to be forgotten and promises that struggle to be kept. She walks along the gravel path, escorted by two security guards, whom she follows along a path that leads to the garden where Amelia, the Rodríguez matriarch, is. Turning a carefully trimmed hedge, Livia finds her in the heart of the garden, surrounded by sunflowers spreading their petals toward the evening light. Amelia stands calmly, her face turned toward the horizon. The soft light of dusk envelopes her. Her hair, a golden mane that brushes her shoulders, gleams as it is caressed by the breeze, stirring it lightly. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Rodríguez," Livia greets in a respectful and formal voice. Amelia turns her face toward Livia, observing her with a deep, intense gaze, as if scrutinizing every corner of her character. Her eyes, serene but sharp, carefully assess the young woman who represents the family with which hers has always rivaled hers. "Good afternoon, Livia," he answers in a polite tone. Livia looks at the two guards who escorted her there, and, frowning, points at them. "Don't you think this is a bit excessive?" he asks with annoyance. Amelia smiles apologetically, and with a wave of her hand orders the guards to withdraw. The men nod and disappear, leaving the two women alone in the garden. "You're Livia Garcia," Amelia says with a hint of sweetness. "Given our family history, you shouldn't be surprised." Livia, however, maintains her serious expression, with no intention of gaining sympathy. "I'm so glad you came to visit me," Amelia continues, without taking her warm gaze away. "I'm afraid, Mrs. Rodriguez, that this isn't a social visit," he clarifies in a dry voice. "That's a shame," he exclaims ruefully. "Tell me, then, why have you come?" "I've come to cancel my engagement to your grandson," she replies bluntly. "I'd rather die than marry anyone in this family." "I'm sorry to hear that," Amelia says in a calm voice, as if Livia were telling her to cancel the manicure. "But come, sit down." She points to some cushioned chairs under a leafy oak tree. "I want you to explain the reasons for your decision." Livia hesitates, but finally agrees. She sits down, keeping her back straight and her lips pressed together. "I was thinking of speaking to my grandfather and making it clear to him that there won't be a wedding. But since he's so stubborn about this matter and won't listen to reason, I decided it was best to come speak with you personally and resolve the issue at its root." "What made you change your mind?" Amelia asks, looking at her with genuine interest. Livia takes out the newspaper she's brought with her and hands it to her. Amelia takes it, scanning the front page, while Livia speaks with a tense jaw, barely containing her anger. "I'm fed up with your grandson's tricks," Livia says, her voice thick with indignation. "His dirty tricks. Yesterday, when I read this in the press, I wanted to confront him, but I realized it would be useless, since he's so cynical he wouldn't admit it." Amelia reads the headline, trying to understand the context of the accusation, and then looks at Livia with a curious expression. "Explain to me what this is all about," the press release states. Livia tells her that Alexis Rodriguez is about to launch a product identical to the one she's been developing for months. The formula is hers, and she can't understand how they have access to it, and she's publicly accused of industrial espionage. "How do you know Noah is behind all this?" Amelia asks, still not fully understanding. "Have you forgotten that he's the CEO?" Livia responds ironically. "Noah isn't the kind of person who bases his achievements on gimmicks. He doesn't need to." "That's what you think," he replies disdainfully. "I know my grandson very well," Amelia insists firmly. "There must be some misunderstanding. He wouldn't do something like that, and you should give him the benefit of the doubt." Livia looks at her in disbelief, her eyes dripping with rage and disdain. "Me? Why would I?" she retorts, a spark of indignation flashing in her eyes. "Besides, I have no doubt he's behind all this." Amelia breathes in calmly, keeping her gaze fixed on Livia. "I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, Livia, and I think you could do the same with Noah." "What are you talking about?" she asks, visibly offended. "You come here with a version that might not be true. No one can assure me that what the newspaper says isn't the real version. However, I choose to take an impartial position and wait for this matter to be clarified. It's not a story. It's the truth," he states categorically and stands up. "I don't have to prove anything to you. Whether you believe me or not is not my problem." His voice is calm and confident. "I just came to make it clear that I hope you give up this absurd idea of marriage, because, even if my grandfather is involved, I'm not going to lend myself to this charade anymore." Amelia stands up at the same time, looking at her calmly. "Wait, Livia," he asks her as she prepares to leave. Livia stops. Amelia smiles, looking at her with admiration, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "You're definitely a Garcia," she says, and while it might seem like an insult, it isn't. Harsh, confident, with that sharp, determined gaze that seems ready to swallow the world whole. "You're a born leader, capable of putting the world at your feet if you so choose." "Thank you," Livia answers briefly, a little confused by Amelia's words. "You're a lot like Noah." His voice turns affectionate. "The same drive, the same courage, the same desire to succeed." "Don't compare me to that," Livia asks, about to retort, but Amelia gets there first. "Dear Livia, you don't understand it yet, but you and Noah are destined. The two of you can put an end to the betrayals, deceit, and suffering that have plagued both of your families for years." "Mrs. Amelia, you just answer me something, please, and you can go," she asks hopefully, looking at her with a maternal gesture. "What is it?" she concedes a little defensively. "Why doesn't a woman as beautiful, successful, and educated as you still have a partner?" "I have other priorities," she answers immediately, trying to close the subject. Love and romantic relationships are overrated. Have you ever managed to connect with another man? Have you ever truly fallen in love? To the bone? I repeat, Mrs. Rodriguez, he says with an arrogant gesture. Romantic affection is only good for novels. It distracts, it clouds reason, it makes people do stupid things. I'm glad I didn't fall for such sentimentality. There's a reason, Livia, why you don't connect with anyone, he says in a deep tone. You're destined for one man, and until you find him, you'll never know what love is. Believe me, you won't be able to connect with anyone on that level. Indeed, Livia flashes a victorious smile. You're wrong about that. She returns to her chair and crosses her legs, waiting for Amelia to sit across from her. What are you talking about? The matriarch asks, puzzled. It's true. For years I couldn't manage. He stops and clears his throat a little. I couldn't have sex. Amelia smiles at the expression on Livia's face. Do you know why I know? She asks, and Livia looks at her without answering. Because the same thing happens to me, she confesses in an intimate tone. I was only able to make love with your grandfather. That's impossible, she denies incredulously. You have children from your late husband. When I got married, I loved your grandfather madly, she says, her eyes moist and her smile sad. Fortunately, my husband was a good man, loving, patient, respectful. He truly loved me and understood that I didn't love him back. Then why did he force her to marry him? Livia asks, annoyed, thinking of her grandfather and affected by the intensity of Amelia's feelings. Our story isn't that simple, my dear. It's very complicated. I can only tell you that he was a good man. I was only intimate with him once, and it was so I could get pregnant. Fortunately, that was the case, and he never touched me again. Although he tried hard to make that moment pleasurable, it wasn't. For me, it was painful, uncomfortable, desperate. She is silent for a moment. Not being with Benito condemned me, do you understand? She asks, and Livia doesn't answer. My husband died years later. Amelia continues. I loved him very much, but I never loved him, nor did I desire him as a man. I couldn't. I have only loved, and will always love Benito. But you had 2 children. Yes, that's right. It was a twin pregnancy, Noah's mother and Richard's father, she clarifies. Believe me, Livia, I know what I'm talking about. You won't be able to be intimate with anyone. It's our curse. We're destined to love only once. A Garcia in my case and a Rodriguez in yours. And you're also destined to. Actually, I'm sorry to contradict you, he interrupts in a boastful voice. Because I did manage to connect with someone, and it's not your beloved grandson. Amelia's expression changes immediately. She looks bewildered, confused. It's impossible, she murmurs, confused. He searches Livia's eyes for any hint that her words are a kind of challenge, a strategy to disconcert her. But seeing Livia's confident gaze, he realizes she's serious. No, it isn't, Livia states firmly. And yes, I confess that sex was a closed topic in my life, literally, she says ironically. The only thing my body felt was repulsion toward intimate closeness with any man. Physically, I simply couldn't. She pauses. But, she lifts her chin triumphantly. It stopped being an issue recently. Who is that man? Amelia asks, stunned. I don't have to tell you, he replies irritably. Please, Livia, just tell me who it is, and I promise I'll cancel the wedding immediately. Mrs. Rodriguez, I know you think I'm destined for your grandson, that some kind of ancestral bond unites me to him. But, as you can see, you're wrong. So tell me, who is it? Livia lets out a long sigh. I don't know, really. It was just a passing thing. I met him a few nights ago at a bar, and the connection between us was instant. He invited me to spend a few days with him at a hotel, and well, you can imagine the rest. Amelia's brow furrows deeply, thoughtful, lost in her conjectures. You never knew who he was? No. We decided that way. What hotel was it? Why do you want to know? She asks, annoyed. Please, just answer. The Nakazari Hotel, on the Costa d'Eri. Amelia closes her eyes and smiles almost imperceptibly. Her breathing returns to its normal rhythm. When did it happen? A couple of nights ago? Was there a full moon like this one just beginning to rise? He points to the sky. Yes, Livia replies, overcome by a moment of nostalgia. It was huge, shiny silver. One last thing, I promise, she says, and Livia looks at her suspiciously. What's he like? Why? Are you planning to chase him, threaten him? Amelia laughs with amusement. Where do you get that from? With you Rodriguez's, you never know. Amelia looks down, clearly affected by Livia's comment. Mrs. Rodriguez, she says, closing her eyes, embarrassed. Excuse me, I didn't mean to be so rude to you. Tell me something about him, anything, and I'll forgive you. She smiles mischievously. Just a physical trait, at least. I just don't understand. Why do you want to know those things? Just answer me, please. Well, he sighs with resignation. The color of her eyes. He looks at Amelia. In fact, they're very similar to yours, green and crystal clear. That's all I'll tell you. Amelia nods, satisfied. Calm down. Dear Livia, I won't ask anything else. So, Livia insists. Can I go in peace? You understand there won't be a wedding. Our destiny is already set, my dear, he says with a huge smile. And although he plays with us in unexpected ways, we have no choice but to abide by his designs. I don't know what you're talking about, she stands up from her chair. But it seems you've dismissed everything I've said. And don't talk to me about destiny, Livia retorts, seeking to disarm any argument the woman has in front of her. After all, you didn't do so while trying to control yours, did you? She gives her a look full of defiance, and Amelia sighs heavily, as if Livia's every word were an arrow stabbing into memories she hasn't wanted to revisit in decades. Sometimes, the affection that touches us is greater than our understanding, and running away from it is impossible. There is no escape when destiny has already claimed you. His eyes return to Livia, filled with a new and profound intensity. You are destined for Noah, and you will soon understand. I don't know why you insist so much, Mrs. Rodriguez, he replies with the cold, defensive tone he's perfected throughout his life. There's no such thing as the one true love or destiny. It's just a romantic fantasy that, for a Noika, he prefers not to share. My life doesn't revolve around ethereal concepts, much less a destiny. I decide who to love and who not to. I've made my decision, and nothing you say will change my mind. Amelia, however, doesn't seem to hear her. She stares toward the horizon, as if seeing something beyond the garden and the Tuscan hills surrounding the mansion. After a moment, she returns her gaze to Livia. Many years ago, I thought like you. Amelia admits, her voice soft. I believed I could decide who to love, thinking that affection was a matter of choice. But it wasn't like that. I didn't realize what it meant to be attached to someone until it was too late. Don't insist, Mrs. Rodriguez. You won't convince me. I won't let you or anyone else decide who I am or where I should go. Amelia is silent for a moment and nods serenely, as if accepting Livia's words. Okay, Livia, I don't want to impose anything on you or convince you of anything. But just tell me this. When you were with this man you're talking about, did you feel peace? Calm? Fulfillment? She asks, in an almost maternal voice. Livia thinks. A slight shudder runs through her skin. She tries to answer coldly, to mock the question, but when she remembers the stranger from that night, an avalanche of memories overwhelms her. Amelia seems to pick up on the hesitation on Livia's face and smiles with a sweetness that somewhat disarms young Garcia's defenses. When you establish a true connection, it feels like a refuge, a certainty you don't need to question, because it's there, pulsing in every look, every word, every caress. Livia straightens, maintaining her proud and haughty posture. I don't need shelter or certainties, Mrs. Rodriguez, he replies. I have no intention of surrendering to affection or any story that tries to dictate my destiny. I choose my path, and I don't expect you or anyone else to approve. Livia, wait. He stops her by the arm, preventing her from getting up. There's only a week left until the wedding. I tell you no. I just ask that you wait until then. If on the day of the wedding, when you stand before him, you still doubt everything I've told you, I myself will cancel the wedding. What you're asking me is absurd. Maybe, but it doesn't cost you anything. I don't understand you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Tell me, Amelia, Please. I don't understand you, Amelia. She shakes her head from side to side. Why do you persist in this ridiculousness of curses and prophecies? Explain to me, at least, what it's all about, so I can at least understand your obsession with this crazy thing. You still don't believe, dear Livia, so anything I say will sound like nonsense to you. Because he doesn't have one. Just promise me, go on. You'll show up at the wedding, and if you and Noah can't even look each other in the eye without hostility, if the connection I'm talking about doesn't exist, I promise you, I give you my word, that it will all end that day. I'll even demand that Noah withdraw the new product from the market. Are you serious? Livia's eyes widen in surprise. You have my word. Livia doesn't hesitate for a second. Perfect. He extends his hand and joins Amelia's, sealing the deal. See you on the wedding day. Livia says goodbye and gets into her car, feeling victorious. Not only will she get rid of that pointless commitment, but she'll also remove Alexis Rodriguez and his detestable CEO from the competition. However, as she continues down the path, a strange feeling takes hold of her, something unsettling she can't quite place. She feels something in her foundations shaking, as if Amelia's words have planted a seed that, although she doesn't yet realize it, is beginning to grow deep within her. Amelia remains motionless for a moment, feeling hope reborn in her heart. She looks up at the sky, and her eyes find the moon, which, in its fullness, shines with a serene, ancient glow. My eternal companion, Amelia murmurs, with a soft smile tinged with nostalgia. I see you're still doing things your way. With a sigh, Amelia hugs herself, letting the cool night air envelop her. There's a thread of confidence in her thoughts, but also a hint of fear. I hope that, in a week, when your little friend arrives, she whispers, her voice barely a thread in the silence of the garden, the one who carries all the weight of the unwanted, you'll have done your part. Amelia remains there, under the protection of the moon, immersed in a profound silence. There's something in that bond with her ally of so many nights and witness to so many decisions that brings her comfort, aware that in that lunar glow lie all the answers. Silence reigns in the apartment, interrupted only by the soft, measured sound of cognac being poured into a glass. The decor is refined and modern, with dark leather furniture that exudes elegance. A man, with a distinguished bearing and impenetrable gaze, contemplates the city from the window that spans an entire wall, showing a complete panorama of the illuminated city. He takes a sip of cognac and sits down in a large armchair in the middle of the room. In one hand, he holds the glass, and in the other, his cell phone, which vibrates with an incoming call. Everything's ready. The cold, calculating voice on the other end of the line informs him in detail. The little fish is adrift in the middle of the sea, exactly as we agreed. I've taken care of removing all the flares, the emergency boat, and any other resources that might give him a chance to return, he says complacently. The radio's also broken, so there's no way he'll be able to call for help. The man in the armchair gazes out at the calm city as he listens. His expression relaxes, and a slow, almost sinister smile spreads across his face. For hours, he had remained silent, his muscles tense and his face immutable, like a statue. As the minutes passed, anticipation took over every corner of her mind. Her eyes barely left the phone on the glass table, waiting for the flash of that call that would confirm that everything had gone as planned. Perfect. You've done an excellent job, he replies, trailing the words with satisfaction. You'll get an extra bonus for your dedication. Make sure you clean up any clues, any traces that might point back to me. I can't afford any loose ends. Don't worry. I never leave loose ends. The voice on the other end sounds cold, like someone who has already figured everything out. No one will be able to find the slightest connection between you and this tragedy, nor will they be able to deduce who moved the pieces on this board. He will simply vanish into the sea, like a shadow that cannot be traced. It will all be considered an unfortunate incident. The hotel reservation? He asks, cautious. It's already been canceled. No one there will notice its absence. The call ends. The man puts the phone in his pocket and, with a sigh of savor, takes a long gulp of cognac. The cold burn of the liquor slides down his throat, accentuating the crooked smile that spreads across his lips. Everything is going his way, and he finally allows himself to enjoy his victory. With a dark sense of satisfaction, he walks to the liquor bar. He pours 2 glasses of aged cognac and watches as the amber liquor reflects the dim light in the room, creating golden shadows on the glass. The liquid glides with a calm, almost ceremonial quality. Meanwhile, he savors the victory that has yet to materialize, but which he already feels at his fingertips. With both glasses in hand, he heads into the bedroom, where a woman is waiting for him, relaxed on the bed, her head resting on the silk pillows. The soft light illuminates her profile as she scrolls with her finger on her cell phone, busy scrolling through social media. Seeing him approach, she looks up, and he offers her the glass with a half-smile, full of a pleasure that only she understands. "Everything is ready," he announces, beaming. Her eyes sparkle with joy and a satisfied smile spreads across her face, beautifying her in a sinister way. "Are you sure?" he asks, unable to hide his excitement. "I just got confirmation." He takes a long drink. "No, Rodriguez is lost at sea," he confirms, each word laced with cold certainty. She curls her lips in a cruel gesture. "I hope he dies, slowly and painfully," he growls, a vicious gleam in his eyes. "That's quite possible," he replies with a knowing smile. "Noah is the main heir." His tone thickens as he sits on the edge of the bed. After his marriage to Livia Garcia, everything would pass into her name, and we'd no longer have a chance. So, with the dog dead, the anger is over, she finishes, licking each word with delight. "Without Noah leading the way, we won't be able to carry out our plan successfully. He was the biggest obstacle," he says. "Livia Garcia will be easier to destroy." She narrows her eyes, filled with unrelenting resentment. "I can't wait to have the Garcias and Rodriguez at our feet." He takes her hand and pours some broth into her palm, never taking his eyes off her face, fascinated by the sight of the woman she truly is, without the fake smile or the facade she puts on in front of the world. There, in that moment, she is authentic, raw, and without masks or reservations, and that makes him love her even more. "Don't worry, my sweet princess. We'll soon be back to recover everything they took from us. They showed no mercy when they took what was mine. I won't show any mercy to them either." "So, Carla," she asks, a little uneasy, "it won't bother us. I swear. The Rodriguez and Garcia empires will be ours." His gaze turns sinister. "Whatever it costs, I will keep the promise I made to my father." She lets out a laugh that reverberates around the room and sounds like victory. A flash of pleasure and revenge flashes in her eyes. She raises her glass and clinks it against his in a triumphant toast. "Cheers to everything we've achieved so far," she says, "and for what is to come." They both gulp the liquor down, letting the heat warm their throats, and without warning, she grabs him by the collar of his shirt, pulling him down onto the bed next to her. Happy that this night is only the beginning of what they've longed for. Noah stands on the bow of the yacht, surrounded by the immensity of the sea. Night has fallen once again, enveloping the ocean in a star-studded darkness, and the chill of the sea air stings his skin. He's tried everything during the day, repairing the engine, searching for supplies, even trying to improvise with the little he has on board. But it's all been in vain. The yacht remains motionless, like an island lost in the water. Lying on the bow, he barely has the strength to lift his head. It's been 2 nights since the coast of Erie was lost from sight, and with it, any hope of help. His body is beginning to resent the lack of food and water. The hunger and thirst are unbearable. They feel deep, stabbing, and won't leave him. The thirst dries his mouth, and his tongue feels rough, like a piece of paper. His body exhausted, he watches as the moonlight touches every corner of the yacht, as if trying to comfort him, offer him a distant peace. His normally alert mind feels heavy, every thought moving through a thick fog. He struggles to focus his vision or his thoughts. Everything seems wrapped in a strange halo, and the only constant is that moon, which shines above him as if speaking to him and showing him something he can't quite understand. A part of him refuses to give up, but another, deeper and weaker part reminds him that he's gone too long without water. His body has become a heavy weight, and his stiff muscles demand a break. He knows that no matter how hard he fights, the yacht remains a prison, isolated in some corner of the airy coast, where no other boat has appeared in 2 days. He closes his eyes for a moment, the images in his mind merging. Livia suddenly appears, smiling, her eyes shining brightly before him. He sees her so clearly that he wonders if she isn't the one really watching him from the moon, and if in some strange and mysterious way she could sense his despair. For a moment, he feels a comforting warmth, and he clings to that glimmer. The moon dominates the sky, larger and brighter than ever. Its light reflects on the waters, creating a silvery path that seems endless. Something about it stirs him, draws him in. It seems to shine with a supernatural intensity, a beacon in the midst of his despair. Noah closes his eyes for a moment, dizzy, his breathing slow and labored, each inhalation a monumental effort. He wonders if what he's seeing is real or if his mind, exhausted and thirsty, is playing tricks on him. The night's chill penetrates his skin, and the slight shiver that once ran through his body is now a persistent chill. For a moment, the sea seems as still as the yacht, and he, with barely enough strength to stay awake, surrenders to that moment of calm, as if the moonlight could sustain him a little longer. He feels less alone. The waves gently moving the yacht bring him a sense of temporary relief, as if, in the midst of everything, this night offers him a respite. His breathing is slow and labored, each inhalation a monumental effort. His eyes flicker, and he wonders, between dreams and wakefulness, if that light is a warning, a sign that someone, somewhere, is feeling his agony. Livia wakes with a start, as if an invisible weight has fallen on her chest and squeezed her like a claw. Her eyes snap open, her labored breathing echoing in the silence of the bedroom. A fine layer of sweat covers her temples as her chest rises and falls in a frantic rhythm. Her lips remain parted, but the words refuse to come out, and her hands tremble as they grip the fabric of her nightgown. She sits up in bed, her hands now clutching the sheets as her only anchor to reality. Her hair is disheveled, plastered to her forehead, and her gaze wanders in the darkness, trying to find some trace of what has disturbed her. She remains motionless, confused, trying to understand the source of the overwhelming anguish. She places a hand on her chest, trying to calm the storm inside her. Her heartbeat thumps loudly, as if something invisible is squeezing it. Her throat feels dry, and the hollow feeling in her stomach is overwhelming. Since she returned from Airy, this emptiness has been stalking her as if a part of her were trapped there. But tonight is different. There's something else, an anguish she can't define, and it burns intensely, like a silent scream that resonates deep within her, making her feel like a part of her soul is somewhere else. She gets out of bed, letting her bare feet touch the cold floor. She walks to the kitchen with uncertain steps and turns on the dim light that illuminates the contours of the room. She turns on the tap, fills a glass with cold water, and drinks quickly. Still, the tightness in her chest doesn't dissipate. The anguish is still there, rising like a tide she can't stem. She looks at the clock on the wall and sees it's just after 2 in the morning. She sighs and places her glass on the counter before heading into the living room. The large windows let in the moonlight, bathing the space in a silvery light. She pauses in front of the glass, gazing up at the sky with her arms crossed and her gaze fixed on the silver star. Something about its brilliance draws her in, as if it holds the answers her mind can't decipher. "I dreamed he was in danger," she whispers, her voice cracking. She places a hand on her chest, trying to ease the knot that's formed there. "I don't know what it is, but I feel it here." He closes his eyes tightly and rubs his chest as if he can erase the feeling. A bitter smile crosses his lips. "I feel like I'm going crazy," she murmurs, letting her words drift off into the night. She takes a step closer to the window and lets the silver rays caress her face. "I'm talking to the moon as if it can hear me." He forces himself to take a breath and opens his eyes, letting the moonlight fill his gaze. He remains silent, his forehead resting against the cold glass. She swallows hard. I just ask that, wherever he is, you allow him to be okay. The silver rays seem to shine brighter, as if the moon were responding to her in a language she can't quite understand. Livia feels a slight calm in her chest, a relief that fills her with hope, though she can't explain it. Yes, say it, she whispers ironically, looking up at the sky. I look like a teenager, believing in dreams and heart palpitations and making wishes to the moon. He brings his hands to his face and rubs them in an attempt to clear his mind. The feeling of unease has lessened, but it's still there. He turns away from the window and walks over to his small desk. She reaches for her personal notebook, the one she keeps for important ideas, and turns on her laptop. She sits at the desk in the living room, the moonbeams illuminating the pages as her fingers begin to type. She seeks refuge in the formulas and calculations that always serve as her escape and now seem to be the key to clearing the chaos that torments her. Her gaze rises again to the moon. That night, she has no idea what's happening to her, but she doesn't feel completely alone either. On the yacht, Noah's world is a blurry chaos, caught between reality and delirium. He hears distant voices, as if floating in an abyss. At first, they are barely whispers coming from a very distant, almost inaccessible corner. The sounds intensify, becoming insistent, though he still can't make out any words. Her throat burns with desperate need, and her body feels weak and unable to respond. In the twilight of his consciousness, the boundaries between reality and hallucinations blur. Fragments of thoughts flash by. Thirst consumes him. Every cell in his body cries out for water in an internal scream he can barely bear. Suddenly, the voices become clearer, more urgent. They are no longer a distant murmur, but a pressing call. "Sir, are you okay?" Someone shouts loudly, their urgent tone piercing the veil of her confusion. Noah tries to open his eyes, but his eyelids feel as heavy as lead. He forces his exhausted body to obey. Finally, a sliver of light opens before him. Everything is blurry, shapes and colors dancing haphazardly before his eyes. He blinks several times, trying to focus. The first thing he makes out are the silhouettes. 2, maybe 3 male figures are leaning over him. The glare from a flashlight burns his pupils. The world is confusing, a labyrinth of sensations and disordered thoughts. What is that light? What are those figures? Exhaustion overcomes him. His body loses what little strength it has, and he surrenders to emptiness, to nothingness, convinced that his end has arrived. Chapter 4. Livia sits in her office, focused on her computer screen. Her gaze remains fixed on the documents she's reviewing, and she occasionally takes quick notes in a notebook at her side. The world outside those walls could crumble, and she wouldn't care. Her mind remains tied to her empire, Casa Garcia. The wedding, which will take place in a few hours, is the last thing on her mind. To her, this marriage is a ridiculous thing that will never happen. She's sure that Amelia Rodríguez will abandon her plan as soon as she sees that there's no chance of understanding between her and No. However, numbers, negotiations, and strategies wait for no one. So you keep reviewing the latest financial report, as if it were just another day and not the day your life will change forever. As he types with precision, a soft knock is heard at the door. Nolan enters without waiting for a reply, and a familiar scent of men's lotion fills the room. "Look, Garcia, who's here?" Nolan announces, accompanying his voice with a smile. "I don't have time for visitors, Costello." Livia replies without taking her eyes off the screen. Her tone is firm, her expression unchanged. "Don't you have time for your grandfather?" A warm, deep voice interrupts her from the doorway. Livia immediately raises her head, and her cold expression turns to joy. "Pillai." Her heart leaps. She stands quickly and walks toward him without hesitation. Benito Garcia awaits her with open arms, radiating the same strength that has characterized him all his life. The years have given him a serene air that complements his elegant and impeccable bearing. His tall, erect figure displays the strength of a man who still enjoys excellent health. His defined features have not lost the charm and attractiveness of his youth. On the contrary, they radiate a gentleness that only years lived with dignity can bestow. Benito encloses her in a secure embrace, designed to convey protection and affection, and which restores Livia, for a few seconds, the human warmth that the world robs her of every day. Che piacere vederti, mio tesoro, what a pleasure to see you, my treasure. Benito whispers in a fatherly and affectionate voice while he holds her tightly. Livia closes her eyes for a moment, letting her grandfather's warmth wash over her. Her Pillai is her only true love, and the one who has shown her that affection, though rare, in its purest form, is real. Her parents, Vincenzo and Adriana Garcia, are a separate story, one that Livia prefers not to talk about. And my hug, Benito? Nolan protests, pretending to be offended. Benito looks at him with an amused expression before opening his arms. Come on then. Nolan throws himself into a hug with exaggerated enthusiasm, and when they separate, Benito affectionately holds his forearms. Che piacere vederti, Nolan. Il piacere è tutto mio, sugar daddy. Nolan responds with a cheeky smile. Benito raises an eyebrow and pretends to analyze it. I've never been able to understand how this serious and cold businessman transformed into someone so brazen. It's just a facade so the others don't know how perverted he is, Livia says jokingly, as she pulls Nolan away from his grandfather. Take your claws off my cock, Costello. Besides, you already have a boyfriend, so act serious. Benito will always be my eternal affection. I'll never lose hope. I'll leave anyone for him. Benito shakes his head with a smile brimming with affection. He doesn't mind the game going on between him and Nolan at all. You know well, Nolan, that my heart has been committed to you for over 60 years. The Garcias only love once in a lifetime. Livia hides her change of mood upon hearing those words. Oh, we never love, she thinks, though she keeps the comment to herself. She's in no mood to listen to another of her grandfather's romantic sermons. We can have a passionate, wild, and unbridled relationship, Nolan adds, his voice so masculine and suggestive that anyone would think he was seriously trying to seduce him. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Nolan's tone, lower and deeper, draws another laugh from Benito, who seems to enjoy the moment. Enough, Costello. Livia rebukes him. Back off. I like your perseverance, boy, Benito admits, with a gleam of pride in his eyes. She loves him like her grandson and knows that, despite the wordplay, there is always respect and boundaries between the two of them. Well, enough with the games. Livia interrupts in a more serious tone and straightens with an authoritarian air. Pillai, come sit down. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Benito looks at her with a more solemn air as he sits on the padded leather sofa. Today is your wedding, darling. I came to make sure you show up. Livia feels the tension return to her body upon hearing her grandfather's words. Her relaxed expression fades, and a trace of discomfort crosses her face. She crosses her arms and legs. Pillai, we've already talked about this, he replies with controlled calm, although his tone is firm, almost cutting. That wedding makes no sense. You and Emilia Rodriguez are trying to put together two pieces that don't fit. It's no mystery to anyone that you've always been stubborn. I confirm, Nolan says, raising his hand. Don't help, Costello, Livia scolds him. This time, Benito continues, you're letting your pride blind you. This isn't just a whim of Emilia's or mine. It's the only chance we have to end all this once and for all. I'm not going to discuss that further, he says, raising a hand. I have a deal with Emilia anyway. He looks at his wristwatch. Come on, then. He sighs deeply and reaches for his wallet with the documents he needs. Let's get this over with, once and for all. He leaves Nolan in charge, and they leave Casa Garcia. Livia walks through the door of the civil courthouse. She looks impeccable in a designer suit that fits her figure perfectly. Her grandfather walks beside her. The small room is almost empty, barely occupied by Emilia Rodriguez and a couple of lawyers from each side, who are reviewing the documents on a dark wooden table. Seeing her enter, Emilia stands with a warm smile, the wrinkles around her eyes softening, and a glow of relief and hope shining in them. Benito approaches Amelia, gently takes her hand, and kisses it like someone honoring something sacred. "Amelia," he says in a deep, affectionate voice. "It's always a pleasure to see you." "The pleasure is all mine, Benito," she replies with evident emotion in her voice. Although both maintain a decorous posture, the energy that surges between them fills the space with an unexpected warmth, as if time were passing slowly around them. Livia watches the scene silently, but her expression is an indecipherable wall. When Amelia finally turns to her, the sparkle in her eyes intensifies. "Dear Livia," he greets her sweetly. "I'm so glad you decided to come." Livia nods. "We have a deal, remember?" His dry tone breaks the charm of the moment. "I expect you to keep your word." "Of course I do, just as I hope you fulfill yours as well." "That's right," Livia answers bluntly. "Where is your grandson?" she asks with some interest, but sarcasm seeps into her voice as she looks around. "Did you make sure he'd come to the wedding?" Amelia smiles confidently, although a shadow of concern crosses her face. "Calm down, dear. He's coming soon." Amelia's confidence fails to hide her unease. She hasn't heard from Noah in recent days, and although she knows him well, the thought that something unexpected might have happened begins to erode her peace. Livia, however, appears indifferent and gives a small nod. She approaches her lawyer, shaking his hand, exchanges a few instructions, and sits down, legs crossed, leaning her back against the chair, but not before nodding to the judge who is seriously reviewing the papers. The room is plunged into a dense silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves and the discreet conversation between the two former lovers, who gaze at each other and speak with discreet adoration. Minutes pass. 10, to be exact. Livia allows herself an almost imperceptible smile. Noah's delay tastes like victory to her. She turns her head slightly toward her grandfather and lifts a shoulder, as if to say, "I told you so." "That's enough," she announces as she calmly stands up. She adjusts her wallet on her arm and checks the time on her wristwatch. "We've already waited almost 20 minutes. I'm not going to wait any longer." Livia's lawyer stands up and collects the papers. Something must have happened to him. Amelia insists, clearly worried. "Please, Livia, wait a little longer." "Livia," Benito chimes in. "We can wait a little longer." Livia shakes her head. "I'm sorry, Amelia," she replies, flashing a smile that doesn't hide her relief. "It was your grandson who broke his word. It's been 20 minutes, and I don't think." "Good afternoon." The voice bursts out, deep, serious, somewhat agitated. Everyone turns their heads toward the door, and there he is, finishing adjusting the sleeve of his shirt as he enters with firm steps. "I'm sorry for the delay." "Noah," Amelia exclaims, relieved, walking toward him with a look of genuine joy. "I was so worried about you." Noah hugs her tenderly and gives her some broth on her forehead. "I'll tell you later, Nana," she says, her expression slightly weary. "You can't imagine everything I had to go through to get here. The important thing is that you arrived," she replies, affectionately caressing his face. "Come, darling, your future wife is waiting for you." Noah looks up and directs his gaze toward the back of the room, where Livia is standing, her eyes wide open and her heart racing. The afternoon slides gently into the sunset. The sea, calm and shimmering, reflects the evening light like an enchanted mirror. The sea breeze caresses the waves, which break with a soft murmur on the shore. In the heart of the beach, the Roma community gathers to celebrate the arrival of the mini-moon, a phenomenon that awakens ancient beliefs and rituals and creates both wonder and fear. The scent of spices and flowers wafts through the crowd. Torchlight flickers, creating an atmosphere of magic and mystery. Laughter and singing echo as adults dance around a central bonfire, raising their arms to the sky in a ritual as old as the moon itself. For gypsies, the arrival of the mini-moon is a powerful omen, a sign that awakens old traditions and renews the vows made by its light. They believe that, on nights like this, ancestral spirits walk among them, and that this tiny visitor hears their prayers and grants their wishes. Guadalupe stands apart from the hustle and bustle, gazing out at the vast sea. Her long, curly, silky brown hair, streaked with white, dances haphazardly to the rhythm of the wind. She wears a flowing, colorful skirt that flutters gracefully, as if alive, and her bracelets and necklaces of sparkling beads clinking in a gentle concert of metals and crystals. Her eyes, enormous, deep, and melancholic, gaze rapturously at the horizon. Her gaze reflects an ancient longing, as well as the burden of a destiny weighing on her shoulders. Tonight, the cycle is renewed. Everything is ready. The stars have taken their exact positions. The moon has shown its signs in the preceding days, and Guadalupe feels a calling within her that she cannot ignore. She knows that if she does not act, this curse will strengthen and her lineage will vanish with it, taking with it the secrets and deeds that the Lunarias have protected for generations. Fear nestles in her chest, but it doesn't let it paralyze her. If I really am the last, I won't let my blood end in nothing, she thinks, clinging to that determination that burns like a fire inside her. For generations, the Lunarias, the women of their lineage, have been endowed with the special gift of clairvoyance and healing. However, this gift comes with a heavy responsibility. The moon, in its wisdom, imposed a strict rule: never intervene in the destinies they envision. Any attempt to alter the course of events could condemn their lineage to the loss of the gifts bestowed upon them. This prohibition has turned the Lunarians into silent guardians, observers of human joys, tragedies, and suffering, unable to alter the course of events, much less prevent them. They can heal, but never reverse or contradict the decisions of the moon. If a person's time in this life has run out, they cannot intervene. They must let the moon's destiny take its course, even if it proves fatal. Guadalupe feels the weight of this tradition traps her and condemns her to an endless cycle. Today, as the sun bids farewell, the sky darkens, and the stars begin to shine. She knows the mini-moon will bring a new sentence, but she prefers to view it as an opportunity. For years, things haven't been right. But now everything seems set for the curse affecting the Rodríguez and García families to resurface and be definitively halted. And she may finally achieve her freedom. Many years ago, an old woman, a direct relative of Guadalupe, broke the delicate balance that the moon had imposed. Since then, the Lunarias have been linked to the curse that hangs over the Rodríguez and García families, who, trapped in cycles of misfortune, are condemned to repeat their mistakes. The shadow of this curse has spread, threatening to consume their lineage. With every beat of her heart, Guadalupe feels the urgency to act. The tiny moon will soon appear, and its silvery light will illuminate the secrets hidden in the night. She must find no Rodríguez and Livia García, those who, unknowingly, are destined to suffer. Although fear accompanies her, determination grows within her. Guadalupe closes her eyes, letting the sound of the sea envelop her. In her mind, visions begin to flow, but they are still confusing. Images of unfamiliar faces, of tears and grief, mingle with the light of the tiny moon. She feels how each of those destinies is intertwined with her own, and that her mission is more than a duty. It is an ancestral calling, an echo of the voices of her ancestors urging her to act. The wind blows harder, as if nature itself were pushing it forward. She opens her eyes and looks around. The party continues, music emanating from the central bonfire. The flames dance to the rhythm of tambourines, bagpipes, violins, and drums, and the dancers' shadows are projected onto the sand, creating ethereal figures. She feels distant, on a different plane. The gypsy's laughter turns into distant whispers. Guadalupe knows she must prepare. That time is running out. Her heart beats hard, but her steps are firm. Each bell adorning her body vibrates with her movement, as if accompanying her resolve. She searches the crowd for her grandmother Zahira, the wisest elder in her community and the only one who knows the ritual she must perform. Zahira sits in front of her tent, holding a lit cigar and a glass of some strange liquor in one hand and a small mirror in the other. When their eyes meet, the woman nods, inviting her to come closer. Guadalupe does so, kneeling before her. Are you ready, my Rai princess? Zahira asks, her deep voice seeming to resonate beyond words. I've never been so ready as I am now. Bibi, grandmother, Guadalupe responds, and although her voice is low, it doesn't tremble. The old woman extends the mirror toward her. In the silver surface, Guadalupe sees her own reflection, but something about it is different. Her eyes seem brighter, as if the moonlight were already in them. Zahira begins to murmur words in a language Guadalupe doesn't fully understand, but she feels how those words awaken something ancient, powerful, and at the same time terrifying within her. Tonight, you'll see their faces, Zahira tells her, pushing the mirror away. And you know what you must do. Guadalupe nods. But remember, my Rai, the moon watches, and its judgments are implacable. Here, he places around her neck a long silver chain surrounded by small colored quartz crystals and a beautiful hummingbird made of moonstone. Its companion, a small silver bracelet, was given away many years ago. Find it, gather the chain and bracelet, and return them to their rightful owners. Guadalupe nods, aware that there's no turning back. She knows she'll face the weight of centuries of decisions, mistakes, and consequences, but she also knows that within her lies a strength that cannot be subdued. You are our princess, her grandmother says affectionately, but also with great pain for the burden that has been imposed on her from such a young age. You hold in your hands our liberation, the power to continue our lineage, but if you fail, you will subject us to eternal damnation. I know, Bibi, she says with a smile meant to show enthusiasm. I'm ready. I failed 60 years ago, the old woman confesses, her eyes sad and moist. I pray to Saint Sarah, our patron saint, and to the goddess of the moon that you succeed where I failed. With a deep sigh, Guadalupe stands up. She leaves the beach and heads into the nearby forest, where moonlight begins to filter through the leaves with each step she takes. The magic of the full moon surrounds her, and she feels its energy flow through her. Her connection to her ancestors strengthens. They guide her, whisper secrets that cannot be forgotten, and give her the courage to face what lies ahead. She doesn't want to be the next Lunaria to give in to the curse. She must find a way to break the cycle and free those trapped within it. As she advances, Guadalupe stops in front of a clearing illuminated by silver light. There, in the center, stands an ancient altar, a sacred place where the Lunarias used to pay homage to the moon. She kneels and touches the cold earth with her hands. The words of an ancient spell flow from her lips, a chant that invokes the protection of the forces surrounding her. Moonlight, guide me through this night. Show me the way, reveal the destinies that must be saved. The air thickens, and a sense of power envelopes her. Guadalupe feels the presence of the moon, as if listening to its call. The breeze calms, and silence covers everything. She reaches out her hands, letting the breeze touch her, and closes her eyes for a moment. Her mind fills with images, visions of what's to come, laughter turning to screams, affection turning to hate, loyalties turning into betrayals, lives falling apart. But she also sees something else, a tiny spark of hope shining amidst the darkness. He sees them, those who have been touched by the curse. No Rodriguez and Livia Garcia appear clearly in his mind. You can see their eyes gaze longingly into each other, their hearts beating for each other. You can feel that strong magnetism, that connection that, even though they want to, they can't break. Then, you can see their souls. A huge smile spreads across the young gypsy princess's face. These two souls are so pure and luminous that they captivate her, so strong that they make her shudder. Two indomitable spirits that collide, but at the same time complement and strengthen each other. Yes, she whispers, excited. The affection that will develop between them will be powerful and indestructible. The laughter fades from her lips as her chest tightens painfully at the enormous, dangerous, and dark shadows looming over No and Livia. One in particular is sinister, violent, fueled by hatred and ancestral resentment. A corrosive chill runs through her from head to toe. Then, determination becomes her armor, and fear, the fire that drives her forward. her gaze fixed on the full moon bathing the place. Guadalupe reaches out more firmly toward the starry sky. Saint Sarah, guide of travelers and protector of my people, I call upon you on this night, filled with mysteries. Illuminate my path and protect me on this journey. Under your sacred mantle, I feel safe and protected, she prays with devotion. And you, silver moon, witness to my dreams and confidant of my fears, wrap me in your cloak of light and help me find the answers I seek. May your ancestral magic guide me and strengthen me on this mission. With you by my side, I know I will overcome any obstacle. Little by little, the tiny moon appears in the sky, and Guadalupe knows the moment has arrived. She must find No and Livia immediately. She won't allow history to repeat itself, even if she has to give up her life in the process. Heart pounding, she rises and heads out into the night, ready to face her destiny, determined to break the cycle of pain that has plagued her lineage for years. Tonight, I take control of my destiny, Guadalupe whispers, her voice filled with resolve. From tonight, everything will change. Noah looks up, and in that instant, he feels as if a thick piece of glass has shattered and the shards have thundered down at his feet. His breathing becomes labored, as if the air has thickened around him, becoming unbreathable. There she is, standing at the end of the room. The woman he thought he'd locked away in a secret corner, forgotten from his memory. The only one who managed to break through one of the barriers that have always surrounded him. A shiver, laden with disbelief and surprise, runs down his spine. It's her, he repeats to himself. The person with whom he had experienced a deep connection. Inexplicable. A complicity he had never felt with anyone else. The woman who fit perfectly in his arms, as if she had always belonged there. With whom he shared silences deeper and more pleasurable than any conversation. The only one who was able to calm the storms of his endless sleepless nights. The shock momentarily leaves him breathless, leaving a void in his chest that seems to spread and cloud his mind. Noah, Benito greets him, approaching him with a cordial smile that brings him back to reality. Livia's grandfather extends his hand. No, still stunned, responds automatically, without taking his eyes off Livia, who, across from him, is staring at him with the same intensity. It's good to see you here, Benito adds, pleased. Come on, Livia is waiting for you, Amelia insists again, taking her arm firmly. Noah nods and advances toward her with firm steps, his face stony, not allowing a single emotion to surface. Every muscle in his body is tense, as if he's holding back a storm about to erupt. Livia remains motionless, her eyes fixed on him. Her gaze is cold, impenetrable, as if she were trying to decipher him while concealing her own thoughts. He examines her in detail. Her face, softly made up, highlights the delicate curve of her cheeks and the defined angles of her chin. Her perfectly lined lips, at those moments, seem sculpted in marble. The impeccably designed dress she wears hugs her figure with natural elegance and highlights her majestic bearing. She's beautiful, he thinks unintentionally for a fleeting second, and instantly, he scolds himself for it. It's Livia Garcia, he recalls, his biggest rival. Good afternoon, Noah greets, his voice sharp as the edge of broken glass. Livia doesn't respond. She doesn't need to speak. Her silence speaks louder than any words. Their gazes clash in a silent duel, filled with everything they can't say at that moment. He tries to recall every reason he has to despise her, and he has plenty. She's the woman who's been trying to sabotage him for years, the one who does everything she can to stand in his way with dishonest tactics. There's also her constant meddling in his business dealings, and the way she always tries to anticipate his every move. Furthermore, it turns out to be the same woman who left him without saying goodbye or giving him any explanation. Although, now that he knows who she is, he thinks he knows the real reasons why she did it. But no matter how hard he tries to hold fast to those reasons, the image of that night, when the moon illuminated his skin and her laughter filled the silence, seeps into his thoughts like an unrecoverable crack. The woman he's always considered a stumbling block turns out to be the same woman who, under a starry sky, disarmed him like no one else had. Since Mr. No Rodriguez is already present, let's begin the proceedings, the judge announced, breaking the heavy silence that reigned in the courtroom. Are you in agreement, lawyers? Mr. Rodriguez? Ms. Garcia? Let's get started, Amelia decides firmly. Go ahead, Benito says with a determined tone. The lawyers glance at their clients, and both nod in silent approval. And although both No and Livia want to turn around, leave the room, and go their separate ways, an incomprehensible force beyond their control keeps them rooted to the spot. As the judge begins to read the documents, No struggles to remain calm. Livia's presence unsettles him. The tension between them is evident, like an invisible current that fills the room, shrinking it until it feels oppressive. The judge's words fade into a distant murmur. How can it be that this woman, who made me feel so alive, is also the cause of my greatest frustration? There's something about Livia's gaze that intrigues him, that challenges him to explore beyond appearances, beyond what meets the eye. Now, she's not just Livia Garcia, his business rival, but the woman who, by agreement, is about to become his wife. So, was everything that happened between us just a coincidence, an absurd twist of fate? Or is there something else going on that I can't see yet? And the more he wonders, the more doubt and distrust the whole situation creates in him. The judge concludes the reading of the marriage certificates. The time for the signatures has arrived. The lawyers review the documents one last time, and, after ensuring everything is in order, give their approval. No watches Livia take up the pen. Her hand, steady at first, hesitates just before the ink touches the paper. But finally, she takes a deep breath and does it. A few simple strokes are enough to seal her fate. Noah follows their example and signs with a determined stroke. Each letter he writes on paper seems like an anchor tying him to a reality from which he can no longer escape. With both of your signatures, the marriage is formalized, the judge declares, closing the document with a solemn gesture. I wish you the best in this new stage of your lives. He shakes both hands, and they respond respectfully. After the formal farewells, the judge and lawyers leave the courtroom, leaving the four of them alone. Well, it's done, Livia says dryly. Noah puts his hands in his pockets and scrutinizes her with interest and curiosity. Amelia and I are inviting you to dinner, Benito announces with a warm smile. We've got everything ready, so we won't take no for an answer. I have to go, Livia replies immediately, not bothering to soften her refusal. I left some unfinished business at the office. Amelia, always persuasive, approaches her and gently takes her arm. Oh, come on, dear Livia. It'll be a quiet dinner, just the four of us. We have to celebrate your union. The four of us have to be together tonight, Benito says emphatically. It's very important. What do you say, Noel? No problem for me, he replies, shrugging his shoulders, seemingly unconcerned. Livia gives him a murderous look. Part of her wants to walk away immediately, leave, and never look back. She's convinced he planned everything, that their meeting wasn't a coincidence. But to what end? She'll find out. However, her body isn't cooperating. Noah's presence upsets her in many ways, but what is certain and clear to her is that, in those moments, she doesn't want to be away from him, although she won't admit it to anyone, not even herself. Her head keeps screaming at her that she needs time alone, that the only sensible thing to do is to get away to process everything that's happening. But there's something strange inside her, an energy that seems alien, that compels her to stay close to him, something inexplicable that keeps her pinned down. She can't understand it. It defies all logic, but she feels it in every fiber of her being. Amelia and I are going ahead, Benito says. We'll wait for you at the Rodriguez mansion. Livia nods reluctantly and watches them walk away. She takes a step behind them, intending to leave as well, but just as she's about to reach the door, she feels Noah step forward and slam it shut. Before she can react, he corners her against the wall. For a moment, she's stunned. Noah's proximity and sudden movement cloud her senses. The contact between their bodies, however slight, sets her skin on fire in an absurd way. Noah braces both hands against the wall, blocking any attempt to escape. Their faces are dangerously close. Their eyes locked on each other, locked in a tense duel. Their breathing immediately becomes labored, and their chests rise and fall erratically as if trying to contain something about to spill over. The blood boils in their veins and feels like hot lava. Livia can feel Noah's warm, minty breath saturating her nostrils. It's enticing, seductive, irresistible. Noah is the first to speak. His voice, husky and low, caresses the space between them. "So you're Livia Garcia," she murmurs, her words bordering on defiance and fascination. His gaze shifts to those parted lips that draw him like a magnet. Livia can barely contain herself. "So you're no Rodríguez. So you're Livia Garcia. So you're no Rodríguez." No doesn't take his eyes off Livia for even a second. His crooked, ironic smile makes it clear he doesn't believe anything she might say. "You know me very well, Livia Garcia." He pronounces her full name with deliberate slowness, as if he enjoyed provoking her even more. Livia holds his gaze, refusing to be intimidated, even though inside she feels her chest burning and her legs threatening to betray her. "Believe me, you don't know how much I wish I didn't," he replies, with a biting coldness that contrasts with the fire inside him and stabs his words like daggers while a bitter smile forms on his lips. Noah leans slightly toward her, close enough that the air between them becomes thick and charged. His lips are dangerously close, and his dark eyes seem ready to decipher every thought that crosses her mind. This proximity unbalances her so intensely that it infuriates her and makes every fiber in her body tense. It makes her feel trapped between two opposing forces, the desire to push him away and the overwhelming need to pull him closer. "Why did you leave like that? Without even saying goodbye?" he asks, his tone low and firm, barely a whisper that slides over her skin, leaving her breathless. "You just wanted to make sure I fell into your trap, didn't you?" There's an accusatory edge to his voice that cuts through her, and his gaze, deep and enigmatic, desperately searches for the truth in Livia's eyes. She blinks, bewildered. She has no idea what trap he's talking about. Yet his proximity clouds her judgment, like a storm threatening to sweep everything in its path away. She wants to scream at him, push him away, demand that he never dare come any closer. But there's a part of her, one she hates to admit, that wishes otherwise. She wants that unbearable distance to disappear, for the intensity in his eyes to be not just an abyss, but a bridge to him. Her hands tremble at her sides, resisting the urge to circle his neck, to feel the heat of his skin, to surrender to the urgency of his lips. "What trap are you talking about?" she manages to answer, though her voice trembles, betraying her. She hates that slight trembling, hates him, and most of all, hates herself for not being able to tear her gaze away from his mouth. The tension is unbearable, a taut string that threatens to snap at any moment. Noah upsets her, even more so when his breath brushes her skin, and his scent, a heady mix of wood and spices, makes her lose herself at times. She feels her body acting on instinct, constantly wanting to close the space between them. The intensity of his gaze burns her. She still wants to push him away, demand he leave her alone, but she also wants to throw him onto the nearest couch and wring that arrogant smile out of his face with a broth that ends with them both panting. But he can't. He shouldn't. "You didn't turn out so great," Livia declares disdainfully, and though she means to hurt him, the words cut right through her. "I went for the sex, I had it, and that was it. I didn't feel like doing it again." The arrogance in her voice is her only shield, but even as she says it, she feels each word tearing her apart. Lying to No is lying to herself, and it hurts more than she wants to admit. No, far from being offended, raises an eyebrow. His smile widens, as if he finds her response amusing. However, it's laden with latent danger. Something darker lurks in the depths of his eyes, an insatiable determination to disarm her, to expose the truth she's trying to hide. He takes a step closer, closing the distance to the point of non-existence. His body presses Livia's against the wall, and the warmth emanating from him envelopes her, setting her ablaze from the inside out. With a smooth movement, his arm circles her waist, holding her firmly, while his other hand cups her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His touch is firm, dominant, but not painful, and his closeness paralyzes her. It seems like this sweet little mouth of yours only knows how to lie, he says, his tone deep and serious, as his hand moves across her face and caresses her lower lip with his thumb, a touch charged with an intensity that makes her catch her breath. His eyes, dark and penetrating, constantly examine her, like a hunter facing his prey. The pressure between them increases, enough so that his lips are just inches from hers. The touch is so light it barely touches her, but enough for Livia's body to respond instinctively, feeling it like a whiplash stinging her skin. "Let me go," she demands, a flash of rage invigorating her. She lifts her chin and faces him defiantly. "Don't touch me." Noah doesn't budge. He doesn't flinch. His expression hardens as he stares into Livia's, trying to decipher what she's not saying. His grip on her waist tightens, with no intention of letting her escape. "Now I understand," Livia continues, her voice cold, laced with resentment and something that could be mistaken for disappointment. "Congratulations, your move worked out very well." Noah frowns, a flash of bewilderment crossing his face before he retrieves his safety mask. "Do you really think you can fool me again?" he replies, and his voice, though low, sounds like thunder. He tilts his head slightly, assessing her as if he were facing a riddle he wants to solve. Livia writhes violently, using all her determination to free herself from his grasp. Her movements are jerky, charged with a rage not only directed at him, but also at herself. With a quick jerk, she manages to break free from the grip Noah had created around her. "We're alone, Rodriguez. Stop pretending." She spits out the words with contempt. She straightens her back and lifts her chin confidently. "You fooled me once, but it won't happen again, I swear." She turns and heads for the door, determined to leave him behind, but Noah doesn't let her go. His hand grips her arm firmly, not hurting her, but enough to stop her. "You're my wife now, Garcia," he says, his voice filled with unyielding authority. "Be careful what you intend to do, because I'll have you under surveillance." Livia's eyes sparkle with anger and defiance. "Keep your threats to yourself," he replies, his tone very low but filled with a fierce intensity. "I don't need them. I know exactly who you are, No Rodriguez, and I know what you're capable of." With a jerk, she manages to free herself. Without looking at him, she leaves the room, her steps firm and her back straight. Although inside, she feels her world shaking. No stands still for a few seconds, his fists clenched, his mind trapped in thoughts he can't sort out. He watches as Livia strides away with determined steps. His gaze focuses on her back, on the way her hair moves with each step. He clenches his fists tighter, trying to control an impulse he can't quite understand. Rage and desire intertwine inside him, creating a vortex that's difficult to contain. Livia, already in the hallway, can't deny the overwhelming attraction that invades her every time she's near him, but the anger and distrust are equally intense. She stops for a moment, rests a hand on the wall, and closes her eyes, desperately trying to regain control of her emotions. Noah suddenly appears at her side. Try as he might, he can't resist the urge to reach her. His presence sends a shiver down Livia's spine. She glances at him, trying to maintain her facade of indifference, which she can barely maintain. "Do you always run away when things get complicated?" Noah asks, his whisper laced with provocation. "I'm not running away," Livia replies without looking at him directly. "I'm just moving away from things that aren't worth it." Noah takes a step closer, erasing what little space remained between them. The tension is evident. The air around them thickens again. Livia feels her breathing quicken again, but she doesn't back down and hides it well. She doesn't want to give him that satisfaction. "Do you really think you can keep pretending?" he insists, leaning in close enough so his words land directly in her ear. "Your body is betraying you, Livia. I can see it, especially in your eyes." She slowly turns towards him, facing him. "Don't mistake repulsion for desire, Noah," he replies with a sharp smile dripping with disdain. "What happened between us was a simple misstep, a trivial mistake I won't repeat." Noah's lips curve into a crooked smile that's as defiant as it is alluring. His dark, piercing eyes scan her with an intensity that makes her stomach clench. Yet she doesn't lower her gaze, doesn't back down. She refuses to appear weak in front of him. "Yes, you're right," he admits in a soft but insinuating tone. It was a mistake. But tell me something, my love. Are you absolutely sure you don't want it to happen again? He asks cynically. Livia swallows, feeling the words catch in her throat. For a moment, the silence between them is overwhelming. Her immediate answer is no, but something inside her, something primitive and treacherous, whispers yes. Still, she doesn't budge. She's unwilling to admit it, even to herself. Instead of answering, she takes a step back and raises her hand to put some distance between them. Don't touch me again. Don't even come near me, she warns decisively. I'm warning you. This ends here. Noah watches as she walks away again, this time without stopping. Jaw clenched, he runs a hand through his hair, frustrated and captivated at the same time, his eyes still fixed on the door she just came out of. There's something about that woman that disconcerts him. Perhaps it's her indomitable strength and that energy that both disturbs and attracts him. Livia walks to her car, her heart pounding as if it were trying to escape her chest. Her hands tremble slightly, but she clenches her fists to regain control. I'm not going to let him manipulate me, she tells herself, over and over again, as Noah's words echo loudly in her mind. Now you are my wife. When she reaches her office, she quickly closes the door and leans against it, trying to calm her erratic breathing. She closes her eyes, but that doesn't help. On the contrary, the image of Noah so close, his hoarse voice, and his hands on her, invades her again. She places a hand on her chest, trying to calm the turmoil she feels inside. I can't let it get to me, he thinks, although he knows it's a losing battle. Noah, meanwhile, drives toward the Rodríguez mansion, his mind fixed on the distance as if he could find answers there. He grits his teeth and gently pounds the steering wheel with his closed fist, irritated by the feeling of lack of control she awakens in him. Livia disconcerts him, challenges him, takes him out of his control zone, and that deeply upsets him. But she also seduces him. That mixture of fury and desire he felt when he was near her is something he's never experienced before. That woman is like a puzzle she doesn't know how to solve, and every piece she finds seems to complicate the picture even more. He knows very well that they are caught in a dangerous game, where mistrust and attraction intertwine like two snakes fighting for dominance. No one is willing to give in. They are on the brink of an abyss from which they will not be able to emerge unscathed. And this is just beginning. Chapter 5. The Rodríguez mansion rises imposingly under the warm glow of the sunset, with its classic and majestic facade. The enormous windows reflect the light like mirrors, accentuating the elegance of the place. Noah gets out of the car, automatically adjusting his jacket. His usually firm posture betrays a fatigue that is difficult to hide. As you cross the threshold of the front door, your gaze falls upon the familiar, upright figure of Salvador Picasso, your neurologist and best friend, standing at a side table, resting a half-finished glass of wine on his phone. When he sees Noah, he ends the call, and his lips curve into a wide smile. He immediately extends his arms in a gesture as natural as it is sincere. Noah smiles and responds with a firm, affectionate hug. Damn it, Noah! What the hell are you doing here? Salvador exclaims. His voice is thick with reproach, but also with genuine concern. He pulls him slightly to study him with his scrutinizing gaze, which always radiates authority and warmth. I strictly ordered you to take a vacation, he insists, his brow furrowing as he points an accusing finger at him. I want you to stop by the clinic tomorrow for some checkups. Noah shrugs and gives an exhausted smile. Believe me, Salvador, your vacation ended up being worse than my illness. He jokes with a touch of irony that tries, unsuccessfully, to lighten the memory of the ordeal he endured on that yacht in Erie. Images of the vast open sea and the endless horizon mingle in his mind with feelings of anxiety and unease. What are you talking about? Salvador asks. His tone becomes more serious, while concern is reflected on his face. Noah lets out a sigh as he looks up at the high ceilings decorated with intricate details. I'll tell you later. Where's my nana? He asks, interested. In the living room with Benito Garcia, Salvador answers, with a slight, almost imperceptible stiffness in his jaw. His eyes reveal a dark flash of discomfort that doesn't go unnoticed by Noah, who smiles somewhat ironically and pats his friend on the shoulder. I confess I'm still having trouble getting used to having a Garcia around. And even more so close to my grandmother. He comments in a tone heavy with disapproval as he points toward the living room. Although, if I'm honest, Benito doesn't seem as much of a jerk as the rest of his family. Or at least, I'd like to think so. No Garcia can be trusted. You know that very well, Salvador says, his expression grim, each word laced with warning. His low, deep voice betrays a displeasure that seems rooted in something deeper than a simple show of unconditional support. No nods slightly, but feels too exhausted to broach the subject at this moment. I heard something about a wedding with Livia Garcia, but I didn't quite understand what it was all about, Salvador adds, his gaze filled with surprise and a certain disbelief. Explain it to me. His tone, although calm, has a tinge of reproach. Noah runs a hand through his hair, feeling fatigue building on his shoulders. He glances quickly at his watch. Come with me. He gestures toward the hallway leading to the study. I have some things to tell you. Salvador takes one last look toward the living room, then follows him silently. Upon reaching the study, Noah closes the door behind them and collapses into the enormous armchair, letting out a long sigh. Salvador sits opposite him, expectant. In a calm voice, Noah tells his friend everything that happened. His grandparents' insistence that he marry Livia as a strategy to unite their businesses, the unexpected encounter with her at the bar, and what happened next at the hotel. Salvador listens to him attentively. What kind of friend are you who doesn't tell me you're getting married? And to Livia Garcia. Although it seems like a harmless rebuke, his voice carries a disturbing quality. I didn't think it was important, he replies, shrugging indifferently. It's just a temporary arrangement to appease my nana. I told you. She threatened to make Richard CEO if I didn't obey her. You know how important Alexis Rodriguez is to me. I had to do it. Salvador nods with an unfathomable expression. In fact, my plan was to stay as far away from Livia as possible for the entire year of our marriage. You thought so? He asks, raising an eyebrow intrigued. Not after recent events. Noah warns, his tone becoming more serious. Do you think it was all planned? Salvador asks, his gaze suspicious. That the Garcias orchestrated everything? It's just too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Noah responds, full of distrust. So, she looks at him carefully, evaluating his words. Do you really think Livia caused the yacht accident? Damn, I don't know. He replies, his expression both irritated and frustrated. But tell me, who else could have ordered the yacht's engine to be sabotaged? She, my grandmother. And you were the only people who knew I'd be spending a few days at that hotel, which makes everything that happened even more disturbing. The exclusivity of that information narrows the possibilities. The coincidence seems too perfect to be just that, a coincidence. Are you absolutely sure it was tampered with? She looks at him suspiciously. Yes, he replies in a heavy voice. Although I haven't thoroughly reviewed the mechanical report, because I came straight from Airy to the wedding. I still have it in my car. Salvador sighs, processing all the information. He weighs it carefully. And yet you married her, he asks, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. I had no idea she was the same woman I met at the bar. I found out today when I saw her in court. You should have seen her face when she met mine. She was bewildered. There's no doubt she never thought we'd see each other again. She must have been convinced I'd be lost at sea and that no one would be able to rescue me from the yacht. So what are you planning to do now? She narrows her eyes at him as she evaluates her friend's every word. She's my wife. I'll keep an eye on her. I'll look for the evidence. And when I have it, I'll make her pay. I'll become the obstacle she never counted on in her plan. Noah's eyes are filled with a thick, dark fog, a shadow that envelopes anger and confusion. I don't know what to tell you, Salvador admits after a brief silence. I don't think she's capable of something like that. Your accusations are baseless. You're just basing it on. Are you his lawyer now? He interrupts angrily. No, he denies with a firm wave of his hand. But understand that it's a delicate accusation. That woman has no scruples. She's always stood in my way. Business competence is one thing, But her as a person is quite another. She's the CEO, he clarifies irritably, as if the title were enough to justify his accusation. Yes, Salvador concedes calmly. But she's not alone. You know very well that she has many people around her. Advisors, partners, employees, investors. The decisions aren't solely hers. You, more than anyone, know how a company like Casa Garcia or Alexis Rodriguez works. There are many hands involved in the matter. I don't think Livia Garcia is really a threat, one of that type, that is. There could be another explanation for the yacht's breakdown. Perhaps poor maintenance, human error, I don't know. Let's first review the mechanical report calmly, and then we start looking for culprits, shall we? Noah remains silent. He runs his hand through his hair and takes a deep breath. He knows Salvador is right, and, deep down, he's not convinced Livia is involved either. However, holding on to that idea helps him control the whirlwind of emotions she provokes in him. I don't understand why you're defending her. Don't you think No Garcia can be trusted? She looks at him suspiciously, a hint of inexplicable jealousy crossing her chest. You just emphasized this to me with Benito Garcia. Salvador smiles, a hint of humor showing in his expression. Benito Garcia, his despicable children, and his entire family are one thing, and Livia is quite another, Salvador says, his tone containing a hint of admiration that arouses Noah's suspicion. It's true, she's proud, haughty, and seems arrogant, even haughty. He adds with a smile that borders on devotion. But she's an incredible woman. Wow, Noah exclaims, his eyes narrowed, watching him closely. You look in love. Of course not. Salvador smiles and shakes his head in a firm denial. How do you know her so well? His voice is as tense as a guitar string. We've crossed paths at a few social events. She's not one to frequent banquets and social events, but we met at a couple. I also saw her at a business conference, which I attended as a partner of Alexis Rodriguez. Noah straightens his back and adopts a more serious posture. You never mentioned any of that to me. I didn't consider it relevant, he says matter-of-factly. You met with my most dangerous rival and didn't consider it important? I haven't met her. We've only met a few times, and we're not exactly friends. And by the way, he makes a gesture of disbelief. What's all this questioning about? His voice becomes more serious. I just said I don't think it's her, period. But if you think so, well, let's investigate and get to the bottom of it. Noah is silent for a few seconds, rubbing his temple with a tired expression. I'm really exhausted, he admits, closing his eyes for a moment. I was rescued just 3 days ago. I was hospitalized for 2 days, recovering from dehydration and everything else. He presses his lips together in frustration. Honestly, I'm not thinking clearly. My mind is too turbulent, and even more so since he saw her again. But he doesn't intend to admit that to his friend. Since Livia appeared in his life, challenging everything he thought he had under control, No Rodriguez, definitely doesn't recognize himself. He's not the same as always. She has stirred the stagnant waters in his being, awakening emotions he thought were non-existent. The confident and focused man he had always been seems to falter in the presence of this woman who, effortlessly, turns his entire world upside down. You should have called me right away, his friend reproaches, visibly annoyed. Do you want me to check you out now? He asks, worried. No, I'll go to the clinic early tomorrow, he says, and Salvador nods gravely. How did you sleep? He insists, worried. Not very well, he confesses with a serious expression. We have to. A knock on the study door interrupts the conversation. Go ahead, Noah concedes. An employee enters and addresses him in a respectful tone. Mrs. Amelia sent word that your wife has arrived. She's waiting in the living room to greet you. Thanks, I'll be right there, Noah replies. An inexplicable emotion flutters in his chest, warm and disconcerting, as if a small but powerful fire had been unexpectedly lit. That simple announcement manages to unsettle him. His mind fills with the thought of Livia being there, so close. The idea of seeing her again stirs in him anxiety and great anticipation, emotions he doesn't know how to process. Wow, Salvador exclaims, raising his eyebrows sarcastically. Your wife's here. He tries to sound humorous. No doesn't notice the fleeting dark veil that crosses his gaze. Don't start. He gets up from the couch. Will you join us for dinner? No. I just came for some documents Richard was supposed to deliver to me, but he never showed up. Besides, she smirks, it's a husband and wife reunion. I can't play the violin, so I won't be a bad match. Don't be stupid. No growls, and Salvador laughs amusedly as they both leave the studio. When they arrive at the room, Salvador's gaze fixes on the beautiful woman who seems to fill the entire space with her luminous presence. For him, the atmosphere seems to take on a different, warmer, and more vibrant hue. It seems as if her mere presence has changed the tone of the room. There's something magnetic about her, an aura that can't be easily explained. Salvador senses it, as if Livia has the ability to attract all eyes, not only because of her beauty, but because of an intangible energy that envelopes her and makes her stand out. His elegance and poise dominate the room as he casually greets Amelia and her grandfather. When he raises his gaze, he meets the gaze of the man he hasn't been able to get out of his head since the first moment he saw him. Their eyes are locked in a silent and intense exchange, in an intimate language, as if they were the only ones in the room. Their expressions are indecipherable, perfect masks that hide the unbridled chaos of emotions that ravage them. Two volcanoes about to erupt. Good night. Salvador's deep voice breaks the spell. Livia searches for the source of the sound, and that's when she notices Salvador's presence. Salvador. Her face lights up with a look of pleasant surprise, and she walks over to greet him. He smiles slightly and extends his hand. She gives it to him, and he gives it a gentle squeeze. It's a pleasure to see you again, Livia, he says kindly, and although he tries hard to hide it, it's obvious to everyone that he's more than fascinated by the presence of the woman who is now the wife of his best friend. She nods and smiles warmly at the man she holds dearly in her affection and who holds a special place in her life, as he is the one to whom she gave her virginity. Livia doesn't want to go. She's determined not to show up at that absurd dinner. The mere mention of no Rodriguez already makes her stomach clench, so an evening with him is the last thing she wants. However, she feels betrayed by her own body, by that irrational, almost magnetic impulse that pulls her toward him, as if she were a metal incapable of resisting the pull of a magnet. She tries to resist. She locks herself in her office and immerses herself in a mountain of paperwork, desperately seeking distraction. But the anguish grows within her like an unstoppable tide. It's as if something inside her is pulling her there, and her will is powerless against this force that dominates her. Time slows, tortuous, and she feels like the clock is trying to mock her. With each passing minute, her chest tightens a little more. It's as if an invisible force is pushing against her, as if the air in that office has become unbreathable as she sits there, refusing to accept the inevitable. This is ridiculous, he mutters, closing his eyes in frustration, trying to calm himself. He crosses his arms and leans back in his chair. When the anguish in her chest becomes unbearable, she stands up abruptly. With anger, but also with resignation, she grabs her car keys and leaves the office. Only when she starts the engine and heads toward the Rodriguez mansion does she feel a strange peace that allows her to breathe with a degree of normality. She doesn't understand why she feels this way. No, Rodriguez is her nemesis, her rival, the man she most wants to avoid. How can she feel so attracted to someone she was convinced she detested until a few hours ago? And yet it is so. His eyes, a deep green that resemble emeralds submerged in a sea of jade, have a hypnotic power that leaves her defenseless. Livia feels the air around her change when Noah is near, as if his presence has the power to alter the balance of her world. Every time their eyes meet, an electrifying tingle runs through her skin, awakening in her an incendiary mix of desire and rage that she doesn't know how to handle. His voice, deep and enveloping, with a cadence that seems to slip into her, disarming her in a way no one else can. Just having him in the same room makes her pulse race and her mind cloud. She can't ignore the magnetism that emanates from him, that innate confidence, that absolute mastery he seems to have over himself and everything around him. It's frustrating and intoxicating at the same time. Noah makes her feel alive. Every fiber of her being awakens when he's near. But at the same time, he pushes her to the edge of the abyss, caught in an unbearable back and forth between the desire to get closer and the desperate need to keep him at bay. Livia breathes deeply as she focuses on the road leading to the Rodríguez mansion. The road stretches out under the influence of the two moons that seem to look down on her from above, majestic and serene. Their silvery light bathes the asphalt in a soft, almost ethereal glow, as if plotting the course she must follow. That light seems to have a lethargic effect on her, enveloping her in an unexpected calm. The weight that had oppressed her chest all afternoon begins to dissipate, and for the first time in hours, she breathes freely. Every kilometer she advances under that magical light soothes the emptiness she carried inside. It's a comforting and enigmatic sensation, but at the same time disconcerting because she doesn't feel like she's acting of her own accord. It's as if she were no longer in control of her body, as if she were obeying a higher power pushing her towards something irrevocable. Arriving at the grand mansion and seeing the high walls and impeccable facade rise before her, she feels her heart pounding. She gets out of the vehicle and stands motionless for a few seconds, gazing at the majesty of the main gate. A wave of conflicting emotions washes over her. Damn Rodríguez. The thought echoes in her mind as she clenches her jaw, tries to appear confident, and decides to enter. She doesn't want to be there, doesn't want to see him, but at the same time, she desires him with an intensity that disconcerts and deeply irritates her. As she crosses the threshold, her gaze begins to search for Nolan without intending to. A strange and unexpected warmth invades her, as if the place itself were embracing and welcoming her. Her grandfather, with open arms and a radiant smile that lights up his face wrinkled by the years, is the first to approach, followed by Amelia, who takes Livia's hands with a tenderness that disarms any resistance. Their joy is evident. They seem relieved that I decided to show up, as if their mere presence completes something that has been incomplete for too long. I knew you'd come, Benito murmurs, surrounding her in a warm hug, filled with that unconditional affection that has always comforted her and filled her soul. So nice to see you, dear, Amelia says, with a grateful smile. Livia tries to reciprocate this enthusiasm with a polite smile, although inside, she still feels uncomfortable. Minutes later, a faint murmur announces Noah's arrival. Livia looks up, and there he is, crossing the threshold with almost intimidating confidence. Their gazes meet in a silent but overwhelming shock. Everything around them blurs. Time, sounds, people, everything disappears, and they are trapped in a bubble where nothing else exists. Noah's eyes, as green and bright as a forest at dusk, mesmerizing and captivating, pierce her with an intensity that cracks any wall Livia tries to keep up. In an effort to maintain control, she holds his gaze, but she knows it's useless. Something about his presence draws her in a way she can't explain, a force that pulls her toward him like the tides toward the moon. An energy as powerful, fascinating, dangerous, and mysterious as the light of the silver star that guided her to this place. No, for his part, doesn't hide the impact Livia has on him either. His lips remain firm, without the smug smile that irritates her so much. Instead, his expression is rapturous. He dominates her with his eyes, and at the same time, he feels dominated by hers, as if they were engaged in a silent battle, a struggle where pride and desire clash with equal force, and neither is willing to yield. Benito and Amelia's voices become a distant, irrelevant sound. All that exists in that moment is the overwhelming connection they share, a bond neither of them asked for, but which draws them together with a magnitude that defies all logic. Livia feels the irrational impulse to want to touch him, to feel the firmness of his arms surrounding her, to bury her face in his chest, and lose herself in that manly scent that awakens in her a torrent of conflicting emotions. Damn it, she mutters to herself, gritting her teeth as she tries to hold back. Good night. Salvador's deep voice snaps her out of her trance, momentarily distancing her from the storm that was beginning to rage inside her. Livia blinks and searches for the source of the sound. Seeing it, a genuine smile appears on her face. "Salvador!" she exclaims joyfully as she approaches to greet him. He extends his hand with a gentle smile, and she shakes it without hesitation. There's something comforting about the presence of Salvador, a man she's always held in high regard and with whom she shares a past she still fondly remembers. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Livia," he says gently, though there's something else in his eyes. She nods and smiles back warmly. "It's always a pleasure, Sal," Livia replies tenderly. No remains motionless. He watches in silence as Salvador converses with Livia with familiarity. The ease with which she smiles at his friend, the way her voice softens and her eyes sparkle when she looks at him, exasperates him more than he's willing to admit. His already bitter mood darkens a little further. His jaw tightens, and his facial features harden further with each friendly gesture Salvador gives to the woman who is now his wife. He tries to rationalize the growing discontent coursing through his veins, reminding himself that there is no logical reason for the unease that invades him. Salvador is his friend, his brother in all but blood, and Livia is his sworn enemy. But logic has no place in what he feels. On the contrary, something inside him boils, like a pot threatening to explode, an uncomfortable, throbbing sensation that he cannot quell. Jealousy. He can't deny it, even if he tries to convince himself that what he feels makes no sense. That corrosive emotion consumes him while Livia laughs softly at some of Salvador's comments, and that seems to be the trigger. No approaches with firm, confident steps, carefully controlling his expression so as not to reveal the inner turmoil plaguing him. As he reaches them, he smiles, but his eyes never leave Livia's. Without saying a word, he takes her hand with a certainty that brooks no reply. His fingers meet hers, interlacing them firmly, and without saying a word, he subtly pulls her away from Salvador. Livia looks up, surprised by the gesture. Her eyes search Noah's, hoping to find some explanation in his gaze, but all she perceives is the ardor of his control. Normally, she would have immediately pulled her hand away, rebelling with sharp words and a defiant look. However, this time, she feels a shudder run through her body, a strange emotion that makes her remain where she is. There's something about this territorial attitude, the way his possessiveness comes across so naturally and effortlessly, that awakens an unexpected warmth in her, as if the act has the power to ignite a fire she's barely begun to recognize. Noah's magnetism seems stronger in that instant. His proximity surrounds her, and although her mind screams that she should move away, her body doesn't respond. Something deeper compels her to stay right where she is, bound to him. "I see you and my wife get along very well," Noah comments, deliberately emphasizing my wife. His tone is neutral, but the subtext is unmistakable. Far from being uncomfortable, Salvador gives a slight smile that appears innocent and amused. "Since when?" Noah insists. "Salvador is..." Benito begins to explain, but Salvador immediately and subtly interrupts him. "I'm leaving now. It's late, and I don't want to inconvenience anyone." "Aren't you staying with us, darling?" Amelia asks, with the enormous affection she's always had for him. "No, my beloved grandmother," Salvador replies with a polite apology. "I have another commitment." "I'll go with you," Noah offers politely, bordering on the limits of obligation. Salvador briefly glances at Noah and Livia's hands, which are still intertwined. No need. No need." He declines, raising his hands with an understanding smile. "I know the way out very well. I'll expect you at the clinic tomorrow," he reminds Noah. "Good night, everyone." He bids farewell to Amelia with a spoonful of broth, to Benito with a handshake, and to Livia with a brief smile. Then he leaves the mansion. "Come on," Amelia says enthusiastically. "The table is set. I'll order dinner." "We'll be right with you," Noah says, his tone neutral, almost cold, holding Livia in place. "Livia, do you mind if we talk for a moment?" His polite but firm tone makes it clear he won't accept a refusal. His hand remains intertwined with hers, as if letting go is an option he's not willing to consider. "Sure." she replies, trying to sound nonchalant. Amelia gives them a knowing smile, and, together with Benito, they head to the dining room, leaving them alone in the middle of the elegant living room. "What do you think you're doing?" Livia asks, regaining some of her composure. Her tone is challenging, but deep down, she's more intrigued than annoyed. Noah doesn't respond immediately. He watches her intently, as if deciding how best to approach her. His gaze scans her face with exasperating calm, as if her every feature were a mystery he plans to unravel. "You're my woman now," he says at last, his voice low, deep, and charged with dominance and authority. "I don't like other men touching you. The only one who can do it like that is me." Livia blinks, surprised by the straightforward statement. A part of her feels the urge to respond sarcastically, to ridicule his possessiveness. But another, more dangerous, more primal part, wants to embrace the warm feeling those words stirred deep within her. "So how?" she challenges him, raising an eyebrow. Noah takes a step toward her, invading her personal space in a way that makes her gasp. Before she can back away, his hands slide firmly around her waist. Livia feels her chest tighten. Everything around her seems to have lost its shape, leaving them alone in the center of a completely new universe. And in that universe, the only thing that matters is the way Noah looks at her, capable of laying bare his soul with just a blink. "You're mine now, little piece of meat," he murmurs with a hint of amusement, even provocation. His voice is barely audible, but enough to make her shiver. "I'm not anyone's little piece of meat," she replies haughtily. However, her tone lacks the harshness it normally would have, as she fights with all her might to keep her body from betraying her. "Much less yours." She doesn't understand how she can want to slap him and kiss him at the same time. Her confusion disorients her, but it also infuriates her. Noah gives a half-smile, the kind that seems specifically designed to irritate her and melt her at the same time. "We'll see about that," he answers, directly, without beating around the bush. "Let me go," she demands firmly. She rides in his arms and manages to wriggle free, taking a step back to regain her space. "Keep dreaming, no Rodríguez," she adds with a look filled with defiance. Without waiting for a response, he turns around and walks with a firm and confident step towards the dining room. The dining room of the Rodríguez mansion exudes a solemn air. The dim light from the crystal chandelier projects dancing reflections on the barely touched wine glasses. Amelia, with her dignified bearing and her hair pulled back in an impeccable bun, sits at the head of the table. Her voice cuts through the air with precision, laden with gravity. Her eyes sparkle with a combination of wisdom and melancholy. "This night is special. The two moons are reunited after many years," Amelia begins. "Their power is magnified, and their influence is felt more intensely. I know you both feel it." Noah and Livia exchange a fleeting glance, those words touching something inside them that they are unwilling to admit. Livia crosses her arms and glances at Noah out of the corner of her eye, hoping to find a flicker of mockery on his face, but instead finds an inscrutable expression. Noah, meanwhile, with his serious demeanor, keeps his attention fixed on Amelia, though his eyes flash with barely contained interest whenever he glances toward Livia. "It's something inexplicable," Amelia continues, her voice lowering, as if sharing an ancient secret, "an energy that flows within our body, that subdues us, dominates us, but at the same time generates peace, well-being, happiness, but only if we are next to the person for whom we are destined." Her gaze rests on both of them, penetrating and warm at the same time. Otherwise, the feeling turns into restlessness, anxiety, despair, as if a part of us were incomplete and only felt fulfilled in the company of another. Livia feels a knot form in her stomach. She takes a deep breath and lifts her chin, trying to hold on to her skepticism. No, sitting across from Livia, glances at her from time to time, pondering each word he's just heard. The tension between them is evident. Amelia watches them closely, seeing how the pieces of a complicated puzzle begin to fit together. At first, you don't know what it is. Benito intervenes, breaking the silence with a voice that commands respect, and is less ceremonious than Amelia's. You think it's nothing more than a simple attraction, an irresistible chemistry between two bodies. But you soon realize it's much more. Benito, with his robust figure, leans slightly forward. His gaze, penetrating and warm, moves from Livia to No, both of whom remain tense in their seats. Soon you'll begin to love each other in an absurd way, the kind that disarms reason and shakes certainties, Benito affirms, with a conviction that leaves no room for doubt. It's important that you begin to recognize each other, to accept what you're feeling. You don't have to believe Amelia and me. Believe what you're feeling. Livia feels the intensity of Benito's words hit her. Her chest tightens, and her heart seems to beat faster. However, she refuses to give in to that feeling. She frowns and turns to her grandfather. "I don't have feelings for this man," she replies, loud and clear enough for everyone to hear. "Oh, well, yes, I do have feelings, a lot of distrust, suspicion, and aversion." Noah, who had remained silent until then, raises an eyebrow. His lips curve into a smile brimming with irritating confidence. "On the contrary, I'm very curious about my beautiful wife," he replies, leaning forward with a tone that borders on provocation and a glint of amusement in his eyes. The comment draws a sigh of exasperation from Livia, who gives him a look that could freeze hell. No, far from being intimidated, maintains his smile, as if enjoying the challenge his new wife represents. "Benito and I," Amelia continues, "are very aware of the commercial rivalry between us, and we believe that much of it is based on misunderstandings. That's why, among many other reasons, we decided to unite them in marriage. We want them to know each other well, to communicate. We need them to be united, not only for the good of our families and businesses, but because we need to break the curse." "Look, Amelia," Livia says haughtily, "if you didn't force us to marry, Noah and I would never have had to cross paths with each other. Then none of that damn curse would have come true." "You think so?" Amelia asks with an enigmatic smile. "I'm sure. Can you assure me that you two hadn't seen each other before today?" Noah and Livia glance at each other briefly. "Can you assure me that you haven't felt that strong attraction, the uncontrollable desire to be together? Haven't you felt that emptiness when you were apart? Can you swear to me that before, with any other person, you felt even a little of what you felt when you were together?" "Who told you we've been together?" Livia asks defensively. "You yourself, my dear, told me when we spoke last time." He smiles fondly. "You told me you'd met someone who made you feel different." Livia's face flushes, and Noah looks at her intensely. "You told me that only he—" "Enough," Livia interrupts, stopping her from saying anything further. "I wasn't talking about your grandson. Wasn't it an Airy?" Amelia insists. "A few days ago?" Noah smiles slightly and takes a sip of wine from his glass, still looking at Livia, who remains silent, irritated and furious at having been exposed in this way. "You're right, Nana," Noah admits, having no problem acknowledging it. Livia watches him, thinking he'll say something offensive about her. "I've never felt this way about a person before," he says, and Livia's chest heaves. Their gazes connect. "It was different," he frowns, remembering all those emotions. "The woman I shared that night with in Airy made me feel whole, complete." His voice sounds deep. "Only you're wrong about one thing," he clarifies, and Livia looks at him strangely. On her part, it was all a farce. "What are you talking about?" Livia asks, the words spilling out of her mouth. "You left." She rests her elbows on the table, clasps her hands, and rests them on her chin, looking at him accusingly. "You were just making sure things went as planned." "What the hell are you talking about?" she asks excitedly. "I left because I had to get married. I told you, have you forgotten? I couldn't allow myself to feel anything for a stranger," she admits, her voice trembling slightly. No gives her an indecipherable look. "Besides, you were the one who tricked me. You took me to that place, knowing full well who I was. Did I force you? I just told you where I'd be. You made the decision to go. You knew very well who I was. Do you really think I knew?" Noah leans forward a little. His voice, deep and firm, fills the space as if trying to make it clear that he doesn't accept unfounded accusations. "Of course you knew." Livia crosses her arms. reinforcing her haughty expression. You knew who I was from the beginning. You saw it as an opportunity to humiliate me. If I'd known who you were, believe me, Livia, I never would have approached you. No leans forward, his gaze filled with defiance. I have no interest in acting with you. If I decided to spend that night with you, it was because... He pauses, as if searching for the right words. That's what I wanted. Just like you. The silence that follows is so heavy it seems suffocating. Livia looks away, uncomfortable, while No watches her as if trying to decipher her every thought. Amelia and Benito exchange a glance. Okay, calm down, Amelia says, trying to calm the situation. You're both focused on blaming each other, but don't you see the obvious? She looks at each of them with the patience of someone who has lived long enough to understand what others can't admit. What happened between you wasn't a coincidence, or a trap, or a ruse, or anything like that. It was something inevitable and predestined. What's happening, Livia insists sharply, is that I was forced into a marriage I didn't want, with a man who thinks he's the center of the universe. Her eyes bore into Noah's, defiant. And the only thing that's inevitable here is that we'll end up hating each other more than we already do. This isn't about blame or theories about who knew what, Benito chimes in. His tone is stern, as if he wants to bring some sanity back into the moment. He leans toward them, his voice taking on a tone of authority. It's about accepting what you feel, letting go of pride, and beginning to understand why you're here, together, at this table. You need to sit down and talk, Amelia continues, to sort things out. Come to agreements, and if, after doing so, you still think there's nothing to resolve between you, at the very least, Benito and I need you to call a truce, work together, and help us break the curse. I'm tired of that damn subject. I don't want to continue with. Livia, Benito stops her. I want to spend the last days of my life next to the only woman I've ever loved. He looks at Amelia with such deep affection that it manages to move his granddaughter's cold and stubborn heart. That will only be possible if we break the curse. Livia closes her eyes tightly and breathes deeply. She brings her hands to her forehead and rubs her temples, trying to clear her mind. I'll do anything for you, Pillalai, she finally says, looking at him with all the affection she feels for him. If being by Amelia's side makes you happy and I can help, just tell me what to do. She agrees with resignation. Just listen to the signs, Benito urges with a loving smile. Don't let your pride blind you. Allow yourself to feel. I don't understand what you mean. Tonight, Amelia chimes in. The mini-moon is in all its splendor. That means a new cycle begins, she informs us, her voice thick with stiffness. I've arranged one of the rooms for you, and know so you can spend your wedding night there. Livia's eyes widen, ready to retort, but Amelia doesn't give her the chance. We only ask that both of you, she looks at No, spend the night there. If everything remains the same between you two tomorrow morning, Benito and I are willing to give up any possibility of being together again. I don't agree, No chimes in. It's true that I don't entirely like the idea of you with a Garcia, but I also don't want you to sacrifice your happiness because of a decision Livia and I made. It's not fair. Don't you understand yet? Amelia's eyes moisten with melancholy. You two are the only chance we have of being together. Part of the curse is keeping us apart. Benito confesses, risking overwhelm, but he needs to give them something to make them believe. If Amelia and I try to be together, one of us will die. It's not possible, Livia exclaims, bewildered. We are doomed, my darling, Benito reveals. Amelia and I can talk, converse, but we cannot love each other freely, because one of us will be sacrificed. The worst part is that it's not our decision. I mean, I can't sacrifice myself for her, nor can she sacrifice herself for me. The curse will claim the life of whomever it pleases. And I couldn't live without her, he declares, full of love. I prefer to see her, even from afar, but alive, healthy, and somehow happy. I couldn't live without Benito either, Amelia declares affectionately. I'd rather be his friend, never his widow. Livia's chest tightens. She doesn't want to believe in all that nonsense, but her grandfather does, and with great devotion. So, she finally decides that he is more important. I have no problem, No declares. I can share a room with Livia if she wants. This way, we'll show them that there's no possibility of an agreement between her and me. Noah's gaze is indescribable. Livia can't read it. He seems cold, indifferent, distant. She lets out a long sigh. Okay, he reluctantly agrees. We'll spend the night together. Amelia exhales with relief, and a small smile spreads across her face. She looks at Benito, who nods gratefully at his granddaughter. For them, this small gesture of cooperation is a great step forward, a spark of hope amid so many years of resignation. Thank you, my darling, Benito says in a tone full of tenderness. This means much more than you think. Livia avoids his gaze, feeling a knot in her chest. She can't deny that her grandfather's words to Amelia and his desire to be with her affected her deeply, but she still doesn't fully grasp the magnitude of what she's accepting. She decides to focus on the one thought that keeps her going. This is all for him. Noah stands with the same focused demeanor he's displayed throughout the evening. His height and presence fill the room. So, what time does this special night start? He asks, lacing his words with a hint of sarcasm. Whenever you're ready, Amelia replies, ignoring his mocking attitude. The room is ready. Livia stands up with a stiffness that reflects her discomfort. She avoids looking at Noah and focuses all her attention on her grandfather. I don't want you to get your hopes up in the end about something that won't happen. Benito smiles, but his eyes show something deeper, enigmatic. I'm not asking you to believe now, Livia. I'm just asking that you live this evening with an open heart. He gently stroked her cheek. Sometimes the inexplicable can be more real than anything else. She doesn't respond. Her mind is filled with contradictions, with thoughts trying to rationalize what seems pointless. She feels Noah's intense gaze on her, and it only increases her irritation. You may go now, the old woman says, with imperturbable calm. The room is in the east wing of the mansion. I'll give you privacy so you can talk. Noah raises an eyebrow at his grandmother's deliberate tone, but says nothing. His gaze briefly meets Livia's, who quickly looks away and walks toward the dining room exit. This will be interesting, Noah murmurs, barely audible, as he follows her with calm steps. Amelia and Benito watch them leave in silence, sharing a look of complicity filled with hope. The night unfolds with an unearthly brilliance over the hills of Siena. 2 moons dominate the clear sky, bathing the landscape, which seems straight out of an ancient painting, in an icy, ethereal light that barely touches the ruined facade of an old mansion. Inside, the darkness is total, almost oppressive, as if the shadows themselves had taken over every corner, barely dissipated by the dim light of a forgotten candelabra on a cracked table. The remains of old furniture and worn walls speak of a once glorious past, now forgotten. A smell of dampness and neglect permeates the air, mingling with a thick aroma of alcohol. I knew I'd find you here, a female voice echoes, full of reproach and concern. In the center of what used to be the living room, a huge, battered sofa houses the figure of a man sunk in the abyss of bitter drunkenness and the decay of his own being. His posture is sloppy, and from his right arm hangs a nearly empty bottle of brandy, threatening to fall to the floor, a reflection of a night that has dragged its demons down upon him. His gaze, lost in an abyss of dark thoughts, reveals the weight of an unbearable burden. He doesn't react immediately. He's trapped in a memory, one that consumes him, one that traps him in another time, another place. His eyes, red-rimmed and hollow, stare into nothingness as his mind drags him back 15 years. In that same house, years before, a gloomy room sheltered his father, a man reduced to a shadow, lying between crumpled sheets. The illness had almost completely devoured him. His skin, dry and withered, looked more like parchment than living flesh. His chapped lips tried to move, but the effort to speak brought spasms of pain. His hands, cold and trembling, clung to the young man in front of him with desperate strength. "Swear to me," the man whispered, his voice cracking, choppy with coughing and excruciating pain, his body convulsing in a spasm. The boy could barely respond. caught between terror and helplessness. Silent tears rolled down his cheeks as he nodded in a barely audible voice. "I swear, Father," he replied, choked with tears, his voice shaking under the weight of his promise. "I swear that they will all pay for what they did to us." One by one. The dying man looked at him with a feverish gleam in his sunken eyes. "Don't forget what they took from us. Take it back, it's your right. Destroy them all. Without mercy. I will have no mercy on anyone, just as they had none on us." Her eyes darkened, her mouth tightened with hatred. The dying man tried to smile, but death claimed him in that instant. The young man watched as life snuffed out before him, leaving him powerless and devastated. He screamed, but the only response was silence. His sister's voice tears him from the hell of his memory. "Come with me. Let's go home," she insists, worried. She crouches down in front of him and places a firm hand on his shoulder. "You're not the one who should be tortured with memories," she says, seeking to ease the torment she sees in his eyes. "Remember, it's those damned creatures who deserve the pain. They're the ones who have to suffer." He looks up at his sister, his eyes blazing with a rage that consumes him from within. "It's that damn moon," he growls, gritting his teeth. "I know. I'm sorry." His gaze hardens as he shifts to the window that lets in the silver reflection. Everything comes back. The pain, the loss, the anguish, the despair, the hatred. It's like it's digging at my insides, like it won't let me forget. "Remember what Dad always told you," she whispers softly. "Pain should be your strength, not your weakness." He holds her tightly, clinging to her as if she were his only anchor in a sea of torment. His sister is the only thing he has left, and the one for whom he continues to endure this nightmare. "The bastard was saved," he murmurs, his voice thick with venom. His eyes glow with a hatred so profound it seems to burn his insides. "I know," she replies coldly, the same venom in her voice. "But not for long. We'll find another chance, and this time there won't be any miracles that will save him." The man squeezes his sister's arm harshly. "I need her." Her voice is filled with desperation. "I feel like I'm dying without her." The woman's eyes shine with tears held back by rage. She hates seeing him like this, devastated by something he can't have. "If she's not yours, I swear I'll destroy her," he says with chilling conviction. "Only then will you be able to heal. It's the only way you'll find peace." The embrace becomes a silent pact. The woman holds him as if she wants to absorb all his pain and transform it into strength. She closes her eyes as she holds him, her heart burning with a single certainty. "Soon," she promises, filled with bitterness and resentment. "Very soon, it will all be over. It won't be long before they're done with all those who once took everything from them. And that cursed moon, which insists on appearing like a grim omen, will bear witness to their revenge." She can't stand seeing her brother in that condition. Every time that damn moon appears, he enters that kind of painful limbo. She's fed up. She doesn't know how much longer she'll have to wait. The only thing she's sure of is that, very soon, she'll get rid of everyone who's hurt them, especially that damned Livia Garcia. Chapter 6. Livia and No arrive at the room. No enters first, analyzing the space as if he were sizing up unfamiliar terrain, while Livia stands in the doorway, hesitating whether to cross. The first thing that catches her eye is the enormous dark-wood four-poster double bed, carved with intricate floral designs. Around it hang burgundy velvet curtains that can be drawn for privacy. Two antique floor lamps with frosted glass shades flank the bed, casting a warm, soft light. Livia raises a wry eyebrow. Amelia clearly put a lot of effort into it. "Are you going to stay there all night?" Noah asks in a neutral voice, but with a slight hint of insinuation that doesn't go unnoticed. Livia decides to ignore him as she closes the door behind her with a loud bang. From downstairs, Amelia and Benito hear the sound of the door closing. Amelia intertwines her fingers with Benito's, clinging to him as if with that gesture she could control the outcome of what happens upstairs. "Everything will be fine," Benito says with an optimism that attempts to be comforting. "I hope so." Amelia replies hopefully, without taking her eyes off the stairs. Inside the room, Livia approaches the bed, dressed in white cotton sheets and an embroidered duvet in black and ivory tones. Her crossed arms and tense posture reveal that she's ready for any verbal confrontation. No leans casually against the wall and watches her with a calmness that unnerves her. "I'm not going to bite you, you know," he says, with a crooked smile. "You couldn't even if you tried," she replies coldly, her defiant gaze boring into his. "However, if that's what you want." He shrugs, letting the sentence hang in the air before completing it in a mischievous tone. "I can sacrifice myself." He flashes a mischievous grin, and Livia rolls her eyes. "You're fascinating, you know that?" he comments, still staring at her, so full of fire and ice at the same time. The unexpected statement takes her by surprise. Livia looks at him suspiciously, trying to decipher whether his words are a compliment or just another provocation. She decides to ignore him. She takes off her shoes and leaves them next to the bed. "If possible, don't talk to me," she asks without looking at him, massaging her ankles. No studies her for a moment longer before removing his jacket and hanging it on the back of the chair at an antique marble dressing table, topped by a gilt-framed oval mirror. He sits down with deliberate calm, crosses his legs, and lets silence settle between them. Livia glances at him, wondering if the serenity he projects is genuine or simply another of his strategies to irritate her. "This doesn't have to be a war, Livia," he says seriously, without looking at her, as he unbuttons the cuffs of his shirt and rolls up his sleeves with slow movements. "I think it would be more helpful if we stopped seeing this as a battlefield. But if you'd rather it be one, go ahead." Livia turns quickly, ready to answer, but something in his tone stops her. It doesn't sound like a threat, more like a proposal, one she feels she can't ignore. She approaches him, stopping a few steps away. "I don't need your condescension, Noah. I didn't ask for this, okay?" His voice sounds softer than he intended, as if he's secretly beginning to contemplate a truce. Noah raises an eyebrow, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips, as if he's used to that resistance. He leans forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. "I didn't ask for it either, okay?" he replies. The intensity of his gaze disarms her for a moment, but she's not willing to give in. Livia takes a step toward him, her posture rigid, her hands on her hips. "I don't need this. I don't need you. I'm here because my grandfather left me no choice, but I'm not going to pretend I like it." Noah nods slowly, as if processing each word carefully. Then she stands, her height forcing her to raise her head to maintain eye contact. "Then don't pretend," he says, his voice lower, deeper. "But don't keep fighting everything either." Livia narrows her eyes, distrustful. "I don't understand what your game is, Noah. I don't know if you're trying to be nice or just looking for another way to irritate me." Noah smiles. "Livia, it's not all strategy. Sometimes I just talk. We're going to spend the night together. Believe me, I'm not interested in arguing." She pauses, closes her eyes for a moment, and takes a deep breath before continuing. "We're here now. We could try to make this night less unbearable." For the first time, she notices the tiredness on his face, the slight weariness reflected in his eyes, and she can't help but feel her heart ache a little. The concern takes her by surprise, but she hides it well. She says nothing, watching him closely, trying to read between the lines. Finally, she nods with a slight inclination of her head. Noah walks to the window, opens the curtains a little wider, and gazes out at the night. Outside, the moon illuminates the landscape with a faint glow, and for a moment, he seems lost in thought. She also approaches the window frame, leans one shoulder against the lintel, and crosses her arms, her gaze lost in that small moon that is barely visible, like a distant flash in the dark sky. Noah turns his head slightly, meeting her eyes. In that instant, the distance between them feels shorter than it really is. They both remain silent. Outside, the moon continues to shine, and the universe seems to hold its breath, as if also waiting for the newlyweds' next move. Did you know that this mini-moon is actually a small asteroid temporarily trapped in Earth's orbit by its gravity? Livia says, breaking the silence, still looking up at the sky. "Yes, I read it once, when my grandmother started talking to me about it." No comments in a calm voice. detailing the glow emanating from the small luminous sphere. Because of its size and distance, it's not visible to the naked eye. You need a telescope to detect it, she adds, frowning slightly, a little thoughtfully. It's curious that you and I can actually see it. Noah doesn't say anything, but their gazes meet for a few seconds. My grandfather is passionate about astronomy, she continues, breaking the connection that she feels is beginning to affect her. He has dedicated his life to studying stars, planets, moons, comets, asteroids. She smiles as she lists them on her fingers: nebulae, galaxies, black holes, and many other things. I've never understood what a black hole is, he says with a slight smile. Livia responds with a smile that softens her expression. Honestly, I don't either, she admits, laughing a little more heartily. Then she sighs, moved by the memory she's evoked. There are many things I don't understand, but I like listening to him talk. When I was a child, we used to go to a hill near the mansion to watch the stars. He loved that place. He used to tell me. She stops abruptly and looks at him, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, she says with a cough. I didn't mean to say too much. Noah looks at her with an unexpected softness in his gaze. You don't have to apologize, he says sincerely. It's nice to hear you talk like this. Like this? She asks, somewhere between suspicious and curious, arching an eyebrow with a hint of defiance. No attack, he replies without hesitation, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I don't usually open up to strangers, Livia confesses unintentionally, crossing her arms, trying to maintain an emotional barrier between them. Strangers? Noah lets out a short laugh, without taking his eyes off her. Livia, we're married. She watches him, trying to decipher the expression crossing his face. There's something in his tone that she can't quite place as mockery or sarcasm. She sighs, uncomfortable with the atmosphere, which seems to be becoming more intimate than she expected. She turns toward the window once more. The moonlight bathes her face, softening the tension in her features and highlighting a glow that Noah can't ignore. Then, his attention focuses on the nuances of her face, on the curve of her neck illuminated by the dim light. There's something about her that he finds hypnotic, a mix of strength and vulnerability that intrigues and attracts him more than he's willing to admit. Did you enjoy climbing that hill with your grandfather? He asks with genuine interest. Livia nods, without taking her eyes off the sky. It made me feel free, she replies, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. It was like nothing was more important, like the universe was a vast place, but at the same time, it was so close I could reach it. She pauses and looks down. Sometimes I wish I could go back to those days. Noah crosses his arms, maintaining his interest. Her words stir a strange pressure in his chest, a sensation he can't quite identify as he listens to her open up, and it makes him want to know more. Why don't you do it? He asks after a moment. Livia turns to look at him. Her eyes shine, filled with emotions that Noah can't fully decipher. There's something profound in her gaze, perhaps longing and resignation. Because I'm not a little girl anymore, Noah. The harshness returns to her tone, but there's a hidden fragility he doesn't miss. And because, sometimes, memories must remain just that, memories. Noah holds her gaze and nods, accepting her words without question. Looks like we can talk like two civilized people after all, he says, with a serene smile that eases the tension. We could try not to destroy each other, at least today. Livia lets out a short laugh, surprised by the unexpected, light sound, as if she'd forgotten what it felt like to laugh like that. She shakes her head and looks back up at the moon. If you're not the one who starts, maybe we can try, he replies, with a hint of irony. The silence that follows isn't awkward. They both remain by the window, trapped by a supernatural force. They gaze at the illuminated sky, immersed in their own thoughts, sharing a silent truce that neither of them expected. Can I ask you a question? Noah asks cautiously a few minutes later. Livia narrows her eyes slightly in distrust, but finally nods, albeit with obvious reservation. Is what my nana said true? Her question, though seemingly mocking, is laced with a deep longing. About what? She replies, trying to appear indifferent, even though she knows exactly what he's talking about. Was what you felt with me something different? The air seems to thicken between them. Livia closes her eyes and lets out an awkward sigh before responding coldly. I said it, he admits, adopting a haughty posture. But that doesn't mean anything. Is that why you left? Because it didn't mean anything? She reproaches, her face hard and her voice tinged with reproach. Or were you just making sure things went as planned? The accusation causes her to take a step toward him, anger flashing in her eyes. You keep accusing me of something I don't fully understand, she counters, annoyed. At least have the courage to speak clearly, she demands, defiantly. Tell me exactly what you're accusing me of. About the yacht breakdown. I know it wasn't an accident, he replies gravely. Livia's expression is one of complete confusion. Yacht? Accident? What are you talking about? And what do I have to do with it? You were one of the few people who knew I'd be an Airy. And it turns out I just don't trust you. She lets out a short, sarcastic laugh, though her eyes reflect a pain she tries to hide. And that's enough to accuse me? Are you basing your accusations solely on the fact that you don't trust me? That, because I'm not trustworthy, I automatically become the prime suspect. Her expression is angry, but there's also a hint of sadness and pain at the wound this accusation leaves her with. Show me the evidence that incriminates me, she demands, her voice firm. I don't have them yet, but I will. Good luck with that, he replies disdainfully, not hiding the bitterness the situation causes him. I was adrift for 2 days, No says, not knowing exactly why. Something in his chest tells him that, even though he's accused her, she's not involved. Was it 4 days ago? She asks, unable to stop herself. Noah lets out a bitter laugh, laced with victory. He closes the distance between them, looking at her accusingly. So you recognize it? I don't recognize anything, damn it. She walks away from him, her mind in turmoil. She remembers her nightmare, the one where Noah was in danger, and her desperate conversation with the moon, asking it to protect him. You knew it. Noah insists, his voice full of reproach. It shows in your attitude. Livia closes her eyes, which, unable to stop them, become moist. She grits her teeth, berating herself for showing such weakness. She opens them again and faces him with a defiant gaze. 3 nights ago, I had a nightmare, she confesses, as if she can't control her own words. I don't give a shit whether you believe me or not. Her eyes flash with fury as her words flow like an impossible-to-stop torrent. I woke up distraught, with a tightness in my chest that I couldn't explain. I felt like you were in danger. She breathes heavily, her chest tightening at the memory. Something pulled me to the moon and She stops in frustration, furious with herself for the absurdity of what she's saying. This is ridiculous. She turns around, fully intending to get out of there. Noah grabs her arm tightly, without hurting her. Stop talking, he asks in a hoarse voice, his chest filled with an emotion he can't identify, but it consumes him inside, and he wants to hear what she's trying to keep quiet. I felt really bad, like I could sense you were in danger. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt like something terrible was happening to you. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, but I felt it. Their eyes met. I went to the window, saw the moon, and asked it to protect you. Wherever you were, She stops when Noah catches her in his arms. I was about to faint, he says, his face very close to hers. I was losing strength. His voice is very low, but still loud enough for her to hear. The moon was shining down on me, and all I could think about was you. It can't be, she exclaims, deeply affected. Noah takes her face in both hands, forcing her to look at him directly. Damn it, Livia Garcia, tell me you're not lying to me. I'm not an easy person, and I have many flaws, but I never lie. No, Rodriguez. You should have realized that by now. It hurt so much when you left, he whispers, gently brushing her lips. Livia lets out a small sigh and her defenses fall, crumbling at her feet. It hurt my soul to leave you, he also confesses. Immediately, the words disappear between them, and their lips meet like the clash of 2 storms, intense and relentless, charged with an energy that can no longer be contained. Noah grips her face more tightly, his fingers firmly yet delicately tracing the line of her jaw. His lips move urgently, devouring her with a longing that seems to have been building for years. Every movement is a reclamation of everything left unfinished between them. Livia responds with equal fervor. Her hands clutch at Noah's shirt, pulling him as if she can't bear the thought of him moving even a millimeter away. She feels his warmth radiating through the fabric of her body and the strength of his embrace pressing her against his chest. The broth becomes desperate, charged with desire, passion, but also with overwhelming emotions. Their breaths intertwine, shallow and ragged, as the two surrender to the connection that seems to completely overwhelm them. No slides a hand to the base of her neck, tilting it back slightly to deepen the contact. Livia feels the light touch of his beard against her skin, a perfect contrast to the softness of his lips. Then, she hugs him tighter, her hands moving up his back, feeling the tension in his muscles beneath the fabric of his shirt. It's a broth that speaks for them, screaming out everything they haven't been able to express with words. In that moment, there is no time, no past or future, only the present, only the two of them, caught in that vortex of feelings that consumes them mercilessly. When they finally part, just a few centimeters apart, their lips are a breath away. They both tremble, their uncontrolled breaths filling the space between them. Livia keeps her eyes closed, as if afraid that opening them might break the fragile bubble that encloses them. No, however, can't tear his gaze away from her. Fascinated, he stares at her slightly swollen lips, her rapidly rising and falling chest, and the tears threatening to escape from those closed eyes. That's all he needs to know that she's lost in the moment, just as much as he is. He lifts a hand and gently runs it over her cheek. His touch is the complete opposite of the broth's passion. It's tender, almost reverent. "Livia," he whispers, his voice hoarse, cracking from the magnitude of what he's feeling. "What do we do with this?" She opens her eyes slowly, their gazes meeting in a deep connection. She swallows, trying to find the right words, but nothing seems right. "I don't know," he finally answers in a whisper. "Actually, I don't know. I just know I can't keep pretending." Noah closes his eyes for a few seconds. Her words have pierced the armor he'd been wearing for too long. When he opens them again, there's determination in them, as well as a vulnerability she'd never seen before. "Don't leave again," he pleads, and although his tone is firm, his words carry the weight of a plea. Livia looks down, feeling her emotions so intense she could break at any moment. "I didn't want to leave," she admits, her voice breaking. "I thought it was best for both of us. I was getting married. I had to keep my word. What I was feeling for you was overwhelming. I couldn't allow it." Noah lets out a sigh, frustrated. "If you had stayed by my side for a few more days, sooner or later we would have discovered who we were, and things would be simpler today, don't you think?" She looks at him again, her eyes shining with mixed emotions. "So what do we do now?" she asks, with the latent fear of an answer she doesn't know if she can bear. "I'm not going to let you go now, Livia," he says with such firm conviction that it shakes her to the very fiber of her being. "You're no Rodriguez, and I'm Livia Garcia. We hate each other, remember?" Noah gives a small smile. "I've never hated you, Livia Garcia. I just don't like the methods you've used to rise above Alexis Rodriguez." "Methods?" she asks, offended. "What are you talking about?" "The only one here who—" No silences her with a new broth, slow and deep. Livia can't resist. She has no strength. She no longer has any reason to fight what she feels. The intensity of the broth, the firmness of Noah's arms around her, and that inexplicable attraction that consumes her, push her to surrender. Her hands slide down his chest, feeling the strong, steady beat beneath her fingers, until they tangle in the collar of his shirt. She pulls him toward her as if she wanted to merge with him. Noah slides one hand down to her waist, holding her against his body, while the other runs down the line of her back, stopping right at the curve of her neck. His movements are careful, but charged with a contained passion that now seems impossible to contain. Livia gasps against his lips. Her breathing is erratic, every moment on the edge of that abyss stripping her of her self-control. The room fills with a tension that both can feel in the air. The moonlight streams in more forcefully through the window, illuminating them with a glow that seems to transport them to a world apart, untouched by rules, rivalries, conflicts, mistrust, and restrictions. No lifts her by the waist with an ease that makes her feel light, almost weightless, and carries her to the bed. Livia doesn't protest. On the contrary, her lips seek his with more urgency. When he lays her down on the sheets, the cold fabric contrasts with the scorching heat emanating from their bodies. He leans over her and fixes his eyes on hers, searching for a sign, a silent permission. Livia barely smiles, almost imperceptible, and that simple, meaningful gesture is enough. No tilts his head and brushes his lips against her neck, igniting a torrent of sensations that course through her like fire. Livia arches her back, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly. No seems to know exactly how to touch her, how to rekindle that spark she's kept dormant for years and that only he has managed to ignite. Their bodies meet, fitting together with a naturalness that seems to defy everything, as if they've always belonged together. The connection they share is deep, almost primal, something neither of them fully understands, but which both feel with a devastating intensity in every fiber of their being. No can't take his eyes off Livia. She's there, in front of him, her hair scattered across the pillow, falling softly over her shoulders. Everything about her calls to him, challenges him, draws him in, from her slightly swollen lips to her gaze charged with emotions he doesn't need to translate. The moonlight filters through the curtains, bathing their bodies in a glow that seems to amplify every emotion. Livia also never takes her gaze off now. There's something more than desire between them, something she can't name, but is there, so real that it anchors them to a moment they don't want to end. Livia's hands descend slowly, running over Noah's chest. She feels the frantic beat of his heart beneath the fabric of his shirt, a rhythm that mirrors her own. Her determined fingers slide beneath the fabric and caress every groove of his torso. She reaches the buttons and begins to undo them. "This changes everything," Noah murmurs. "Or it makes things even more complicated," she replies, her voice full of desire and her gaze lost in his. "Fuck everything," he whispers. His hot breath brushes Livia's skin as his lips move closer to hers, but don't touch. His thigh opens her legs wider, and he settles into her center. "You and I have always loved a challenge." The room is bathed in a profound silence, interrupted only by their labored breathing. The dim lamplight casts golden shadows over their bodies, accentuating every curve and line of their silhouettes. Livia feels her heart pounding as Noah's fingers gently run over her face, slowly tracing the contours of her jaw. His touch is delicate, the pads of his fingers brushing her parted lips. They're so close that the warmth of their breath mingles. With a slight tilt of his head, their mouths meet. The broth begins gently, exploratory, but soon passion takes over and takes control, like a wave that sweeps everything away. Their lips seek each other with an urgency that neither of them tries to contain. Livia lets out a soft moan as Noah's hands slide down her back, pulling her closer. She wraps her arms around him, digging her fingers into his silky brown hair. Each caress erases any trace of doubt that might remain between them. Noah's fingers move deftly, unbuttoning the top button of Livia's blouse. She watches him with lustful eyes as he lets the garment slide off her shoulders, revealing her smooth, luminous skin in the dim moonlight. No scans every inch of her figure with fascinated eyes, as if trying to memorize it. "You look exquisite, little piece of meat," he murmurs, his voice hoarse with passion. She responds by slipping off his shirt, revealing his firm, tan torso. Wasting no time, she traces a path of broth from his neck to his chest, savoring its flavor. Her fingers trace imaginary lines on his skin, and the touch thrills him. Noah's lips, in turn, find their way to her neck, her collarbone, until they rest in the valley of her breasts. Carefully, he removes her bra, as if unwrapping the most precious of gifts. Livia closes her eyes, enjoying the sensation of his fingertips tracing a fiery path across her skin. No takes a moment to admire her, whispering words she can barely hear. His masculine hands, strong and sure, run over her shoulders, down her arms, and finally stop at her breasts. They cup them, massaging them gently, while his lips rest on one of them, circling the nipple with his tongue before languidly sucking on it. Livia arches her back, feeling how every movement of his mouth ignites an uncontrollable fire inside her. He continues tracing small circles with his lips around her nipples, which harden upon contact. His hands gently squeeze and release them, while his tongue traces soft caresses that make Livia arch her back, letting out a shaky sigh. No takes his time, delighting in Livia's reactions, watching how her body responds to every touch, every suck, and every small bite. She caresses him, exploring every line of his back with her hands. When her fingers reach the waistband of his pants, No helps her unbutton them. The garments fall to the floor, and they are both left in their underwear, silently admiring each other. The two moons shine through the window, flooding the room with their ethereal glow and enveloping them in their silvery halo. The light amplifies every sensation, intensifies the pleasure, and envelopes their bodies in a magical atmosphere. No is completely lost in Livia, his gaze fixed on her as if she were the center of his universe. Livia feels the same. Her eyes never leave his, and the outside world disappears. It's just the two of them, immersed in a unique and personal universe. Livia feels vulnerable, yet powerful under Noah's burning gaze. He gently squeezes her thighs together before slowly removing the last piece of clothing separating them. His body responds to the sight of her completely naked, and his breathing quickens with anticipation. No takes his time. His fingers trace a path around her waist, sliding down her hips to reach her center, and he explores it delicately. He finds her wet and ready, but decides to take a little more time, savoring the privilege of exploring her. His caresses, slow and precise, draw moans from her that fuel his own desire. Livia's body arches instinctively, giving in completely to the pleasure he provides. No focuses on the exact spot that makes her shudder. The pressure of his fingers varies, alternating between gentleness and firmness, sending shocks of pleasure that make her tremble. No gradually increases his pace, attentive to Livia's every reaction. Her breathing becomes more labored, her hands gripping his shoulders, seeking to anchor herself as her body loses itself in a spiral of ascending sensations. Livia's moans intensify, and her body begins to shake with the imminent arrival of climax. No maintains control, guiding her with precision until he feels her tension reach a peak and she surrenders to delirium. A deep, agonizing gasp escapes her lips as her body shakes in frenzied ecstasy. No watches her adoringly as his fingers continue to work to prolong her pleasure. The warmth of the moment surrounds them, and when Livia finally opens her eyes, she finds him gazing at her with a depth that takes her breath away. Livia wraps her legs around him, pulling him toward her. No knows it's time, so with a single, firm thrust, he enters her. They both let out a moan filled with pleasure and relief. The feeling of union is overwhelming, a meeting that transcends the flesh and reaches the soul. No pauses for a moment, allowing them to adjust, and then begins to move frantically. Livia feels her body transform into an explosion of sensations that run through her from the base of her spine to her fingertips. Every movement of Noah's causes a wave of heat to settle in her belly, expanding with a burning sensation that knows no bounds. Her body responds instinctively, arching to meet him, desperately seeking that connection that makes her feel alive, whole. As their movements intensify, they both lose control. Every fierce thrust makes her touch the stars. Noah's mouth clamps down on her erect nipples, sending electric shocks that make her moan uncontrollably. The precise pressure of his touch makes her tremble, and the way his lips then search her neck, her collarbone, and finally devour hers consumes her completely. Livia's body becomes liquid lava, malleable under Noah's weight. The way he looks at her as he possesses her is a silent language, a conversation between souls that needs no words. His dark eyes, alight with desire, reflect what she feels, a connection so deep it transcends the physical. Little by little, Noah's movements become more and more impetuous, and Livia feels a delicious pressure begin to form deep within her, growing with every second, with every thrust. As he quickens his pace, she feels everything around her disappear. The sounds of their breathing, the moans that fill the air, the warmth emanating from their bodies. Everything seems to exist in a parallel universe created just for them. Livia clings to Noah, gently digging her nails into his back, pulling him closer, as if she wants to merge with him, to become one. The fire in her belly becomes unbearable. A whirlwind of sensations threatens to consume her. Livia can't contain the scream that escapes her lips when climax finally reaches her, and a wave of ecstasy completely overwhelms her. Her breathing turns into gasps. Her body arches beneath Noah's. She trembles as he follows her movements, rubbing against that exact spot, which prolongs every second of pleasure. For Livia, there is nothing else in the world but this moment. Noah's lips seek hers again, trapping her moans in a broth filled with passion, as if he wanted to steal that last vestige of her ecstasy to keep with him. Noah follows her movements, taking her further, and soon after, he too reaches his climax with a deep moan escaping his throat as he lets himself be swept away by the intensity of the moment. His body shudders, and finally, they both lie still, their hearts beating in unison as they catch their breath. The room falls silent again, broken only by the sound of their breathing, which slowly returns to normal. Livia and Noah remain embraced, their sweaty bodies intertwined, feeling each other's warmth. The moonlight continues to bathe them, enveloping them in its magic. A feeling of wholeness and connection envelopes them, and in that moment, nothing else matters. The forest seems endless, it's a labyrinth of shadows and mystery. The air is thick and humid, with an earthy smell that fills Livia's lungs, laden with an unsettling silence that is broken by the crunching of dry branches under her feet. A thick mist envelopes the place and swirls between the twisted trunks, forming strange shapes that disappear as you advance. The vegetation is so dense that every step requires effort. Protruding roots and dense thickets obstruct your path. Your hands desperately push aside branches, many of them scratching your skin. Moonlight filters through the tall treetops, casting faint beams of light onto the leaf-covered ground that intermittently illuminate the path. Livia doesn't know what she's looking for, or who, but her heart beats with an inexplicable urgency. The forest seems to breathe, feeling alive and silent at the same time. She trips over a root, falls to her knees, and feels the pain in her palms. When she looks up, the moon reappears between the branches. Its pale light caresses her face, and Livia, as if that brightness had the power to comfort her, sits up again. Her breathing is irregular, and sweat mixes with the fine drops of dew the vegetation has left on her skin. The ground is covered with dry leaves that crunch beneath her feet, but the sound seems muffled, almost unreal, as if the forest were trying to absorb every last trace of her presence. She moves forward and forward, though her strength begins to fail her. The branches of the low bushes scratch her legs, leaving red grooves on her burning skin where the thorns and branches have left small cuts, but she cannot stop. There is a weight in her chest, a feeling that what she seeks, though unknown, is vital and depends on her reaching a place she does not know. Suddenly, the landscape collapses around them. The fog dissipates, the trees and the smell of damp earth fade. The leaf-covered ground gives way to sand. A vast desert now surrounds her. The change is so abrupt that Livia takes a step back, perplexed. The night is freezing, and the cold seeps into her clothes like needles. The air, dry and sharp, carries with it tiny particles of sand that scratch her face. The wind blows strongly, stirring up small storms that blur her vision and fill her mouth with dust. The starry sky stretches out like an endless blanket. Around them, only dunes undulate in the distance. The sand, which scorches in the sun during the day, now feels icy beneath their bare feet. The wind whistles with a strange moan, stirring up swirling eddies of sand that disappear as quickly as they form. Livia hugs herself, trying to conserve some warmth. Each step on the unstable ground saps her of strength. Her lips are chapped, her legs tremble, and the weight of uncertainty begins to crush her. With each step, she feels her strength draining away, and her thoughts become muddled. On the horizon, just when she thinks she can't go on, a glimmer of light breaks her lethargy. A thin silver line appears between two dunes, like a mirror reflecting moonlight. Livia feels a spark of hope and forces herself to keep going, even though her legs threaten to give way at any moment. As he approaches, he discovers an oasis that seems to float like a magical vision. His tired, dry eyes can barely focus on it, but there it is, a small, perfect lake, shaped like a half-moon and shimmering under the light of two twin moons, surrounded by palm trees. Its water shimmers with a radiance that doesn't seem natural, but rather emerges from within. The surrounding vegetation is a deeper green than he's ever seen, and the palm fronds sway gently. The air around the lake is different, warmer, softer, and a sweet scent she can't quite identify envelopes her. It seems as if heaven and earth merge in that place. In the midst of this scene, a silhouette emerges. A young gypsy woman of mesmerizing beauty. Her long, curly hair cascades over her back and shoulders. She wears a flowing garment that billows in the wind, giving the impression of being made of mist and light. Livia stops, unable to tear her gaze away. The gypsy woman stretches her arms out to her sides, and a bright flash on her chest captures her attention. She is an ethereal figure, formed by silver and blue hues, with the delicate shape of a butterfly. Livia tries to move forward, but her feet sink into the sand, as if the desert were trying to hold her back. The gypsy woman smiles and murmurs something that the wind carries before Livia can understand. With effort, she takes another step, approaching the lake. The gypsy woman's voice suddenly becomes clear, as if it has crossed an invisible barrier. "The shadows that haunt your family are yours too, Livia," the woman says, her voice soft and enveloping, seemingly coming from the oasis itself. "Don't try to escape them, for wherever you go, they will follow you." "Who are you?" he tries to ask, but his voice won't come out of his throat. On nights like this, under the watchful gaze of the two moons, their true forms are revealed. But remember, don't look for them in the darkness that surrounds you. See them in the reflection of the light, where the hidden and the obvious intersect. Only there will you understand the price you must pay. "What price are you talking about?" asked the water. Sometimes the answers are there, even if you don't see them right away. The butterfly in the gypsy's chest glows brighter, and Livia feels something inside her expand. A wave of emotion washes over her, like a whirlwind of sadness, anger, and hope. She tries to speak, but the words get caught in her throat. She feels everything around her begin to spin. The sand beneath her feet slowly sinks, and the once calm lake begins to churn. She wants to get closer to the woman, wants to understand what she is saying, but her strength fails. A dull roar fills his ears. The water in the oasis rises, as if overflowing from some unknown force. The ripples expand in perfect circles, reflecting the two moons in each curve, until everything spins faster. The sensation is overwhelming. Livia tries to back away, but it's useless. The cold liquid envelopes her, rising to her waist, her chest, and her neck. She can't breathe. She sinks deeper and deeper, while the woman's figure fades into the distance. Everything goes dark. Livia wakes with a start, her heart pounding in her chest like a runaway drum. She sits up immediately, breathing heavily, her hands instinctively seeking to calm the frantic beat. Her naked body is drenched in sweat. She looks around, trying to locate where she is. The air seems thick, and for a moment, she wonders if she's still trapped in that disturbing dream. Slowly, her mind begins to clear. She's in the room Amelia offered her, with no sleeping soundly beside her. His enormous figure is clearly visible under the sheets, and his rhythmic breathing contrasts with the chaos still shaking Livia. She brings her hands to her face, trying to erase the images that linger in her mind, but it's useless. The gypsy's words return with overwhelming clarity, still echoing in the air. The shadows that haunt your family are also yours. Each syllable weighs like a warning. He closes his eyes, seeking serenity, but in the darkness of his eyelids he only finds the reflection of that inconceivable lake, the blue glow of the butterfly, and the sensation of sinking into seemingly bottomless waters. A shiver runs through her body, and when she opens her eyes, she stares out the window. The moonlight bathes the panes in a faint glow, and for a second, Livia thinks she can make out a glimmer. She shakes her head, convinced her mind is playing tricks on her, but a restlessness persists, growing inside her. "What does all this mean?" she whispers, her voice barely a thread trailing across the room. For some reason, one she can't explain, she knows what she experienced wasn't a simple dream, nor a nightmare. It's something more, something that vibrates inside her with the force of a hidden truth, a calling she can't ignore. Livia presses her lips together at the intensity of her own certainty. A thought arises in his mind. Could it be that I'm letting Amelia and my grandfather influence me? Damn it, he growls through gritted teeth, clenching his fists at his sides. Doubt shakes her, and she shakes her head from side to side, trying to push the thought away. But this time it's different. For the first time, she feels that the words they've insistently repeated to her aren't as crazy as she thought. What if they're right? What if there's something else, something she can't quite grasp yet? Finally, he stands up, aware that he'll never be able to go back to sleep. The cold floor reminds him that he's in the real world, but his mind remains trapped in the mirage of the lake. He takes a couple of steps toward the window, resting his hands on the frame as he gazes out into the night. The silence is dense, barely broken by the distant call of a night bird. He leans his forehead against the glass, his skin prickling with goosebumps from the night air that enters the room. He stares outside for a few seconds, but his eyes turn back to Noah. She stares at the silhouette of the man who has transformed her life, filling her with inexplicable joy. His mere presence fills her with an infinite calm and makes her feel complete. The question immediately arises. Why do you feel this way about him? Why such a deep, visceral connection between the two of you? Where does all this come from? She feels a knot in her stomach and squeezes her eyes shut. There has to be an explanation for this, she thinks, determination growing inside her like a flame that can't be extinguished. Her questions go unanswered. On the contrary, a void settles in her chest. She feels that the gypsy's words hold a key she can't yet decipher. The images of the dream mingle with her own fears, and she feels something pushing her to search, to understand. Her gaze drifts into the sky, her thoughts tangling in an impossible-to-unravel tangle. The truth is, at that moment, Livia feels something different. It's not fear, although her heart is still beating strongly. It's a deeper sensation, a certainty that drives her forward. Whatever calls to her from the shadows, she will face it. If the answers are out there, hidden in that gypsy's words, she won't wait for them to come to her. She knows she must seek them out, even if she doesn't yet know how or where. A spark of determination begins to glow within her, illuminating the dark corners of her mind. With one last glance at No, who remains in a peaceful sleep, Livia takes a deep breath, letting the cold air fill her lungs. And for the first time since waking, she feels the chaos within her begin to come together. She returns to the bed and settles in next to No. He, still deep in sleep, stirs slightly and pulls her to him with an instinctive, protective movement, wrapping his strong arms around her. Livia closes her eyes and lets her head rest on his bare chest. The heartbeat beneath her ear is steady and steady. That simple act of holding her in his arms is enough to calm her. The night is almost over. Dawn is breaking through the darkness. But something tells him that this is just the beginning of a path he can no longer ignore. Sunbeams filter through the curtains, filling the room with a warm, golden glow. Noah wakes slowly, his eyelids still heavy from deep sleep. Disregarding the night he spent with her in Airy, he can't remember another time his body has rested like this, as if the weight of his life had completely vanished. He reaches for the other side of the bed, but finds the space empty. He sits up calmly, resting his elbows on the bed, and looks toward the bathroom. The gentle sound of running water brings a smile to his face. Livia is still there. This time, she hasn't fled during the night. She stayed by his side. When Livia emerges from the bathroom, she's wearing an elegant set of black lingerie that highlights the smoothness of her skin and the delicate contours of her figure. No can't help but stare at her in fascination. "Wow," he exclaims, genuinely impressed. "Good morning, wife," he says, his voice low, filled with a tenderness he doesn't try to hide. "Don't get too excited," she replies, less seriously than she intended. "It's the only thing I found there." She points to a small suitcase Amelia left the night before with a change of clothes, then covers herself with a white silk bathrobe. "Amelia didn't skimp on details," she exclaims ironically. "I'll have to thank him," Noah jokes, raising an eyebrow. "There's a change of clothes for you too," she adds, deliberately ignoring the insinuation. Noah watches her as she dresses, fascinated by the beauty of her body. Livia looks at him and raises an eyebrow. "Are you going to stand there, just stare at me?" she asked with a certain flirtatiousness she didn't mean for. "I wish I could, but," she replies, exhaling a sigh and standing up. "I'm going to take a shower," she announces as she crosses the room and enters the bathroom, closing the door behind her. In the shower, while the warm water relaxes his muscles, the only thing on his mind is Livia. He can't help but think about how different it is to wake up with her by his side, the peace he feels when they sleep together. Livia is his sedative, his natural medicine. Everything he feels when he's with her is new, disconcerting. Maybe it's the moon's magic, or the curse, or maybe it's just her. Whatever it is, he doesn't care. All he knows is that he doesn't want to lose the calm that surrounds him when they're together. When he leaves the bathroom, he finds Livia already dressed and sitting at the vanity. She's leaning toward the mirror, putting the finishing touches on her makeup. Her hair falls in soft waves over her shoulders and down her back. Noah stops for a few seconds to admire her in silence. "I'll stop by your office at 3 o'clock this afternoon," Livia informs her as she brushes her lips with a delicate red brush. Noah, who is buttoning his shirt, looks up, intrigued. "You can tell me here, if you want," he replies as he adjusts his jacket. She looks at him through the reflection in the mirror with a firm and confident expression. "No, a bedroom is not the place to discuss business matters." Noah smiles and walks up behind her. He rests his hands on the arms of the Victorian chair she's sitting in and leans in until his face is close to her neck. "You're right," he murmurs before slowly kissing the curve of her neck, sensually sniffing the area. His warm breath brushes against her skin. Much more fun stuff happens in the bedroom. Noah fills Livia's neck with slow, tempting broths. She closes her eyes for a moment, trying to maintain control, but the way his lips brush against her skin sends a shiver through her. Their gazes meet in the mirror, and their eyes burn. Desire flares between them, transporting them back to the memories of the previous night. "Enough," she whispers, gently pushing him away. "Look at the time. I'm already late enough." Noah gives her a mischievous look and a flirtatious smile. He gives her a final pat of broth on her cheek and continues dressing. Livia adjusts her heels and picks up her bag. She's about to leave, but Noah stops her before she reaches the door. "Livia, wait." She stops and looks at him, hesitating for a moment before turning back to him. Noah reaches out his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, she intertwines her fingers with his. He pulls her toward him, wrapping her in a possessive embrace. "I don't want you to leave this room and regret anything we agreed to," he says, his voice low and grave, tenderly caressing the line of her jaw. Livia looks him straight in the eyes, seriously. "I won't. I gave you my word and—" "Shoo," he interrupts, placing a finger on her lips. "Is it an obligation for you?" "No, of course not." "Then just say yes." Livia looks at him. Her eyes see something in his, which she can't name, but which is there and beats strongly in her gaze. "I do. No, Rodríguez," she replies, her words laced with an honesty that surprises even herself. "I don't know what's happening to my body with you, but my mind, which is the one in charge, has decided. I won't resist any longer. Between the two of us, sex is good and just good, he interrupts, raising an eyebrow in mock offense. She can't help but smile. I correct myself. It's delicious, incredible, wonderful. Satisfied, Noah pretends to think about it. Let's just say, I'll try a little harder so that the first word that comes to your mind is always amazing, she interrupts, raising her eyebrows mischievously. Unsurpassable, he murmurs, moving close enough for their lips to touch. You're so presumptuous, she replies with a light laugh, though her eyes sparkle with emotion and desire. However, I recognize that what I feel with you is unique, so we'll enjoy it while it lasts. As long as it lasts. Noah tilts his head curiously. Sex isn't going to change what we are outside this bedroom. Rivals, she asserts, with a conviction that sounds almost cruel. Nothing has changed, and you know it. I know, he replies more seriously. But we can try to separate one thing from the other. Do you think you can do it? I'll try, she concedes, leaving room for the possibility. But remember, good things never last, she proclaims dryly and fatalistically. Sooner or later, everything comes to an end, and one thing will inevitably overwhelm the other. Noah looks at her with a direct and penetrating gaze. Don't you believe in affection, Livia Garcia? Do you really believe in love, No Rodriguez? He purses his lips slightly, thoughtful. Honestly, I've never felt it, but I've seen it in my nana and your grandfather. After all this time, they're still fighting to be together. That must be true love. I, on the contrary, think they remain connected by nostalgia. They haven't been able to close that cycle, she responds, with the cold logic that characterizes her. Maybe you're right, he concedes, though his smile now seems a bit ironic. So we're not going to fall in love? Remember that love isn't in the agreement, she replies, more seriously than she intended. Okay, Noah replies sweetly, his eyes shining. Let's not include him then. It's fine by me. It'll be more fun, believe me, she says confidently, adopting a lighter tone. And we won't have any complications. In a year, it'll all be over, and everyone will go their separate ways. He looks at her with an intensity that makes her catch her breath, but he doesn't say anything. Finally, he leans in and kisses her softly on the lips, a kiss she reciprocates. See you then at 3 p.m. in my office. At 3 p.m., he confirms. And then we'll go to dinner, he adds with a suggestive smile. She agrees, smiling back. Then we'll go to dinner, he repeats, noticing a slight tingling developing in his chest. She closes the door behind her and leans her back against the wood for a moment, trying to stabilize the turmoil she feels inside. Every corner of her skin holds the memory of Noah's touch. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appears on her lips, while a warm, inexplicable sensation spreads through her chest, causing her to exhale a long breath. Her heart beats with a different rhythm, more impetuous, more lively. Something inside her stirs. A knot she'd always thought unbreakable loosens with a force she can't identify and isn't sure she wants to understand. She sighs deeply and straightens her posture, forcing herself to regain the control she feels slipping through her fingers. She lowers her gaze, as if she can hide that small trace of happiness that, without permission, illuminates her face. She places a hand on her chest, trying to contain the heat that threatens to spread throughout her body. Something is changing, she knows. It's a sensation both sweet and dangerous, an inexplicable combination of longing and fear. Her mind insists on resisting it, but her body seems to have made a decision of its own. Yet she can't deny that. With every step she tries to take in the opposite direction, something inside her insists on staying close to No Rodriguez. A little while later, upon entering Casa Garcia, Livia senses something strange in the air. Conversations cease as she passes by. The employees avoid her eyes, bowing their heads slightly with respectful gestures, but their furtive glances seem to be hiding or fearing something. She doesn't stop to find out. She has no time for distractions. She has a busy day and won't let an uncomfortable feeling distract her from her goals. With determined steps, he crosses the lobby and heads for the elevator. He presses the button for the top floor and fixes his gaze on the ascending numbers. Although his expression remains controlled, he feels a slight pressure in his chest. An inner voice, which he prefers to ignore, whispers that something is out of place. When the doors open, she finds Nolan in the hallway, hunched over a makeshift desk, surrounded by scattered documents. His expression, somber and tense, reflects the heavy atmosphere surrounding the place. Livia, you're finally here, he exclaims in a deep voice, lacking any of the sarcastic humor that normally characterizes him. She frowns, stopping in front of him. What's going on? Why are you out here, Costello? He asks, gesturing to the mess around him. And don't tell me this is another one of your wonderful creative ideas. Nolan exhales heavily before answering. I was evicted from our office, he says, his voice expressionless, almost mechanical. I'm waiting to be assigned another one on the lower floor. Livia looks at him in disbelief. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? She asks, annoyed. He looks at her for a moment, as if he's unsure how much information he can give her. His cautious attitude irritates her even more. Costello, I don't have time for this. I have an important meeting at 3, and we need to get everything ready. Come on, I want. She tries to move toward her office, but Nolan stops her, grabbing her arm. The gesture is firm, but not harsh. Still, it's enough to make Livia stop. Get ready, Garcia, because you won't like what you find in the presidential office. Don't play with my patience, Costello. She gives him a stern look. Tell me what. Stop wasting time and come in now. The thick, raw voice coming from the entrance to her office stops her. The deep, authoritative tone sends a chill down Livia's spine. Her heart leaps so hard that for a second it seems to knock the wind out of her. That voice. It's unmistakable. She knows it all too well. It's ingrained in the darkest recesses of her memory, though she'd rather never hear it again. Her body tenses automatically, as if the stimulus opens a wound that hasn't fully healed. She looks at Nolan with wide eyes, and he nods slightly, his expression mournful. She turns toward his office door, afraid to confirm what she already knows. There he is, standing with the same commanding presence, his upright posture exuding power, his hands clasped behind his back, his impeccable dark suit emphasizing his authority. His eyes, piercing and cold, reflecting the severity that has dogged her since childhood, scrutinize her with the same intensity she remembers, intimidating her without needing to utter a word. What are you doing here? She asks, struggling to keep her voice steady, even though everything inside her is shaking. He's the only man who manages to inspire fear in her, even after so many years. Vincenzo Garcia. Her father. Chapter 7. What are you doing here? Livia asks, her tone low but sharp. Your place is in Spain. She takes a firm step toward the man who shaped her life with his relentless control, the one who taught her to survive but never allowed her to feel free. Her heels click loudly against the floor. The hallway seems to shrink around her as she approaches the imposing figure of Vincenzo Garcia, who absorbs the entire space, dominating it completely. Livia feels the weight of his gaze, always filled with reproach and silent judgment, that gaze that for years made her feel inadequate. Her throat dries, but she doesn't back down. I came to restore order, Vincenzo replies, crossing his arms in front of him. His voice is laced with the arrogance that Livia always found unbearable. Don't forget who really runs Casa Garcia. I'm in charge of this company, she replies, drawing herself up to her full height, as firm as her words. And I don't need you coming here to remind me how to do my job. Really? He raises an eyebrow and takes a step toward her. To Livia, that proximity feels oppressive. Because, from my perspective, it seems like you're too distracted to fulfill your responsibilities. Livia feels the heat of fury begin to rise in her chest, but she forces herself to remain calm. She won't give him the pleasure of seeing her lose control. If you've come here just to criticize me, I suggest you save your time. As CEO of Casa Garcia, he pointedly emphasizes, I have important matters to attend to. I don't intend to waste a single second on unnecessary family disputes. CEO, you say? Vincenzo lets out a dry, mocking laugh. That's a very big word for someone who, apparently, has forgotten what it means to bear our name with dignity. Do you think it doesn't affect all of us Garcias that you married a Rodriguez? The question hits her like a bucket of ice water, but she doesn't let him notice. Livia takes a deep breath, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles in her skirt, a gesture that seems insignificant but gives her enough time to think clearly. My marriage is none of your business, he says with icy calm. Besides, it's just an agreement. Nothing more. Oh, my dear daughter. Vincenzo bows his head slightly, his tone becoming more pointed. Everything you do is my business. Everything you touch, say, or sign directly affects this family. That absurd alliance with no Rodriguez is the worst decision you could have made. The fact is, I already did it. It was my decision, and I accept the consequences. She lifts her chin firmly. What do you suggest I do? She faces him bravely, her eyes flashing like glowing embers. Break the agreement and give the Rodriguezes a reason to destroy us. Vincenzo takes another step forward, invading her personal space. Nolan, alert, moves slightly, ready to intervene, but Livia raises a hand, stopping him. I suggest you remember where you come from and who I am. Vincenzo says with an implicit threat. You are a Garcia. Your only loyalty should be to this family, not to that man. And it is, Livia replies calmly. Everything I do for Casa Garcia. Listen, Dad, she says in a more conciliatory tone. My marriage to no Rodriguez is strategic. You may not approve, but it will guarantee the stability this company needs. If you want Casa Garcia to survive the coming decades, you must understand that the world, even if it doesn't seem like it, hasn't changed much. Remember that even in wars, negotiations are made. Agreements, pacts, alliances, marriages. For a moment, silence falls over the room. Vincenzo's eyes, dark and cold as metal, seem to deepen, examining her with that unyielding judgment he has never been willing to hide. I order you to break that agreement today. His father's stern voice echoes in the office, harsh and implacable like a whip. I thought I taught you that a name like ours isn't negotiated, it's imposed. Livia squares her shoulders and faces him with her head held high, her eyes as dark as his, watching him from their spot, maintaining her composure, even though her insides are burning. Her hands clench at her sides, and her voice remains icy. You're completely mistaken if you think I'm going to do such a stupid thing. That agreement is armored with clauses that could destroy Casa Garcia if I violate it. Vincenzo's face darkens, his jaw tenses, and his upright, intimidating figure casts a menacing shadow. You should have thought of that before letting yourself be manipulated by my father's senile delusions. He accuses her, each word dripping with outrage. Livia grits her teeth. Leave my grandfather out of this, she snaps, her eyes flashing with indignation. You knew perfectly well what was at stake, and yet you still committed that atrocity. This is what happens when a woman and an old man make decisions that should be left to capable men. The air in the room becomes thick, charged with years of accumulated tension. Livia's defiant gaze doesn't waver. I still don't understand what you're doing here, Vincenzo, he says bitterly. Let me work in peace, do things my way. I know perfectly well what I'm doing, even though you insist on believing otherwise. You think so? Vincenzo's laugh is sharp and cruel. Because from where I stand, it seems you're leading this family to ruin. What's next, Livia? Discredit? Mockery? Do you want to hand us the Rodriguez on a silver platter? Is your goal to fill us with shame? His voice rises with each word, while his bloodshot eyes bore into hers. Livia confronts him. Do you think I'm like you? He blurts out, unable to stop himself. The only shameful thing here is you, Vincenzo. The air becomes unbreathable. Vincenzo's eyes harden, and in a swift, brutal movement, he raises his hand and smashes it against his only daughter's cheek. The sound of the blow echoes in the room, bringing back memories of decades of control and violence for Livia. Livia staggers from the impact, but doesn't fall. Her eyes, wide open, reflect outrage. The skin on her cheek reddens and throbs with pain, but she doesn't raise her hand to her face. Instead, she straightens, her gaze fixed on her attacker. Always so arrogant, so cheeky, Vincenzo spits, breathing heavily, his face distorted by anger. Don't think that just because you're 32 I can't punish you like I did when you were a child. Livia's eyes sparkle like two burning coals. She takes another step toward him, closing the distance even further without showing a hint of fear. At that moment, Nolan, who had remained on the sidelines trying not to intervene, takes a decisive step forward, his face hard as steel. "That's enough, Mr. Garcia." His voice cuts through the air with a firmness that forces Vincenzo to turn to him, his gaze filled with contempt. Livia is no longer a child, and this is not her training ground. Vincenzo regards him with venomous coldness. He considers Nolan's intervention an affront, an unforgivable insult. "Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Costello," he growls, every word. "This is a family matter. Livia is my boss and my best friend. She's much more like family to me than you've ever been to her." She confronts him without hesitation. The air is electrified with tension. Livia, still feeling the burning pain on her cheek, raises a hand to stop Nolan. Her voice is low but sharp. She doesn't want her friend to get into trouble. "Leave it, Nolan." Nolan hesitates for a moment, then reluctantly steps back, but not before making it clear with his eyes that she's not alone in this. Livia takes a breath, straightening her back with an elegance that belies the inner chaos consuming her. Her eyes, wet with rage, don't show a single hint of fear, only defiance. "Is that all you've got, Dad?" Her voice is a sharp dagger. "Do you still think you can control my life by hitting me? That worked when I was little. Now, all you're doing with this is reminding me why I will never, ever, allow you to manipulate me again." Vincenzo laughs, a dry sound devoid of humor. "Manipulate you?" he asks sarcastically. "You're my greatest investment, Livia. I raised you. I shaped you. I educated you for this, to defend the Garcia legacy, to keep us at the top. I gave you the best education, the best schools," he emphasizes despotically. "I made you a worthy, proud Garcia, worthy of the family name. But instead, you decide to betray us and ally yourself with the Rodriguez. It's a disgrace, do you understand? An insult to everything we are, to everything we've built for decades." Livia keeps her gaze fixed on him, her face an impenetrable enigma. The tension between them is suffocating, almost unbearable. A confrontation that has been brewing for years and now threatens to explode. Have you ever considered for a moment that all this could be orchestrated by the Rodriguez family? Vincenzo asks, his words tinged with venom. "What are you talking about?" Livia replies, confused. "Amelia is a cunning, sly, old bitch. Don't be fooled by her defenseless old lady facade. Until very recently, she was one of the Garcia's most dangerous enemies." "What are you talking about?" Livia repeats, unable to believe such an accusation. He can't imagine that could be true. His grandfather isn't a fool. He wouldn't let himself be manipulated so easily. "What does all this marriage do for you?" "Nothing. They're the ones who always get in our way. The benefits of this union are only for them." Livia then remembers her new product, green gold. She remembers the tricks, the accusations. The weight of that possible reality begins to sink in. "A wedding ring only ties your hands and feet, Livia. How could you not have noticed?" Vincenzo insists, his tone scathing. "It's abundantly clear. Do you know why you don't see it?" Livia already knows the answer she will give him, but she doesn't say anything. Women weren't born for business. Their place is in the home, in the kitchen, he declares contemptuously. "But your bitch of a mother wasn't even good enough to give me a son. I had to settle for you." He looks at her disapprovingly. "And what did I get in return? What was the point of all that effort to make you what you are?" He makes a face of disgust. "In the end, you repay me with betrayal." Livia can't take it anymore. "Betrayal? Betrayal is what you did to this family years ago, when you almost sacrificed us all for your boundless ambition." Livia replies with an icy calm that shakes you deeper than any scream. "I saved your reputation, remember? I cleaned up the mud you sank in. I kept the company afloat, without scandals. I've fought tirelessly ever since, so that profitability increases each year, so that its positioning is more solid and its credibility is not questionable." She takes a deep breath, controlling herself. "I'm not you, Vincenzo. I'm not going to destroy Casa Garcia. The only real shame and threat here is you. Another blow lands before she can react. This time, there's no surprise in her eyes. Only a fury that consumes her from the depths of her being. The fury of a woman who has endured more than she should. You insolent little darling. Vincenzo mutters, shaking his hand as if the contact had been more painful for him than for her. That'll teach you to respect me. Nolan tries to attack him, but Livia gets in the way. I'll call the police right now, Nolan declares, trying to get away from Livia. I'll kick your ass, you son of a bitch, he threatens Vincenzo, who looks at him contemptuously. Calm down, Livia tells him calmly. I'll take care of it, she says, trying to calm him down. If he touches you again, I'll smash his damn face in, he warns, furious. Livia nods, and Nolan steps back. Listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you. She turns and addresses her father. Her voice is low, but as sharp as a knife's edge. You'll never lay a hand on me again, or you'll regret it. Vincenzo stares at her, anger blazing in his eyes. He's about to say something, but she interrupts him, pointing authoritatively at the door. Get out of my office. Now. You have nothing else to do here. I'm not finished, Livia, he growls. She's coming too. Finish it now, because I'm the one who decided it. Now, get out before I do anything that will really jeopardize the company. Her defiant eyes bore into his. I'm going to call my grandfather and tell him everything you've done. We'll see what he thinks about your pathetic habit of trying to force your will on me. The blood rushes to Vincenzo's face. He's used to intimidation and submission, and for the first time, what he sees in his daughter isn't fear or submission, but an impenetrable wall. My father doesn't have much longer to live, he sneers. All this is still in my name and Tomaso's, he laughs boastfully. Let's see who you're going to hide behind when the old man's gone. Not even this Frocio, faggot, he points to Nolan, will help you. He'll be the first one I'll get out of here. Get out, she repeats, unfazed by his dangerous threat. You're a bitch in heat, just like your mother, he says disdainfully, trying to hurt her. Livia gives a wry smile. I hope I end up hating you as much as she does, he blurts out, not caring about her offensive words. I will never forgive you, Livia. I will annul that marriage, Vincenzo warns cruelly. It's proven that you are still useless, good for nothing. So I will take back control of everything. That is my right. All of this is my legacy, he adds, twirling a finger in the air. I have done everything necessary to maintain it. His voice drops dangerously, and I will do anything to keep what belongs to me. Unfortunately for me, you are still my daughter, but that. His finger points to the mark on her cheek, which is already beginning to turn purple. It will be nothing compared to what awaits you if you don't take my side. Vincenzo gives her one last hateful look before turning and leaving, closing the door with a deafening bang. Livia stands still, breathing heavily. The silence of the office envelopes her as she brings a trembling hand to her burning cheek. There are no tears, only a suppressed rage that boils inside her. Nolan approaches him, his face reflecting disgust, but it quickly changes when he notices the ugly appearance that the mark from the blow is taking. Cara mia, she whispers, her voice strained, gently touching his cheek. He's a savage. You should have let me break his face, she says through gritted teeth. We have to report him. Livia shakes her head, gently pulling away. We can't afford a scandal right now. You know that very well. At least tell me you'll tell your grandfather. Nolan insists, worried, frowning. No, this is my business, Nolan. I can handle it on my own. But, he begins, clearly disagreeing. Enough, she argues determinedly. Physical blows are nothing compared to the wounds carried in the soul. Those are the truly painful ones. Her voice trembles, but doesn't break. She straightens, smoothing her skirt with precise movements. I'm Livia Garcia, the CEO of Casa Garcia. I won't allow anyone to hurt me again, much less my father. No one will. Do you hear me? She repeats, her voice firm as tears threaten to fall, but she doesn't let them escape. No one will hurt me. No sits in the comfortable black leather chair in Salvador's office, watching him, frowning, review the results of his latest exams. The warm light coming through the window illuminates the walls adorned with framed diplomas, which match the impressive library to one side, filled with meticulously organized books. The atmosphere is calm and relaxing, as is typical of this place. "Everything's fine, Noah," he says, putting the papers on his desk and taking off his reading glasses. "The tests don't show anything out of the ordinary, but you must continue taking your medication. You can't interrupt the treatment." Noah leans back in his chair and gives a calm smile. "Maybe I don't need them anymore." "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" he asks, annoyed. "Sleeping next to my wife seems to be my best medicine." Salvador's expression barely changes as he narrows his eyes in a slight gesture of displeasure that Noah fails to notice. "Livia, explain yourself," Salvador asks, crossing his arms and leaning against the desk. "It's strange, I know," Noah admits, leaning back into the chair. "But since I've been sleeping with her, I've had deep, uninterrupted sleep. I have no idea why. And to be honest, I'm not interested in finding out." "Are you saying that?" "I already told you. She has a kind of sedative effect on me," Noah says. "It could be her smell, her warmth, or the tiredness after sex," he says matter-of-factly. Salvador snorts, incredulous. "Noah, you've slept with other women before, and you never mentioned that sex was enough to relax you to that point." Noah looks him straight in the eyes. "That's precisely the point. With Livia, it's different. Even sharing a bed with her, my private space, something that always seemed uncomfortable, now feels natural and pleasurable." Salvador lets out an incredulous laugh. "Are you kidding me?" he asks sarcastically. "Livia Garcia? Your enemy? The woman you suspect of ordering the yacht sabotage?" Noah shakes his head slightly, leans back in his chair, and lets out a sigh. "I don't believe it was her anymore." "Sex is starting to cloud your judgment," Salvador comments with a pointed tone and a mocking smile. "She must be pretty good in bed for that." Noah interrupts him. His face hardens and his gaze becomes serious. "Be careful, Salvador," she warns firmly, pointing at him with her index finger. "Don't forget you're talking about my wife. It's true, we've had business problems for a long time, but that doesn't give you the right to say stupid things." Salvador raises his hands in apology. "Calm down. I was just joking. I still find it hard to believe you're talking about her like that, when until recently you were the one who pointed the finger at her the most." "Things are changing," he shrugs, almost indifferently. "We've agreed to a truce. We're going to try to find a mutually beneficial agreement." "And the damage to the yacht?" "I told you. I don't think it was her." Salvador observes him carefully. "Are you in love with Livia?" His intrigued gaze seems to search for something beyond words. Noah is silent for a moment. "I don't think there's any love between her and me," he finally answers, with a thoughtful expression. "Neither of us intends to fall in love. We just want to let things flow. I like being with her, and although Livia is very reserved with her emotions, I know she enjoys it too. Besides, sooner or later, as she herself told me, everything will have to end." The ringing of Noah's cell phone interrupts the conversation. He takes it out of his pocket and checks the notification. It's a message from Casa Garcia. His expression remains impassive as he reads the text, although something in his gaze hardens slightly. The message, written with cold formality, informs him that the scheduled meeting has been canceled and that they will contact him soon to reschedule. "Is something wrong?" Salvador asks, watching him closely. "Nothing." Noah replies, putting his phone in his jacket pocket. "I have to go. I'm going to Alexis Rodriguez. I need to catch up. Especially, I need to talk to Richard. You owe me some explanations." Salvador looks at him for a few seconds, with an indecipherable expression that quickly transforms into a relaxed smile. "Remember to keep up with your treatment," he advises, adopting a professional tone. "I don't want you to relapse. If you do, you know I'll take action," he warns seriously. Noah smiles gratefully and gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Now more than ever, I need to be at the helm of the company." They say goodbye with a brotherly hug, and Noah leaves the office. Salvador stares at the closing door, his jaw tightening, his fists clenching, and his face hardening. A short while later, Noah arrives at Alexis Rodriguez headquarters. He enters through his private parking lot and takes the elevator. He checks the time on his watch and adjusts his jacket as he presses the button that takes him directly to his office. When he reaches his floor, The calm atmosphere of the place is at odds with the tension on his face. His mind is constantly going over the message from Casa Garcia. In his office, he finds Rosella Ferry, his personal secretary, reviewing some documents on her desk. When she sees No, she stands up and, with a small, professional smile, welcomes him. His impeccable beige suit highlights his elegance, discretion, and sobriety. "Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez," she greets in a neutral and respectful tone. "I'm glad to have you back in the office." She takes her digital planner in her hands. "Good morning, Rosella," No greets politely. "Follow me." He enters his office, followed by his secretary. "I need you to locate Richard," he orders, sitting in his managerial chair. "I want to speak to him as soon as possible." Mr. Rodriguez isn't at the company right now. He reported he had a meeting with some oil producers in the region. According to his schedule, he'll be back in the afternoon. Noah nods, but his jaw tightens. "Understood. Then update me. What happened while I was away?" Rosella checks the agenda. "The press conference you requested was organized, and the new product, Oro Verde, was officially launched on the market," he reports calmly. Everything went according to plan. Noah, bewildered, looks up from the papers he had begun to review. "Excuse me? What press conference?" Rosella looks at him, seeming to hesitate for a moment, surprised by his reaction. "A memo arrived from your personal email, instructing the official product presentation to take place. The document specified that Mr. Richard Rodriguez was overseeing all the details of Oro Verde." Noah presses his lips together, his expression ranging from disbelief to anger. "Green gold," he repeats. "What the hell are you talking about, Rosella? I didn't order any of that." Noah's jaw tenses instantly, and involuntarily, he clenches his fists. "The memo arrived with all the necessary credentials, Mr. Rodriguez. I printed it personally and entered it into the records. I can bring the documents to you." "Do it right now," Noah orders in the most rigid and cutting tone. Rosella quickly leaves as Noah leans back in his chair, exhaling in frustration. If someone has tampered with his personal account, it means he has a much closer enemy than he imagined. He checks his emails on his computer, and his stomach tightens when he sees that, indeed, the order was sent from his personal email, something he definitely didn't authorize. Noah's expression hardens even further. That product isn't ready yet. How is it possible it's already on the market? Minutes later, Rosella returns with a folder that she places in front of him. "Here you go, Mr. Rodriguez." It includes the memo, the team's responses, and confirmation of the press conference details. Noah opens the folder and reviews each document. Everything seems in order: his digital signature, the headers, and the wording. "Thank you, Rosella," he says in a tense voice, without taking his eyes off his papers. "Tell me the rest of the day's agenda." "This morning we received a message from Casa Garcia canceling a meeting," he says in a neutral tone. "I found it strange, since there were no meetings scheduled with them. I personally arranged that meeting with Livia Garcia," he clarifies. "Anything else?" he asks after she reads him each commitment. "No, sir, that's all." "Call Casa Garcia," he commands imperiously. "Contact the presidency, and as soon as you get in touch with them, pass the call on to me." He tried to contact Livia directly since leaving Salvador's office, but she hasn't answered any of his calls. "Right away, Mr. Rodriguez," the secretary complies. Rosella leaves the office and closes the door behind her. The room seems to close in around No, and his gaze wanders, unfocused, to the documents and cell phone in front of him. He rereads the message from Casa Garcia. "Why did you cancel, Livia?" he asks quietly. It's a cold, formal message, completely at odds with the urgency with which she had insisted on arranging this meeting. It doesn't make sense. She stares at her phone for a few seconds before returning her attention to her papers. He sighs in frustration and runs a hand through his hair. He tries to stay calm, so he focuses on the immediate problem. Whoever used his personal account has access to confidential information. The matter is more serious than it seems, and he knows he needs to address it immediately. "Do I have to find out who's behind this?" he mutters to himself. The ringing of the phone on his desk interrupts his thoughts. "Mr. Rodriguez, I've contacted Nolan Costello, Mrs. Livia Garcia's personal assistant at Casa Garcia. Would you like me to connect you with him? Yes. Right away. Night has fallen over the city, enveloping the building. The lights in Livia Garcia's office are the only ones left on the upper floor, reflecting off the glass panes that now resemble infinity mirrors. The air is charged, as if time has decided to slow down within those walls. Livia sits behind her desk, her fingers interlaced on the glass surface. Her eyes, dark and filled with torment, are fixed on an invisible point in front of her. But she isn't seeing. Her mind has constructed a completely different scenario. She's been locked in her office all day. She hasn't stepped outside the door since the altercation with her father. Sitting at her desk, the documents and computer screen barely make sense to her. Memories of her childhood appear without permission, like shadows that slip through the cracks in her mind, a blow that leaves her breathless. Every word her father says resonates within her, rekindling old wounds and unleashing insecurities she thought she had overcome. Furthermore, Vincenzo's accusations about Amelia and her manipulation have left her confused. She still remembers the coldness with which he uttered the words that now pierce her thoughts. Amelia is a cunning, sly, old bitch. Don't be fooled by her defenseless old lady facade. Until very recently, she was one of the Garcias' most dangerous enemies. Livia doesn't want to believe it, but doubts have settled like a poison running through her veins. She wonders how much truth there can be in what her father said. If Amelia was capable of something like this, what else could she be hiding from her? And worse, how innocent is no Rodríguez in all of this? Suspicions begin to creep in. Livia recalls their encounter at the bar, that night when their eyes first met. Now, her mind once again sees another version of the scene, one where No already knew exactly who she was. What if it was all planned from the beginning? Everything begins to seem like an elaborate game, a trick to trap her, to control her, as she's always feared. The possibility that he's manipulated her from the beginning turns her stomach. The line between truth and lies seems to blur. The gears of her mind spin frantically, fueling a chaos that leaves her breathless. Her heart beats in pain, but it's not fear she feels, but rage. She won't allow anyone to hurt her again, not again. Her childhood was a whirlwind of insecurities, of physical and emotional blows that marked every part of her being. She closes her eyes to hold back the tears that threatened to spill out. No, she's no longer that defenseless little girl. She's a strong woman who will never be harmed again. A soft knock on the door interrupts her torment. Nolan enters cautiously, closing it behind him. His presence is usually reassuring, but today everything irritates her. She looks up, her expression serious, unyielding. No Rodríguez is still in the waiting room. Nolan informs her, his tone neutral, trying not to provoke her. He's been waiting for you for over 3 hours. Livia's body immediately tenses, and her eyes harden even further, as if she's donned invisible armor. She refuses to speak to him. She's not ready, not after everything she's been thinking about, much less with the horrible bruise adorning her face. She raises a hand to her cheek. How could she possibly face him like this? I should fire you for what you're doing, Livia rebukes in a stern voice. You told me you'd meet with him to talk about Oro Verde, she says with an innocent expression. He called me, and I didn't see any problem with him coming to see you. Besides, he's your husband. Stop talking nonsense. Go out and tell him to leave. He says he won't leave without seeing you. Nolan insists, watching her closely. Do I have to repeat myself, Costello? Tell him I can't help him. She emphasizes, trying to sound firm, although her voice trembles a little. He won't leave. Livia closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm. What are you planning to do? Nolan insists, a hint of provocation. You have to get out sometime. Or are you planning to sneak out the back door like a coward? The comment does the trick. Livia frowns, straightens in her chair, and gives him a sharp look. I'm not a coward, she replies, almost spitting the words out. Nolan gives a slight, satisfied smile. He's managed to touch his pride, just what he was looking for. He knows Livia is strong, but he also knows she needs support, and deep down, he's convinced No can be that, now that they're married. Noah's presence could be key to confronting Vincenzo, who clearly has no intention of stopping. Because Nolan has no doubts. If Vincenzo wants to destroy Livia, he will try without mercy. Let him come in, Livia finally decides, her face serious and her voice devoid of emotion. Nolan nods, relieved. He leaves the office, and a few moments later, Noah enters. His bearing is as imposing as ever, and although his expression denotes calm, concern is evident in his eyes. When he sees her, he gives her a tight smile and stops a few feet away, where the darkness hides the impact. "Why did you cancel our date?" he asks warmly after greeting her. His eyes reflect genuine interest. "I was busy," Livia replies. Her cold, distant tone indicates that she intends to avoid any attempt at closeness. Noah nods slowly, crossing his arms as he watches her rigid figure behind the desk. "I assumed so," he says calmly. "But I keep thinking something else is going on with you." Livia looks at him directly, her eyes narrowing slightly. "As you can see, I'm fine," he replies. "And if you didn't come for anything else, you can go." Livia's sharp tone is like a steel barrier that Noah refuses to accept. He takes a couple of steps toward her, intending to close the distance between them. "I came to pick up my wife to take her to dinner, as agreed," he says with a subtle hint of reproach, but his words fade when the dim light reveals the violet shadow on his face. His expression freezes instantly. The blow is obvious, a huge blemish marring the perfection of his skin. Noah remains motionless for a second, and then his expression changes. Fury rises like a pent-up tide, though he struggles not to explode. His voice is deep, laden with an icy anger he can't hide. "Who hit you?" he asks, emphasizing each word. Each syllable is a spark that threatens to unleash the fury burning in his eyes. "Who hit you?" he asks, emphasizing each word. Each syllable is a spark that threatens to unleash the fury burning in his eyes. "Who touched you, Livia?" Livia straightens her back and lifts her chin haughtily. Her fingers brush the edge of the desk, searching for something physical to hold on to. A physical anchor to help sustain the facade of indifference she tries to project. "It's nothing. It was just an accident. I hit something," he replies, his voice firm but slightly shaky. Noah takes a step closer, squints his eyes and searches for hers, trying to read them. "Don't insult my intelligence." His tone becomes harsher, cutting. "That bruise isn't the result of an accident. And if so, why are you trying to hide it?" Livia frowns, her lips set in a stiff line that reflects her stubbornness. "I'm not hiding anything," he replies coldly. "Oh no." Noah raises an eyebrow, incredulous. "Of course you do," he replies without hesitation, with an accusatory tone. "You've been locked in this office all day. If it's nothing, why do you want to avoid anyone seeing you like this?" The silence that follows is heavy, charged with tension, trapping them in an invisible battlefield. She feels anger rising in her chest, a rage she uses as a shield to hide her vulnerability. She breathes deeply, fighting to maintain control. "So what does it matter? It's none of your business, Noah. You don't have to worry about what happens to me," she argues, filled with hostility. He puts his hands in his pants pockets. He stares at her with a serious expression. "Does that mean you don't care if something happens to me? If I show up with half my face smashed in, you couldn't care less?" The question takes Livia by surprise. She hesitates. For a moment, the haughtiness in her posture crumbles. Her gaze meets his for only a second, before shifting away. "That's different," she replies evasively. Noah shakes his head, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "No, it isn't." His voice is low but firm. "You're my wife, Livia, and even though that agreement we signed doesn't seem to mean anything to you, everything that has to do with you matters to me, especially if someone hurts you or tries to." Silence settles between them. Livia feels a lump in her throat, one she doesn't know how to untangle. She's not used to anyone other than her grandfather or Nolan genuinely caring about her. Noah's concern, so unexpected and sincere, disarms her. Finally, he stands slowly. He walks to the front of his desk and leans back against it, crossing his arms defensively. He swallows, his throat dry. Every word he tries to form a monumental effort. He looks down, takes a deep breath, trying to find the right words. I'm not used to, she admits in a whisper. She raises her gaze, staring at an indefinite point on the wall. Talking about myself. I don't even tell my grandfather details about my private life. Noah nods slowly. The effort it takes to say those words is evident, and he notices it, moving closer to stand beside her. He leans his weight against the desk, respecting her space. I understand, he says, tilting his head slightly to meet her gaze. His expression softens. Trust is something that's only given to a few people. Livia tilts her head and looks at him with an uneasy, almost vulnerable expression, considering opening up to him. The words take a while to come, but when they do, they're laced with sincerity. I don't know if I can trust you, Noah, he admits, caught in an internal debate. Noah holds her gaze. The tension between them shifts from hostile to intimate. I don't expect you to do it right away, she replies calmly. Her rigidity softens, as she understands that the battle Livia is fighting isn't in what she says, but in what she doesn't say, in what she keeps inside. But I do want you to know that I'm here. I won't judge you, she promises sweetly. I just want to help you, if you'll let me. Livia feels those simple but genuine words open a small crack in the wall she's built over the years. She shifts her gaze to her hands clasped across her chest. We're rivals, Noah. Enemies for years. Your company and mine are competing for the same goal. Have you forgotten? He says, his voice trying to regain its usual toughness, though it lacks firmness. No, I'm very aware of that, he replies immediately, but I thought we were going to try to reach an agreement. Sit down and look for possible solutions. Isn't that what this afternoon's meeting was for? She nods slowly. You're my wife now. And yes, I admit that before I met you, I had no intention of getting close to you, much less trying to reconcile anything with Casa Garcia. He smiles warmly, holding her gaze. But things have changed. I want to be with you, he admits without hesitation. If you don't want the same thing, I'll understand, he says understandingly. Just tell me to leave, and I will. A part of her wants to reject him, to close the door to her heart, like she always has. But there's something in his voice, in the way he looks at her, that awakens a deep longing, one she didn't even know was there. It's complicated, he finally admits in a whisper. I know, Noah replies, moving just a little closer so she feels close, but not so close that she feels uncomfortable. Answer me, do you want to try? Livia's heart beats hard, almost painfully. Her instinct tells her that this man, with his serenity and determination, has the power to tear down the walls she's worked so hard to build. And that terrifies her, but she can't deny that his presence fills her with peace and makes her feel less alone. I don't know how to do this, Noah, he confesses sincerely. Noah looks at her tenderly, a light smile curving his lips. You don't have to know. Just let me be with you. Nothing more. His words fall like a caress, light but deeply meaningful. For years, she has endured everything alone, convinced she didn't need anyone. But now, she feels that deep-rooted resistance beginning to crack. Noah seems to be breaking down that barrier piece by piece. He inhales deeply, letting the air ease some of the tension in his shoulders. He pushes away from the desk and walks to the window. He gazes out at the city beyond the glass, the flickering lights seeming to reflect his own inner chaos. This is supposed to be temporary, he exclaims, his voice flat and emotionless. We'll only be married for a year. What happens after that? I don't know, he answers honestly, shrugging his shoulders. He doesn't fool her with answers he doesn't have. But we can figure it out together, step by step. No pressure? She asks, turning her face slightly toward him. I promise you. She closes her eyes for a moment, his words having sunk deep into her. It's a simple promise, yet it's loaded with meaning. Something inside her begins to give way, even if she's not ready to admit it yet. It's okay, she murmurs almost inaudibly, without turning to look at him. Noah watches her, aware that those two words are more than Livia has offered anyone in a long time. He doesn't need more. For now, that's enough. Come, he asks softly, reaching out for her hand. His eyes remain fixed on Livia's, as if nothing else exists in that moment. Livia looks down at his hand, hesitates a moment, but finally gives in. Her fingers intertwine with his, and something warm settles between them. "Let's go," Noah says, pulling her toward him. "Where to?" he asks, and a faint, almost involuntary smile curves his lips. "I invited my wife over for dinner, remember?" he asks with a hint of mischief in his voice, his hand caressing the cheek that wasn't hit. "I'll make dinner tonight. Do you know how to cook? I don't like strangers in my apartment, much less in my kitchen. So, yes, I've learned to cook." "And how do you do it?" Noah snorts boastfully. "I'm the best." Livia smiled amusedly. "Okay, but don't expect me to do the dishes," he warns with a touch of humor, letting himself go. Noah lets out a small laugh and, without letting go of her hand, guides her toward the door. "Don't worry, tonight everything is in my hands." Something inside Livia loosens, and she thinks that the constant battle she wages with herself can wait, at least for one night. The private elevator stops, and the doors open directly to Noah's apartment. He inserts the key into a panel near the entrance, deactivating the security system. Livia steps forward and takes in the spacious, bright space with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a stunning view of the city. Although the minimalist design and modern lines might seem cold and impersonal, they convey to Livia a strange and unexpected feeling of warmth and comfort. The polished wood floor gleams under the illumination of strategically placed lamps. The understated yet elegant furniture speaks of impeccable taste and a life where money has never been an issue. She takes a few steps forward, her gaze scanning every detail. The enormous black leather sofa with light gray cushions, a Persian rug in front of a modern, straight-line fireplace, abstract artwork decorating the walls, adding an air of sophistication, and a dark wooden bookshelf filled with perfectly arranged books. A smile escapes her lips, accompanied by a slight nod. Livia can't believe what she's seeing. "Funny," she says, turning to him, "but your apartment looks a lot like mine." Noah raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he leans against the door frame. "Is that true?" he asks with a skeptical smile. "I swear," he laughs softly. "It's like we hired the same decorator." Noah takes a step towards her, a suggestive smile forming on his lips. "Then I'll have to see for myself." His tone is low and charged with intent. As a matter of professional comparison, of course. Livia's eyes sparkle with mischief. Her smile widens as she tilts her head slightly. "Whenever you want, you're invited," she answers firmly, although the slight blush that rises on her cheeks gives her away. The tension between them grows like an invisible current. Noah takes another step, closing the distance until their bodies are almost touching. Livia perceives the heat emanating from him, his masculine fragrance, and the intensity of his gaze that steals her breath. For a moment, the air becomes dense, charged with possibilities that neither of them verbalizes, but that both understand perfectly. "Make yourself comfortable," Noah whispers, with a hint of intimacy. Livia nods, stepping away to take off her coat and place it on the rack. Noah heads to a small wine cellar off the kitchen. He takes out a bottle of Chardonnay, deftly opens it, and fills 2 glasses. When he returns to the living room, Livia is standing by the bay window, staring at the city lights stretching out below them like an endless tapestry of gold and silver reflections. "Here you go." He hands her a glass, making sure his fingers brush against hers as he does so. The spark that glows between them is undeniable, but neither of them is in a hurry to extinguish it. "Thank you." Livia takes the glass while holding his gaze. For a moment, Noah contemplates her before returning to the kitchen. Livia takes a sip of wine. She closes her eyes and lets herself be carried away by the sensation of the liquid, a little dry, but smooth with a fruity touch, caressing her palate. She wants to leave behind everything that torments her, every problem, every dark thought. For now, there is only this moment, the tranquility of being there, in Noah's apartment, sharing something simple and everyday with him. From the kitchen, Noah watches her as she arranges some dishes on the counter. There's something about the way she moves, the delicate yet confident way she pauses to admire every detail of the place, that enchants him, draws him in, and fascinates him. For the first time in a long time, He feels completely relaxed, as if everything he needs is right in front of him. No takes off his jacket, throws it over one of the dining room chairs, and rolls up his white shirt to his elbows. Then, he unbuttons his collar, revealing part of his chest. Livia has to summon all her willpower to keep her gaze from straying to his rear end. God, he has a killer ass. She thinks, biting her lip, trying to contain herself, as she remembers very well what he looks like naked, and heat rises to her cheeks. Will you help me? He asks, bringing her out of her thoughts. Livia blinks discreetly, pretending to be natural. Sure. What are we going to prepare? Pasta Alfredo with prawns. I love it, he exclaims with genuine enthusiasm. It's one of my favorite foods. Mine too, he replies with a knowing smile. For a second, they both look at each other, puzzled by the coincidence, but then they smile, dismissing it. They work together on dinner preparations, moving in perfect sync, as if they've done it before. Livia takes care of the shrimp while No prepares the pasta and sauce. The conversation flows easily, with jokes and trivial topics, until, unexpectedly, the subject of oil comes up. It's my idea. I have documents to prove it, Livia states with conviction, before confidently bringing the fork to her mouth. Noah looks at her carefully, thoughtfully. That idea came to me one afternoon, years ago, when I was in college. I remember I was with Richard, having a few beers and discussing our senior project. No recalls, taking a sip of wine. It was a Sunday, and we were relaxing. Livia frowns and listens to him attentively. It's not possible. A very similar memory flashes through Livia's mind. Richard wanted us to work on evaluating organic production systems. I was the one who proposed the idea of the eco-sustainable oil variety. No says, his voice calm but firm. Livia drops her fork on her plate and looks at Noah in disbelief. What's the possibility that, in this life, we've both thought exactly the same thing? He shakes his head from side to side. It's just not possible, he says firmly. Bring your documents tomorrow, I'll bring mine. No suggests in a conciliatory tone. There must be some explanation. Livia takes a deep breath and nods. She doesn't want to dwell on the matter any longer right now. The idea is to clear her head, not to confuse it further with questions. Yes, that's for the best, he concedes with a slight sigh. This isn't the time, much less the place, to discuss that matter. Did you like the pasta? No asks, trying to change the course of the conversation. Livia nods with a smile that lights up her face and dissipates any previous tension. They're delicious, she replies, and returns to focusing on the present, on the moment she shares with him. After dinner, it takes them only a few minutes to clear everything away and put the dishes in the dishwasher. Once the job is done, No takes a glass of Chardonnay and offers it to Livia, who accepts it with a small smile. Leisurely, they sit on the central sofa. Their bodies move closer, no longer wanting distance between them. Noah's arm rests on the backrest, and Livia settles in next to him, their legs touching. Noah gently runs his fingertips over Livia's bruised cheek. She frowns and winces with a slight expression of pain. Does it still hurt? He asks in a low, deep, and concerned voice. She nods slightly, lowering her gaze for a moment. No doesn't say anything else. He leans closer and places gentle liquids on the injured area, barely touching it. Livia closes her eyes, feeling the touch of his lips dissipate the discomfort and replace it with a warm feeling of well-being. The broths No leaves there are light, but filled with an unusual tenderness. Livia's muscles, tense until that moment, begin to relax. She feels the tingling of the caresses run over her skin, and a deep sense of well-being fills her body. No places his glass on the coffee table, takes his own from her, and sets it aside. Desire ignites between them and flows like a torrent, swift and powerful. He carefully lays her down on the sofa and settles between her thighs, resting his weight on his arms. Livia responds immediately to Noah's proximity, her skin burning, her heart racing. Noah, she whispers his name in a raspy voice, heavy with desire and need. Noah's breath touches her lips, and his green eyes shine with an intensity that seems to melt her. The first few sips are smooth, sweet, and exploratory. But the sweetness soon fades. No takes her mouth with a ferocious hunger, devouring her as if he wanted to take possession of every part of her. With one precise movement, he inserts his tongue between those fleshy lips and sets out to explore her ardent, soft, and feminine interior. Intoxicated by her flavor, he caresses her tongue with feverish urgency, thus begging her to give him back the broth. And Livia does it, with all her might. Caught in the whirlwind of sensations, she wraps her arms around him, holding onto his back tightly. She moves against him, lifting her hips to bring him closer, seeking more of that heat that seems to melt her from within. The fabric of her blouse is an obstacle she can barely bear. Her breasts press against Noah's torso, and the friction makes her moan. Her body responds, uncontrollably, to the primal instinct to merge with him. Livia's senses blur. The emptiness she had felt minutes before dissolves in the softness of the broth, in the warmth of his caresses. No slides his hands under her blouse, his fingers tracing burning paths down her abdomen before moving up to her breasts, seeking more, wanting to touch her, to possess her. The contact is firm, enough to ignite every nerve in her skin. Livia trembles when he strips her blouse and, with impressive ease, removes her bra, leaving her breasts exposed. The look No gives her is scorching. "Oh my God, you're perfect," he moans now that not a centimeter of fabric hides the perfection of her smooth skin. "Your breasts are generous, ideal for my hands, and your nipples." He takes one to his mouth and sucks hard. Everything spins in his mouth, intoxicated by her taste. They finish undressing, and she gasps as she feels his hands on her breasts again, caressing them with his thumb. Noah's lips return to her neck, leaving a trail of wet juices as his fingers continue to explore. Livia arches beneath him, completely surrendered, her mind clouded by wine, desire, and the intensity of what they are sharing. The heat between them intensifies, transforming into a visceral need. The thrusts become deeper, more desperate, and Noah's movements, bolder. He descends into her body, leaving a trail of caresses and thrusts that make her moan again and again. Fascinated, she watches the calm, conciliatory man transform into this other, passionate, voracious man who devours her without any hesitation. Desire heightens Livia's senses. Her body melts. Her nipples harden even more, eager to receive his caresses, begging to be licked. A moan escapes her as No brushes his thumbs over them once more. He moans too, satisfied, and continues to caress her unbearably. Livia feels his erection, that hard pressure in her lower abdomen, and becomes much wetter. No presses and rubs against her as an appetizer. Livia shudders, feeling a knot in her gut as No teases her groin, his experienced fingers caressing the delicate folds of her intimacy and pinching her nipples. Then he tilts his head and lets out a satisfied murmur, after which he settles into feast. He gently licks and nibbles at her nipple, causing her to squirm, pinned against the couch, begging for more. Encouraged by her reaction, he parts his lips, takes the pink nipple into his mouth, and sucks hard, sliding his hands down her back and squeezing her butt. Noah feels his member so hard it throbs, begging him to take her right then and there. But he doesn't, because when he's with her, he likes to savor every inch of her body, take his time, enjoy her from head to toe. He looks her up and down. Livia's breasts are damp from his licking, her nipples stiff, her folds reddened. She shudders all over. She has parted her lips, swollen with his juices, and she gasps as if she's struggling to breathe. The coffee in her eyes is darkened with desire, and she looks at him piercingly. No captures her lips with ferocity, as if he were imprisoned and she were his last taste of freedom. He lets himself be swept away by the sweetness of her body as Livia's taste and smell take hold of him like a drug. She feels every delicious inch of his erection, cradled between her thighs. Noah clasps his hands and places them together above her head. He lifts his hips slightly, intending to penetrate her, and suddenly, like a flash of light, he realizes something important he'd forgotten the other times. "We haven't used condoms," No says with an uneasy smile. "And now I don't have any on hand. I'm taking care of myself, Don't worry, she reassures him in a whisper. Perfect, he exclaims with satisfaction and leans down to kiss her. He delicately intertwines their tongues, caressing her and licking her lips with breathtaking tenderness. When she opens her eyes, he takes her breath away with the intensity of his gaze. I like entering you like this, he says as he thrusts deep into her. He squeezes her hands and presses them harder into the sofa as he begins to move against her, slowly at first, letting her adjust to his size and thickness. The touch of their skin becomes a dance that's in no hurry to end. His breathing intertwines with hers in perfect synchrony as their bodies follow their natural rhythm. Gravity itself seems to have disappeared, leaving them floating in a space where only they exist. Livia feels her heart pounding, echoing in her ears, while her legs wrap around Noah's hips and her hands run down his back, trying to pull him even closer to her. He looks at her, and in his eyes burns a passion so deep it scorches her skin. The desire, which once seemed uncontrollable, now becomes an urgent need, an impulse that can only be satisfied by merging into unreserved surrender. As the tension grows between them, Livia feels completely absorbed by Noah, so much so that she can no longer distinguish where he ends and she begins. The tortuous path to orgasm makes her body tense, invaded by a wave of heat that accumulates in her belly, growing with every movement, every thrust, and every slick Noah leaves on her skin. Her breathing is erratic, ragged, as if the air isn't enough to extinguish the fire consuming her. Her chest rises and falls frantically, and her fingers clutch at Noah's hair, unable to let go, as if she needs to anchor herself to something while her world crumbles with pleasure. An electrifying tingle surges from her thighs to her core, overflowing in waves that shake her to the core. Her mind goes blank, unable to hold a coherent thought, while an uncontrollable moan escapes her lips, filled with intensity and delight. Every fiber of her body responds to the vortex that courses through her, tensing and releasing in time with the sensations exploding in her groin. Livia's skin burns, and a shudder runs through her, feeling completely satisfied. Her legs tremble, her back arches, and her hands search for Noah, to reassure herself that he is real. In that instant, time ceases to exist. Livia feels absolute well-being, a climax that not only satiates her body but seems to touch her soul, enveloping her in a bubble of ecstasy and pure connection. Noah feels like his body is a rope stretched to its limit, about to snap under the pressure of pleasure. Every contraction of Livia's body around him brings him closer to the abyss, unable to resist the call of his own release. His breathing is heavy, hoarse, and his jaw tenses as a scorching heat begins to build in his core, expanding with unstoppable force. Livia's moans, her gaze lost in ecstasy, and the touch of her skin against his are the spark that completely ignites him. His body responds in sync with hers, losing himself in the rhythm they've created together. His heart beats with overwhelming intensity, each pulse pushing him closer to the peak. When climax hits, it's an explosion that sweeps away everything in its path. Noah lets out a deep, guttural growl, lost in pleasure and absolute surrender. His hands grip Livia's hips, holding her with strength and unbridled passion. The orgasm shakes him intensely, his mind emptying of all thoughts. The warmth of Livia's body, her scent, her taste, envelopes him, filling him with a profound satisfaction. Finally, as her body begins to relax, a long, contented sigh escapes her lips. Her forehead rests on Livia's as they both remain motionless, tangled together, still feeling the aftereffects of their overwhelming arousal. Calmness envelopes them like a warm blanket as they remain embraced on the sofa, letting their bodies adjust to the closeness that now feels natural. Livia feels Noah's weight on her chest, his slow breathing caressing the curve of her neck. Her fingers tangle in his brown hair, playing with the strands. Noah, his eyes closed and his heart calmer, slides his hands down Livia's bare back, tracing invisible lines. With each caress, they both seem to surrender more to the feeling that unites them, taking them by surprise and, at the same time, giving them absolute peace. Livia smiles to herself, feeling that warmth in her chest that she only experiences with him. In Noah's arms, she finds a refuge where all her doubts and fears have no place. He lifts his head slightly, leaving a gentle stream of broth on her forehead, a gesture so simple and tender that Livia's lips tremble with emotion. Their eyes meet, and although they don't speak a word, there's something in their gaze that speaks of a shared longing, a feeling that begins to break through the barriers they've both built up for so long. Noah slides his fingertips over her cheek and kisses her again. The fire in the fireplace casts golden sparkles that illuminate their faces, and the silence becomes the perfect accomplice to the intimacy that surrounds them. Noah caresses Livia's face adoringly. His eyes, deep and green like a forest in spring, observe her sweetly. "I never thought I'd need something as much as I need you," he confesses in a low voice, heavy with emotions he rarely allows to surface. Livia, her heart beating 1,000 miles an hour, rests her forehead against his, feeling how their souls seem to intertwine in a warm embrace. "Do you think all this feeling we have when we're together is because we're truly cursed?" she asks, seriously considering the possibility. "I prefer to think it's because you find me absurdly attractive, fucking sexy, and you find it impossible to resist my masculinity," he jokes with a mischievous smile. Livia smiles amused. "I definitely find you absurdly attractive, fucking sexy, and I find it impossible to resist your masculinity. What do you think if we stick with that explanation then?" he suggests. "Sounds perfect to me," she concedes with a sweet smile. Noah settles in and slides his arms around Livia, pulling her into his chest in a hug that seems to protect her from the entire world. She snuggles against him, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart, which slowly syncs with hers. Neither of them speaks. Words are unnecessary. The softness of his caresses and the peace that envelopes the moment speak volumes. With her eyes closed, Livia sighs deeply, letting a peaceful smile spread across her face as Noah kisses the top of her head. Little by little, sleep overcomes them, leaving their bodies intertwined and their souls closer than ever. The moon covers them with its silver rays as if still conspiring to keep them together despite everything. There are no explicit promises, no words to define what they are experiencing, but in that instant, they know that something is irrevocably changing between them. Livia wakes up, her eyes blinking as they adjust to the light. Her breathing is slow. In front of her, she sees Noah's face. He's so close she can feel the warmth of his breath. He's fast asleep, his brow relaxed, his lips slightly parted. A feeling of completeness fills her, a serenity she rarely experiences. He then recalls how he told her in Airy that insomnia haunted him like a shadow, robbing him of his nights, and that his trip was medically prescribed. A problem that has plagued him for some time, causing irritation, fatigue, and frustration. Yet, in those moments, he appears serene, deeply asleep, oblivious to his worries. She raises her hand and, with her index finger, begins to trace the strong, defined contour of his chin, moving slowly upward. The touch of his skin beneath her fingers sends a small jolt of electricity through her body. She shapes his eyebrows, lingering on his closed eyelids. She moves down his straight nose and, finally, with her thumb, brushes his lips, which fills her with an indescribable sensation. Noah stirs slightly. His eyelashes slowly lift, and his green eyes, still clouded with sleep, look at her with sweetness. A sleepy smile spreads across his face. "Good morning," he murmurs in a hoarse, sleepy voice. Livia's heart flutters captivated. "Good morning," she replies, smiling back, and leans toward him to place a smooth broth on his lips. For a moment, they just look at each other, enjoying the moment. "It's almost 6. I have to go," she says in a whisper that sounds like an apology. Noah doesn't seem willing to let her go so soon. He catches her in his arms and pulls her toward him as if he wants to keep her there forever. Their bodies fit perfectly. Livia doesn't resist. "Stay a little longer," he murmurs, burying his face in her neck. "Noah, we have a tough day. We'd better start early," Livia insists, though her voice lacks any real conviction. 5 more minutes, Noah replies, and kisses her sweetly. Only 5, he whispers against her lips. Not one more, he smiles. She snuggles into his chest, letting herself be enveloped by his warmth. Noah lets out a soft laugh and pulls her even closer. A comfortable silence welcomes them for a few seconds. You know, Livia says, looking up at him. I thought you were having trouble sleeping. I have them. No answers, without letting go of her. Chronic insomnia. I have trouble concentrating, and I get irritable sometimes. I have to take medication to sleep, even for a couple of hours. He caresses her cheek. That's why Salvador practically forced me to take that vacation to Airy. I needed to get away from everything and try to regulate my sleep, at least a little. But you sleep very well next to me, she points out, a hint of curiosity and wonder in her eyes. You haven't taken anything. Noah smiles mischievously. That's true. I have no idea why, but with you I sleep very well and without needing medication. Under other circumstances, Livia would be skeptical, but after everything she shared with Noah, she allows herself to believe him. It's funny, she concedes. What happens between us? Everything is unusual. It is, he admits. That's why I like being with you, Livia. You fill me with peace. You calm the chaos of my thoughts, he says sincerely. And I want to stay with you, as long as you let me. She nods. His words move her. I want to continue with you too, she replies, a smile lighting her face. Although I only do it for the sex. It's incredibly good, she jokes. They both laugh, although their glances, full of complicity, know very well that what they feel goes beyond the physical, beyond what they ever imagined. Come on. He rubs his nose against hers. Let's go shower. A mischievous smile spreads across Noah's lips, and before she can refuse or reply, he's already getting out of bed, gently tugging at her hand. Livia lets herself be led. Entering the bathroom, Noah turns on the faucet, adjusts the temperature precisely, and the warm water begins to flow out in a perfect arc. Steam fills the space and forms a translucent veil in the air. Noah approaches her. Livia scans his sculpted, masculine body with her gaze, feeling her desire ignite with the intensity of a flame that burns slowly but steadily. Noah takes her hand and leads her into the steam that creates an intimate atmosphere around them. The first touch of the warm water on her skin is comforting, a caress in itself, but what makes her shudder is Noah's proximity, his eyes scanning every detail of her face as if it were the first time he'd ever seen her. Gently, he brushes away a strand of hair that fell on her cheek. His touch sends a shiver through her body. His hands circle her waist, pulling her against his chest. Livia feels his breath against the curve of her neck, warm and rhythmic, and closes her eyes, letting every sensation wash over her. You look beautiful, that little piece of meat, he murmurs, leaving a gentle broth at the base of her neck. Delicious. Livia feels her body respond to his words, to the touch of his lips, and to the firmness of his hands, which begin to explore her with reverence and desire. His fingers trace a path down her back, sliding over her hips to her rear, where they pause for a moment before moving back up. Noah frames her face with both hands, leaning in to kiss her. It's a slow, deep broth, filled with a passion that intertwines tenderly and slowly ignites like a fire burning out of control. The water runs over their bodies, caressing them like a second pair of hands as they lose themselves in the broth. Noah gently pushes her against the shower wall, trapping her against the marble. His hands explore every corner of her, sliding his fingers over her back, her waist, and then her hips. Livia feels how each caress awakens sensations that make her tremble, a deep desire that grows with each touch, each sigh. She also runs her fingers over Noah's body, tracing the muscles of his chest and abdomen. When their gazes meet, they don't need words. Noah lifts her right leg, and she places it around his hip. He adjusts himself so their bodies are perfectly aligned. Their lips meet again, and this time, the fiery broth is a declaration of surrender, of the unique connection they have found in each other. Noah enters her with a single, hard thrust. He doesn't hold back, continuing with deep, vehement movements. Livia clings to him. The sensation is intense, overwhelming, perfect. Her nails leave barely visible marks on his back, her breathing ragged, mingling with his panting. The intensity grows. With each thrust, Livia feels herself crumble, then rebuild in his arms. The sounds that escape her lips merge with his. The thrusts increase. Their gazes remain fixed, locked in a silent dialogue. Together they reach climax. Their bodies tremble. Noah holds her tightly, while their labored breathing slowly returns to normal. The water continues to flow over their bodies, warm and steady, but neither of them moves. Livia rests her forehead against Noah's and closes her eyes, trying to prolong the feeling of fullness that fills her, while her fingers play with the damp strands of her hair. "This is," she murmurs, not knowing how to finish the sentence. Noah smiles, leaving a soft broth on his forehead. "It's ours," he answers with conviction. They kiss again, this time with infinite sweetness. There's no urgency this time, only the need to prolong the moment, hoping it would last forever. In his arms, Livia feels as if time loses its meaning, that everything is okay, that, for once, the universe is conspiring in her favor. In his arms, there is no fear, no doubt, no shadows of the past, no uncertainty about the future, only that perfect present and the certainty that there is nowhere else she'd rather be. "Jessica Picasso?" Her cold eyes fix on Noah's. "Your fiancé?" she asks, her words harsh, but she can't hide them. Noah calmly looks in the rearview mirror, turns the wheel, and pulls to the curb. The engine cuts off with a hoarse whisper, and he engages the parking brake. He turns to her. "Jessica was never my fiancé," he clarifies forcefully. "That's not what the magazine said," he exclaims with sharp irony. Noah narrows his eyes, and his mouth twists into a smile. "Are you jealous?" She raises a challenging eyebrow and asks with a hint of amusement and curiosity at the same time. "Of course not," he quickly replies. Noah can't help but smile. He tilts his head slightly, his eyes scanning hers, searching among the shadows of her gaze for the truth her words don't convey. "Do you believe everything the magazines say?" he insists, but his tone is softer now, trying to ease the tension between them. Livia remains silent, but the way she straightens her back and lifts her chin is a response in itself. Her lips remain pressed together, refusing to give in to the provocation. Noah lets out an almost inaudible sigh and, with a deliberately slow gesture, takes one of her hands in his. His touch seeks to reassure her. "Jessica is Alexis Rodriguez's marketing director," she explains sweetly. "I need to meet with her so she can give me a report on the advertising campaign they launched in my absence." "You don't have to explain yourself to me," he says tersely, withdrawing his hand. "What you do with that woman is none of my business. Just remember the clause in the agreement." His face remains hard, his implacable gaze fixed straight ahead. Silence settles between them, heavy. "You don't have to remind me," he replies with a serious expression. "I'm very aware of it." "Perfect," he says and opens the car door. "Where are you going?" Noah asks, stopping her by the arm. Livia jerks free. "I'll take a taxi. See you at 2 p.m. She leaves immediately, not giving no time to reply. He watches as she walks quickly away. His fingers tap the steering wheel in frustration, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, perhaps hoping she'll stop and change her mind. But Livia doesn't. He inhales deeply, clenching his jaw. He takes out his phone and, after a second of hesitation, puts it away again. Calling her would be useless. Livia is stubborn and proud. If she's decided to leave, she'll do so without looking back. But Noah isn't the kind of man to sit idly by. He won't let Livia keep putting up walls between them. Livia, for her part, walks with her head held high. Her heart beats rapidly, accelerated by the torrent of emotions Noah awakens in her. Not even she knows what's happening to her. But hearing him say he'd meet with that woman clouded her reason. "Are you jealous?" Noah's voice echoes in her mind. "Damn, am I?" she wonders, bewildered. She presses her lips together, annoyed with herself. Because, even if she denies it, the mere thought of him with another woman makes her nauseous and a knot forms in her stomach. He stops at the corner and raises his hand to hail a taxi. Before anyone can stop, Another car pulls up and the passenger door opens. It's Noah. Get in the car, Livia, he orders firmly, his gaze fixed on her. I said I'll take a taxi, she replies, crossing her arms defiantly. Noah gets out of the car and stands in front of her. Get in, he repeats, this time more forcefully. It's an order that brooks no discussion. Livia looks at him, her eyes reflecting the internal battle she's been fighting. Finally, without saying a word, she takes a step toward the car and gets in. Noah gets back behind the wheel. The journey is silent. Neither of them says anything. See you at 2 p.m., Livia says, getting out of the car when they arrive at Casa Garcia. Noah nods wordlessly and walks away. Livia enters her office, trying to focus on what's important. She doesn't want to keep dwelling on the matter. If she does, she'll end up losing control, and at these moments, she needs to keep a cool head. Tell Mr. Costello to come up to my office. He orders Nolan's secretary over the phone. It's strange that Nolan isn't at his desk at that hour. Mr. Costello hasn't arrived. The secretary on the other end of the line answers, calm as ever. Put him through to me, he orders sharply. Yes, Mrs. Garcia. Livia takes a deep breath and sits down at Nolan's desk, which is next to hers. She prefers it that way, so she doesn't have to call him every time she needs to see him. It's much more convenient, she says. He turns on the laptop. Nolan has some important information he needs to review. When the system boots up and he opens the office window, WhatsApp web automatically launches, displaying a series of new messages. Livia ignores them at first. They're private messages from Nolan. It's none of her business. She shouldn't read them. However, the pop-up windows quickly unfold, revealing at least 20 new messages. Although she doesn't intend to read them, one of them catches her attention. Don't keep going around in circles. I don't want you to be mad at me anymore, baby. Come with Daddy. I promise to reward you. Livia lets out a snort that is somewhere between mocking and disgusted. Daddy, baby, she whispers with a reproachful expression. How ridiculous. He reproaches himself for giving in to temptation, but curiosity wins. Who will Nolan's daddy be? She wonders, feeling a strange unease. Why do you keep hiding this from me, Costello? Stealthily, aware that what she's doing isn't right, she checks her WhatsApp window. The previous messages have been deleted, only the new ones that arrived remain. Guilt-filled, she closes the window. However, she reopens it. One message in particular catches her eye, and she can't help but read it. I don't care about her. What we have is separate. What happens between her and me shouldn't interfere with us. She frowns, confused. Maybe she misunderstood while reading it quickly. She rereads it again, this time more carefully. I don't care about her. What we have is separate. What happens between her and me shouldn't interfere with us. You definitely didn't misunderstand. Her? Who are you talking about? Could it be a married man? Worry tightens in his chest. What are you up to, Costello? What are you doing? Chapter 8. The soft clink of ice against glass breaks the silence in the room as Nolan's lover brings the brandy snifter to his lips. The warm fragrance of oak and spices rises, permeating the air. He takes a sip, allowing the amber liquid to caress his tongue before sliding down his throat, leaving behind an exquisite, comforting burn. He's sitting on a black leather sofa. A thin cloud of smoke rises from the cigar he's holding, snaking toward the ceiling before vanishing. In front of him, Nolan lies fast asleep on the bed. His body is face down, covered only by a light sheet that reveals his broad, muscular back. A crooked smile forms his lips, a grimace filled with satisfaction and something much darker. His eyes scan Nolan's back, the defined shape of his shoulders, the black hair that falls over his face as if the very chaos of the night they spent together still lingered in the strands. Nolan is a sight to behold. The curve of his waist, the play of light on his tanned skin, everything speaks of strength, of an innate masculinity, and of a raw beauty that subdues him. He remembers the first time he saw him. He never imagined his world would be turned upside down like this. He couldn't have foreseen that someone could awaken something so visceral within him. For years, he'd kept that part of his soul buried, the one that screamed desperately to be acknowledged, that desired something more than the superficial game he was used to. From a very young age, he knew he was attracted to men, But the expectations others had of him and the rules of the world he lived in forced him to repress it, to keep that part of himself buried under a mountain of appearances and obligations. Until she met Nolan. From the first moment, her presence shook him. Her carefree laugh, her confident demeanor, the way she filled any space with such natural, authentic confidence. At first, she approached him for a specific reason: to gain his trust in order to obtain crucial information about Livia Garcia. She is her main target, the cornerstone of her purpose. Nolan is her best friend and confidant, the weak link in a seemingly unbreakable armor. She must not just fall, she must be dragged into the deepest disrepute. She will not rest until she sees her name reduced to ashes. However, what began as a simple strategic calculation quickly transformed into something more significant. Something broke loose inside him, and the chains he had kept tightly woven for years began to break. He takes another sip of brandy and lets the warmth of the liquor intoxicate him a little more. Nolan shifts a little, his back undulating slightly with the movement. His lover's eyes leisurely scan every line of his body. The firmness of his muscles, the faint glow of his skin in the dim light of the room, his messy, dark, silky hair spread carelessly on the pillow, begging to be touched. Nolan is, without a doubt, a beautiful, sensual, alluring man. He feels a strange pang in his chest, a need that gnaws at his skin, an attraction that consumes him in ways he can't control. With him, he experiences a pleasure he's never known before with a woman, something different he can't describe or label. When they're together, the world disappears. All that matters is the warmth of her skin, the sound of her breathing, her captivating scent that haunts him even when they're not together. It is a pleasure that knows no limits. It is overwhelming and addictive. And there, in that intimate space, where there are no judging eyes or masks to hold, he allows himself to admire it without restraint. Far from the judgment and expectations of others, he allows himself to be himself, a man enjoying another, the freedom of immersing himself in a connection that makes him feel alive in a different way. But that pleasure comes with a reality he can't ignore. Livia must fall, and Nolan is the key that unlocks the doors to her destruction. No, Rodríguez is also on his list, but every prey has its moment, and now, Livia is the most vulnerable. That bond, which at first was merely a tool to execute his plan, has unexpectedly strengthened. Nolan has achieved the unthinkable, infiltrating her skin. His scent, his touch, everything about him has conquered her senses. She needs him in a way that makes him feel exposed, almost desperate, and that infuriates him, unsettles him, and, at the same time, fascinates and terrifies him, because he knows he can't afford any weakness. Not when he has such an important mission. He slowly exhales the cigar and leans forward, resting his elbow on his knee. He places the cigar in a cut-glass ashtray. His dark, calculating eyes fix on Nolan, like a predator studying its prey. "Livia," he whispers to himself, disdainfully. "You must fall. And after you, no Rodríguez." He knows that to destroy them, he must be meticulous. Livia is strong, but Nolan is one of her fundamental pillars. The bond between them is so close that if he manages to break it, the rest will easily crumble. As long as Nolan remains useful, can enjoy his company, and extract the information he needs, he'll keep him around. The problem is, it's no longer just manipulation. Nolan has ceased to be a mere tool for his purposes. He's become an uncontrollable desire that devours him from within. She stands up and places the brandy glass on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Her gaze wanders out the window, watching the moonlight, its silver rays spread over her naked body, leaving a slight stinging sensation on her skin. She moves away from the bright flashes and approaches the bed, her shadow lengthening in the dim light. She sits on the edge of the mattress, her gaze fixed on Nolan's back, who remains lost in his sleep. She reaches out, almost on impulse, to brush away a strand of hair that has fallen over his forehead. "I shouldn't have let you into my life," he whispers in frustration. "But now that you're here, baby, I'm not letting you go." With a mischievous smile, he takes the bottle of brandy resting on the nightstand and calmly and precisely pours an amber stream over Nolan's tan skin. The liquid slowly slides down the curve of his spine, glistening like liquid gold. Unhurriedly, he tilts his head and licks the liquor, tracing the path with his tongue, savoring both the flavor of the drink and the saltiness of his skin. Nolan moans softly, his body reacting immediately. He stretches a little, but doesn't open his eyes. His smile curves, lazy and sensual. "Haven't you had enough, Daddy?" he murmurs, still sleepy. "I'll never get enough of you, my baby." He whispers against Nolan's ear, his tone low and heavy with desire. She climbs onto the bed with feline movements, straddling Nolan. Her hands run down his broad, muscular back, her lips tracing a fiery path as she settles on top of him, making sure their bodies align perfectly. She slides her hands down the sides of his torso, relishing the tension beneath her fingers. She thrusts into him with gentle, controlled, yet intense movements, creating a rhythm that transports them to a universe where only the two of them exist. Nolan arches his back, moans escaping his mouth. His hands grip the sheets, his muscles tensing with every movement, as his lover slowly increases the intensity, panting against his neck and then nibbling at his shoulder. Each thrust is a journey toward a pleasure so profound it dissolves the boundaries of reality. Their bodies collide in a perfect dance, their breaths ragged with moans of pleasure. Nolan turns then. Now he's the one taking control. Unlike his lover, he doesn't hold back, so he thrusts into him with force. His thrusts are rough, charged with an overwhelming passion that makes the bed vibrate beneath them. His lover arches, a stifled cry escaping her throat. With her eyes closed, she surrenders to each thrust, relishing the rawness Nolan offers her. He likes it when she does it roughly, with that unbridled passion that reduces him to his most primitive instincts. Nolan moves wildly, consumed by a desire that seems endless. The room fills with their hoarse, stifled voices, their gasps, and the whispers that mix with the sound of their bodies. The madness of pleasure consumes them until the climax arrives like a storm, violent and devastating. Their bodies convulse under the force of the shocks of pleasure that course through them. Finally, they collapse on top of each other, their chests rising and falling rapidly, their skin covered in sweat, and the sheets in disarray around them. Hours later, the air in the room feels heavy as Nolan adjusts his tie and shirt buttons. His lover watches him silently, his gaze so heated it seems to burn. He stands at the edge of the bed, his torso bare. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" he asks in a deep, possessive voice. "You know I can't stay," Nolan replies, avoiding eye contact as he picks up his jacket. As he heads for the door, he feels strong hands grab him by the shoulders, stopping him in his tracks. He turns around and faces them with a stern expression. "Remember, you belong to me," he says in a tone that brooks no debate. "Nothing, absolutely nothing that happens with Livia can affect what we have. Our relationship is separate, untouchable." Nolan lets go with a sudden movement. His jaw is tense, his eyes filled with a conflict that consumes him from within. "Livia is my best friend," he replies, his throat tight. "I already feel like enough of an idiot for having gotten this far. I can't keep lying to her. This has to stop." His lover narrows his eyes, his face darkening. Silence falls over the room, heavy and sharp. Nolan takes a deep breath, trying to maintain control. "You have to make a decision. For my part, I'm not going to continue betraying her. I told you when I arrived. This is the last time we'll see each other." His lover grips him tightly by the neck with one hand, while holding his arm with the other. He pulls him close until their faces are just inches apart. Nolan's words hit him like a sharp blow. "I'm never going to let you leave me," he warns in a commanding voice. "I can't be without you, baby, and I know you can't be without me either. Let me go," he asks, although his tone lacks conviction. "I won't do it until you assure me that we'll continue seeing each other." Nolan closes his eyes, lost in a whirlwind of emotions that overwhelm him. He loves her, he knows it. He's never felt anything so profound, so devastating. But at the same time, the image of Livia haunts his mind. If she were to find out, he'd lose her forever, and that prospect fills him with anguish. "I understand," the lover says, softening his tone but not letting go. "Give me a little more time. I promise I'll give up everything for you. I just need to muster the courage to do it." Nolan opens his eyes, searching for sincerity in his. He nods slightly, though his lips tremble as he speaks. "Fine. He finally replies, though his tone is somber. But remember this. I will always stand by Livia. If you ever try to hurt her, I warn you, I will defend her with my life, if necessary. The lover nods, his face covered by a mask of calm. Nolan says goodbye and leaves without looking back, closing the door with a loud bang. The man watches him leave, and his thoughts darken. A calculated smile appears on his lips. Sooner or later, he thinks to himself, I'll end up dominating you completely. That friendship you hold so dear will be destroyed. I can't allow Livia to have someone protecting her. I need her to lose her defenses, and when that happens, she'll be mine. Vulnerable, unprotected, weak. Just the way I need her. No, in complete silence and meticulously, examines every page of the report Jessica has handed him. Sitting at the head of the boardroom table, he reviews the graphs, analyzes the figures, and examines the projections showing the initial impact of the campaign for Oro Verde, Alexis Rodriguez Premium Olive Oil. His expression is inscrutable, absorbed in the details. To his right, Jessica looks at him expectantly. Her legs are crossed, a pen twirling between her fingers. Her posture projects calm and professionalism. The sparkle in her eyes expresses pride in the results she's presenting, and they're attentive to any gesture Noam makes that reveals his opinion. As you can see, the Oro Verde advertising campaign has been a resounding success in this first phase. Finally, Jessica waits no longer and breaks the silence. Her voice, confident and clear, denotes victory. We have exceeded all expectations, both in reach and sales, positioning the product as exclusive and high quality in the market, both locally and internationally. She reinforces her words with gestures of her hands and eyes. Her gaze radiates confidence. This confirms that Alexis Rodriguez is consolidated as a benchmark brand in quality and excellence. She smiles triumphantly. I am sure that, with the adjustments and expansions we are planning, we will achieve even more significant results in the coming months. No raises his gaze, his intense green eyes fixed directly on Jessica. His face remains impassive. Look what I have planned. Jessica continues enthusiastically, pointing to one of the documents. Through effective strategies such as collaborations with influencers, events in Milan and Athens, and a strong focus on social media, I hope to reach more than 2.5 million people. With that, we will increase our sales by 40% compared to our initial plans and strengthen the brand's perception as synonymous with luxury and sustainability. A proud smile lights up her face as she finishes. She watches him with anticipation and a spark of excitement. What do you think? She asks, waiting for his approval. No nods slightly, showing no emotion. He scans the last page of the report before placing it on the table with an impassive expression that contrasts with Jessica's enthusiasm. Everything sounds good. She leans slightly towards him, still smiling, far from being disappointed by the lack of visible emotion. Of course it sounds good. He puts his pen down on the table. Consumers will not only value the quality of the product, but they'll be willing to pay more for it. 92% are already recommending it to others. He exhales with satisfaction, allowing himself a moment of celebration. The next step will be to focus our efforts on emerging markets and strengthen partnerships with chefs and restaurants. That will cement Alexis Rodriguez as the undisputed leader. No listens to every word. Although his expression remains impenetrable, he can't help feeling satisfied by what he hears. Oro Verde isn't just a product. It's the culmination of years of work, sacrifice, and strategic decisions made with the future in mind. And the success of the oil is a reflection of his own success, of the vision he's had for the company. Under his leadership, Alexis Rodriguez is becoming what he always dreamed of, and that's enough to make him proud. You've done a good job with this campaign. Jessica, congratulations. Her expression softens a little. Jessica's smile widens. The best part is that we've left Casa Garcia far behind. Soon, Livia Garcia will have no choice but to bow her head and accept defeat. She exclaims with arrogant satisfaction. The words provoke a reaction in no she hadn't expected. His expression darkens, but before he can respond, Jessica stands and leans toward him. She places both hands on his torso, her gesture brazen and suggestive. Her eyes sparkle with a playful glint, and a seductive smile forms on her lips. "Bunny, I think I've earned a little present, don't you?" she whispers sweetly. Without giving her time to react, her fingers slide down the fabric of his shirt as her lips try to get closer to his. No frowns, dodges the broth, and grabs her wrists, pulling them away from his chest. Without letting go, he looks at her reproachfully before guiding her back to her seat, making sure she sits there. "Jessica, you know perfectly well that I've never liked you calling me that," he reproaches gravely, his tone of authority imposing beyond reproach. "Besides, our relationship is over, and I want to remind you that I'm now married to Livia." Jessica's gaze darkens for a moment, but her face quickly recovers. She smiles, displaying a sweet and innocent facade. "Oh, Noah, calm down. It was just a joke," he replies nonchalantly. "Of course I remember. I know very well that we're good friends now. Nothing more." Noah nods, but he doesn't lose the severity in his voice. "That's what we are, Jessica. Good friends. It's important that you don't forget that. I don't want to hurt you, or for you to misinterpret anything. You shouldn't get your hopes up about me. You know that." Jessica takes Noah's hand in hers with a loving gesture. "Don't worry. I'm clear about this," she says gently. "I'll always love you, Noah. You're the man of my life. But I understand that things didn't work out between us, and I accept that." Noah lightly squeezes her hands, showing genuine empathy. He's always had a deep appreciation for her, a woman who proved exceptional in every way, intelligent, determined, and with a passion for life that captivated him from the beginning. Before Livia, she was the only one he considered, however fleetingly, the possibility of building a home with. But Noah is a pragmatic man, always faithful to his principles, and over time he realized he couldn't offer her what she wanted. He deeply regretted not reciprocating the way she deserved, but he was sure that prolonging something with no future would have been worse. When he decided to end their relationship, he did so as delicately as possible, trying to minimize any pain the breakup might cause. He never wanted to hurt her, so they've kept in touch, and she continues to work at the company. This was his way of showing her that he still trusted her, that he still valued her. No thought that, in a way, keeping her close was his way of making amends for what he couldn't give her on a personal level. "Jessica, you'll always be important to me, not only because of what we share, but because you're Salvador's sister." She nods and smiles with apparent agreement, skillfully hiding the hint of resentment that crosses her gaze. "What I don't understand is, what difference does it make that you're married to that bitch Garcia?" he asks, venom seeping into his words. "Isn't that arrangement supposed to generate benefits? The idea is to get as much out of that alliance as possible, or well, that's what Richard told me you'd do." Noah carefully withdraws his hand. The coldness of his gesture makes it clear to her that his patience has reached its limit. "My decisions and motivations aren't in question," he clarifies, more bluntly than he intended. "And my relationship with Livia isn't. Everything you do with that woman affects the company. Have you forgotten that? The one who's forgetting her place here is you." "Jessica," she cuts her off irritably. "Do I need to remind you that you're only the marketing director?" Jessica's face blushes, not from embarrassment, but from the anger she can't express. "I said that because..." Noah doesn't listen to the rest of her words. He changes the subject in a professional tone, seeking to end the conversation and maintain distance between the two. "I want you to suspend the second phase of the campaign," he orders. "Suspend it?" she asks, puzzled. "But, Noah, everything is progressing perfectly. The preliminary results are exceeding expectations, and the launch process has been irregular. No interrupts," not bothering to explain further. "I'll take a few days to analyze some matters. Don't question my orders. Jessica, just do as I say." Jessica presses her lips together in a grimace, struggling to contain her frustration. She knows that insisting would be useless. Finally, she curves her lips into an artificial smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "Of course, Noah. It will be done as you command," he nods, pretending to agree. "Give me all this information." He points to the documents and papers scattered on the table. "I want to review it more carefully." He looks at the time on his watch and stands up, concluding the meeting. That's all. My wife will be here any moment. We have an important matter to attend to. Without another word, he stands up, straightens his suit jacket, and heads toward the entrance. Jessica follows him, a few steps behind. When Noah opens the door and turns to say goodbye, he doesn't notice Livia is already there. Jessica, on the other hand, spots her immediately and, with a barely perceptible smile, seizes the opportunity. Without wasting a second, she approaches Noah and hugs him, sliding her arms around his back in a gesture that seems almost too intimate. Then, she whispers in his ear in a sweet, low voice, making sure it seems like something more from Livia's perspective. Remember, this weekend is Salvador's birthday. I'll see you at the celebration. Noah, oblivious to Livia's gaze, returns the hug with affection and naturalness. Of course, I'll be there, he confirms kindly. Jessica pulls away just a little, just enough to turn around and feign surprise at Livia's presence. Hello, Livia. It's so nice to see you again, he exclaims in a cheerful and carefree tone, as if he's just noticed her there. Hearing his wife's name, Noah turns sharply and meets dark, jealous eyes that pierce him like an arrow. Noah immediately breaks free from Jessica's embrace as soon as he sees Livia. His expression changes, and he tries to maintain a relaxed posture, as if nothing is happening, even though he senses that everything is about to happen. He approaches Livia with his characteristic confidence, keeping his gaze fixed on her, although he can perfectly sense the discomfort in his wife, who watches him with a fake smile while her eyes seem to want to kill him. When Noah reaches her, he puts his arm around her waist, gently pulling her toward him. She doesn't back away. On the contrary, she places her arm around his back, reciprocating the gesture with apparent ease. Hello, little piece of meat. Noah whispers, so close to her lips that his warm breath brushes Livia's skin. He gently caresses her cheek before leaving a brief sip of broth on her lips. I'll explain later, okay? He adds, in a murmur that only she can hear. Livia's smile remains intact, but her brown eyes flash with a fury that Noah begins to identify all too well. You better have one, and a really good one, she replies in a low, almost inaudible voice, her lips barely moving. Noah nods, still holding her. From her spot, Jessica watches the scene with a tense face, the muscles in her jaw aligned with the effort of not letting her anger take over. The connection between Noah and Livia is evident. She can see it more than anyone, and the envy is reflected in her jealous gaze. Livia, still in Noah's arms, maintains her impeccable facade of serenity. She turns to Jessica with a radiant, friendly smile. The perfection of her gesture only adds a layer of mordant humor to the situation. Hi, Jessica. He greets her in a tone so sweet, it's almost intimidating. It's a pleasure to see you again, Livia. Jessica replies, approaching with an outstretched hand, forced to contain her true emotions. The pleasure is all yours, dear, Livia replies, ignoring the outstretched hand, causing Jessica to close it into a fist and slowly withdraw it. Noah frowns curiously. Do you know each other? He asks, interested. Unfortunately, Livia replies, her voice sharp, wrapped in false cordiality, keeping her defiant gaze on Jessica. Livia's response causes Jessica to raise an eyebrow in apparent disbelief. You can't keep living in the past, dear, Jessica retorts, in a tone that drips with venom beneath the guise of casual conversation. Noah looks at both women with growing interest. Where do you know each other from? He asks, this time more intrigued as he remembers that Livia also knows Salvador. Livia hugs Noah closer, as if signing a declaration of ownership. Her gaze fixes on Jessica. Come on, Jessie, tell my husband where we know each other from. She challenges her with a triumphant expression. Jessica swallows, her smile disappears, and her lips contract into a tight line. For a second, the mask of confidence and arrogance she wears cracks. But she quickly regains her composure. She looks at her watch. Look at the time, he says with a fake look of concern. I have a very important meeting, and so do you, from what I understand. So I won't interrupt you anymore. I'll take my leave. See you later, Bunny, he says pointedly, addressing Noah. Jessica takes a step toward him, with the clear intention of saying goodbye with a broth, but Livia, with a subtle movement, places herself in front of him, blocking his access. No smiles surreptitiously, amused and pleased by his wife's territorial attitude. The tension in the office is evident, but he seems to enjoy the spectacle. Jessica stops, lifts her chin haughtily, and offers a tight smile before turning toward the exit, taking her frustration with her. As the elevator door closes, Livia releases her arm from Noah's with a curt gesture and walks directly toward the conference room. He follows her without saying anything, observing the tension in her shoulders and the way her back remains straight, ready for a confrontation. Once inside, Livia stops in the middle of the room. No closes the door behind him, securing it with a soft click, and leans against it, meeting Livia's icy gaze as she stands waiting for him with her arms crossed. "So, are you going to let me explain, or should I wait for my final judgment?" No jokes with a half smile, trying to ease the tension, although his eyes hide genuine concern. Livia narrows her eyes. The calm on her face is dangerous, more lethal than any explosion of rage. "It depends on how convincing you are, Bunny," he replies, with controlled intonation. He clenches his jaw at the nickname. "You know very well that he called me that to annoy you. The real question here is, why do you keep allowing him so much freedom?" Livia asks, an edge in her voice. "What freedoms are you referring to?" he asks, weighing each word carefully. "Are you serious?" she replies with biting sarcasm. "We're still friends and—" "Perfect," he interrupts with an icy voice. She turns on her heels and walks to one of the chairs around the conference table. She sits down with the elegance of a queen taking her throne, without looking directly at him. Noah straightens, sighs deeply, and sits opposite her, aware that any false move could ignite the gunpowder he himself had accidentally scattered. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. Otherwise I wouldn't have let him hug me and—" He raises his hand to silence the retort. "I don't allow it when we're alone either," he assures. Livia looks at him with sharp indifference. "Whatever you say," she finally exclaims, her tone neutral enough to irritate him even more. "Livia, listen. I don't care," she interrupts, shrugging her shoulders in disdain. "I came here to discuss a truly important matter, so let's focus on that." Without giving him time to reply, he takes out the documents he's carrying in his executive briefcase and places them on the table. "Livia, I want you to know that this document," he cuts it out without looking at it, diving right into the topic, and points to a line on the paper. "It's the record of my original idea. As you can see, it contains the date, specifications, and proposals. Even the name, Green Gold." Noah takes the record and examines it carefully. His expression changes as he confirms what she says. He looks at the details carefully and finds the patent for the name dated long before Richard had suggested it. "Yes," he admits after a moment, looking up at her. "At a meeting, while we were discussing the idea and its scope, Richard suggested that name, but according to this document, you had already created it long before then." Their eyes meet, the same thought running through their minds. Without needing words, they understand that something isn't right about all this. So, for 2 hours, they delve into the details, analyzing and comparing documents, verifying every step of the oil-making process. "A few days before we got married," Noah tells her thoughtfully, "Richard brought me a report showing that Casa Garcia was about to introduce a new olive oil with identical characteristics to Alexis Rodriguez's latest innovation." He taps his fingers on the table. "I was convinced someone within this company was selling you confidential information. It seems it's the other way around, that someone from Casa Garcia is leaking information to Alexis Rodriguez, or both companies are exchanging information." Noah clenches his fists, feeling anger bubble under his skin. "It seems like a sabotage strategy," Livia deduces. "The question is, which company? Years ago, before you became CEO, your father tried something similar," Noah reminds him. "My father was CEO at the time. Richard was already vice president. They managed to stop him. All this time, I thought you were trying to do what Vincenzo Garcia couldn't." "Yes, I know what Vincenzo did," Livia admits, her back straight. "I had to make many changes and implement risky strategies to clean up the mess he left behind and protect the prestige of Casa Garcia. But I've never done anything dirty or reprehensible. I've never acted against Alexis Rodriguez. She points to the documents. Here's the proof. Let's move on, Noah decides. There's still a lot to go over. Finally, an hour later, Noah leans back in his chair, calling the meeting to a close. I'll hold a press conference announcing that I'll be suspending oil production, he announces definitively. Livia nods, agreeing with the decision. Then we'll move on to the next step of what we agreed upon. Our lawyers must be present at our next meeting, he says. Yes, it's the best thing to do, he agrees. If we're going to do it, we should have everything clear and legally stipulated. Well, we're done for now, he says, and begins organizing the documents in his briefcase. Noah nods. His eyes linger on her for a second longer than necessary, but Livia doesn't react, skillfully ignoring him, busy gathering the papers. The tension between them hasn't gone away. It's still there, latent. That's all. She stands up, and so does he. You can contact Nolan Costello through your secretary, and she stops when Noah approaches her slowly and puts his arm around her waist. What are you doing? Let me go, she demands, annoyed. I'm not going to let you leave upset with me, he whispers as he slaps her cheek with broth, which she doesn't dodge, but doesn't reciprocate either. I already told you that I don't care what happens between you and that woman, he says, but his gaze contradicts her, spitting fire. That's not what you looked like to me out there, he teases her. You look like a lioness defending her territory. He moves his hand up to her neck and strokes the delicate line that runs up to her chin. That was really sexy. She squirms slightly, trying to get free, without success. The only thing you're right about is that I'm a lioness and that one is a hyena. Believe me, Bunny, that woman isn't trustworthy, but you're not ready for that conversation. Noah tilts his head slightly and looks at her, intrigued. I know, he says with absolute conviction. Livia's eyes narrow suspiciously. Do you really know? You can't trust anyone, Livia. Only those who have proven themselves trustworthy. And, let's just say I'm selective in that regard. Those words make her husband gain a little more respect in her eyes. Does that mean you don't trust me? I'm working on it, he answers honestly. She nods. She likes that he's honest. And her? Has she earned your trust? Livia asks ironically. Noah gives her an enigmatic look and smiles, wrapping his arms around her a little tighter. Livia doesn't seem bothered. What happened between you and her that makes you hate her so much? He asks, subtly diverting the topic and avoiding an answer. I don't hate that woman, she clarifies, almost with disgust. I don't waste my feelings on those kinds of people. The expression on Noah's face becomes more confused. Livia lets out a tired sigh. I've known her since we were children. We practically grew up together. She lets go of No. She smooths down the back of her skirt and sits back down. No sits down too. Her father was the manager of the Garcia mansion. My grandfather thought highly of him, so he took his children under his wing, providing for their every need. You mean Salvador and Jessica? He asks, frowning. Yes. Didn't you know Salvador's father worked for my grandfather? She asks, puzzled. No. Did you know that Salvador owns shares in Alexis Rodriguez? He asks back. Sure, she admits without a problem. He never told you about me? Noah slowly shakes his head with a serious expression. No, he told me he'd only seen you at a few events, and you'd only shared a few greetings. Livia crosses her arms and legs and leans back in her chair. She becomes thoughtful. I understand you're good friends, she says, analyzing what she's hearing. Are you and him good friends? He asks, sarcastically and suspiciously. We were, he answers sharply. Is there anything else I should know? He looks at her, trying to decipher her sudden reluctance. She remains silent. Will I ever know? It depends, he answers flatly. About what? How much I came to trust you, he says bluntly. Noah nods silently. That's how important it was, he says in a tense voice. Livia doesn't comment on the matter. Her face is stone. What I don't understand is how Salvador didn't tell you about me, she says, deep in thought. Does it hurt that I didn't do it? He demands, his jaw clenched. No, he replies with a conciliatory smile. It's not about that, Noah. His silence bothers me, and I wonder why he lied to you. Maybe for the same reasons you don't want to tell me. He says much more seriously. It's different. I haven't lied to you, he emphasizes. It's just that. He hesitates. He closes his eyes and sighs deeply. That's part of my private life, Noah. He relaxes his stern expression and extends his hand. She takes it. With a gentle tug, he pulls her to him and has her straddle his legs. There's a solution to that, he says, hugging her by the waist, their faces close together. Like what? She asks, putting her arms around his shoulders. Let's make a trade, he suggests persuasively. Explain yourself, she asks, not understanding. Tonight, I picked you up at Casa Garcia and invited you to my apartment. We'll have a few drinks and share something intimate, private. I'll tell you something, you tell me something. So as not to pressure you, it can just be some personal information. What do you think? Maybe, but I'd have to stop by my apartment first for a change of clothes. Going there in the morning to change takes up time. So you're staying the night? He teases provocatively, starting to leave small drops on her neck. That means you've forgiven me. No, he denies flatly. That just means I like sex, period. Noah laughs at his statement. Come here. He pulls her closer to his chest. I swear, between Jessica and me, there's nothing more than a working relationship, he assures in a low, velvety voice. Aren't you good friends? He asks sharply. She's just... I don't care what she is, she silences him by putting a finger to his mouth. I just want you to be very clear. If you ever let that hyena touch you again, I'll never let you lay a finger on me again. Why would I want another woman to touch me? When I have you, he asks seductively. I just want to be devoured by my lioness, he jokes, nibbling at her chin. I'm serious, no Rodriguez. She warns earnestly, grabbing him by the collar. I don't like sharing. I'm serious too, Livia Garcia. He replies in an equally serious tone. You're the only woman I want in my bed and in my life. I'm only yours, little piece of meat, just as you're only mine. That was definitely the answer she wanted. She wraps her arms around his neck and greedily takes hold of his mouth. No responds with equal ferocity, gripping her waist even tighter. Their tongues seek each other, find each other, tangle in a heady rhythm that makes both of them release breathy moans against each other's mouths. Livia, without breaking the mood, positions herself more comfortably over Noah's crotch, digging her knees into the soft fabric of the chair, creating a delicious friction that draws a deep groan from his chest. Her fingers sink into his dark hair, gently tugging to deepen the contact. Their mouths explore each other without reservation, while their soft moans fill the room. Livia's body writhes in Noah's arms, her skin burning with every touch. He traces the curve of her back, his hands sliding hungrily over the material of her blouse. He feels the small tremors of her body under his touch, and it only incites him further, making him pull her tighter against him. His fingers trace the outline of her waist and up to her shoulder blades, outlining every inch. Livia arches her body, pressing her hips against his hardness, which draws a low growl from Noah's chest. The broth deepens, slows, so delicious that it makes them both forget, for a moment, where they are. Livia moans against his mouth, and the sound awakens a primal desire in Noah, who lowers a hand to firmly grasp her hip, pressing her against his erection. Their breathing mingles, uneven and thick with need. Livia, Noah murmurs between sips of broth. Noah, she replies in a whisper, her voice hoarse with desire. Wait. She stops abruptly. The door. I adjusted it when I came in, she replies, stroking the hair hanging from her high ponytail with one hand and pressing the curve of her waist with the other. The cameras, she insists, a veil of lucidity crossing her mind clouded with desire. There aren't any in the boardroom, she says with a seductive smile. It's crazy. We can't make love here, he says without any conviction. We'll make love tonight in my apartment, he whispers, biting and sucking on her chin. Now, what I want is for you to fuck me, Livia Garcia. I've wanted it since you confronted Jessica, he demands, his eyes darkening. Hers immediately cloud over, reacting to his words. I'm yours, little piece of meat. Fuck me with all your might. Livia's eyes lock with his, bright and dark, and in that moment, No knows he's completely lost in her. She kisses him again, deeper this time, increasing the heat between them. She runs her fingers down his toned torso, reaching his pants, undoing his belt, buttons, and zipper with a skill that surprises even her. No hikes her skirt up to her waist and with a deft movement, slides her panties to one side, while Livia frees his hard, rumbling member, thirsty for the fluids emanating from the delicate folds of the woman who is driving him wild. Their lips part slightly to take a breath, and they both gasp, on the verge of losing control. "Little piece of meat," he murmurs against her mouth, but he doesn't manage to finish the sentence because she captures him again with an even deeper, hungrier broth. Livia settles in, and No enters her completely. Her body rubs against his, seeking more contact, more closeness, and she begins a passionate, anxious, uncontrolled swaying. She feels alive in his arms, on the edge of an abyss into which she isn't afraid of falling if it's with him. Noah lifts her slightly and adjusts her position so he can explore more, so he can feel more. In that instant, the world is reduced to that absolute surrender, to the beating of their hearts, the warmth of their bodies, and the insatiable desire that burns between them. Noah holds Livia firmly by the waist, letting her take complete control as their movements grow in intensity. Each undulation of her body against his provokes a sea of sensations in both of them that expand from the core of their beings to every corner of their skin. Livia tilts her head back, her parted lips letting out a deep moan, laden with a pleasure she can't and won't contain. Noah's breathing is erratic, his chest rising and falling as his gaze remains fixed on Livia's face, flushed with the intensity of the moment. Her every reaction, every shudder, fuels his own desire. His hands tighten around her waist, exerting a pressure that keeps her closer, more united to him. She clutches his shoulders as her entire body vibrates with the approach of climax. No feels Livia's muscles tense beneath his hands. Her body begins to tremble as the first waves of pleasure course through her. She lets out a strangled cry, her moans mingling, filling the room. The climax encases them both in an unstoppable explosion. Livia feels a shock run through every fiber of her being, a sensation that imprisons and frees her at the same time. Her nails dig lightly into the skin of Noah's shoulders as she lets out one last deep, heartbreaking, ecstatic gasp. Noah follows her moments later, his body completely tensing and his hands gripping her hips as if he wanted to merge with her. A warm current runs through him, a fire that burns him, leaving him empty and full at the same time. His hoarse gasps join Livia's moans as his breathing becomes a ragged sigh. For a moment, they both remain motionless, their bodies pressed together, their foreheads resting against each other. Sweat covers their skin, their hearts beat rapidly, in sync. Livia slowly opens her eyes, meeting Noah's gaze, which shines brightly. "What are you doing to me, Noah?" she asks, still in the slumber of climax. "The same thing you're doing to me, Livia," he whispers, caressing her cheek with his fingertips, a trace of tenderness replacing the passion that had just engulfed them. They both remain like that, sharing a silence that doesn't need to be broken, while the last waves of pleasure dissipate and a feeling of absolute fulfillment covers them. Jessica enters Salvador's office, driven mad. Without stopping to knock, she pushes the door hard, causing it to bounce against the wall, causing a loud bang. Salvador looks up from the medical records he's reviewing. His brow furrows in discomfort as he realizes that all this fuss is the result of his sister's outburst. "What the hell is wrong with you now?" he asks in a tense voice, fixing his eyes on Jessica's flushed face and setting the documents aside. "Noah gave me the order to stop the entire campaign," she responds angrily, closing the door behind her with a loud bang. "We had a meeting today at Alexis Rodriguez's. After showing him the results of our campaign, which has been an absolute success, the almighty so wants us to stop everything." "Everything, Salvador." She crosses her arms and begins pacing back and forth in front of her desk, like a caged beast. Salvador rests an elbow on the arm of his chair, supports his chin in his hand, and watches her silently for a few seconds, carefully evaluating her words. I didn't expect you to stop the campaign, he says finally, his gaze lost for a moment, as he tries to decipher the reasons behind Noah's actions. Me neither, Salvador. This is getting out of hand, Jessica insists, her voice cracking slightly with frustration. Salvador leans back in his chair, crosses his arms, and sighs before speaking. It was only natural that Noah would take action after returning and learning that an order had been given in his name and without his direct authorization, he says thoughtfully. You know how meticulous and strict he is with his company. What I didn't expect was for him to stop the campaign. He narrows his eyes. That damn oil means everything to him. He must have a very strong reason. He must be up to something. Jessica stops dead in front of the desk and looks at him, her eyes blazing with anger. That's not the worst of it, she exclaims. She leans toward him, resting both hands on the edge of the desk. Livia is with him. Right now. The words hit Salvador like a slap. His face, which always strives to maintain an imperturbable expression, tenses. Jealousy and helplessness are reflected in his cold eyes. They're meeting to talk about Oro Verde. I'm sure, she says with a grave expression. It's the safest thing to do, he deduces, closing his fist and gently tapping his chin. Do you understand the seriousness of this? She asks, agitated. Those two are getting along too well. Jessica emphasizes, full of venom. You should have seen them, giving each other broth and embracing in love. It's just a facade, he contradicts, jealousy tearing at his chest. They hate each other. Well, you're in bad news, little brother, she snorts irritably. I saw them, they're not faking. The connection is there. I could feel it. Salvador remains silent, writhing in the quagmire of his dark thoughts. That's not good for us at all. They'll find out everything. Jessica continues, her voice rising a little, almost hysterical. I'm telling you, Salvador, that woman is dangerous. Even more so now that she's close to know. Everything could go to hell if we don't do something to separate them. She is silent for a moment. The worst part is that she's still just as haughty, arrogant, and confident. So much so that she challenged me in front of No. She wanted me to tell her what happened. That time. Salvador closes his eyes for a moment, trying to calm the wave of emotions that assail him. You should have provoked her, he scolds her in a low but stern tone. You're always on that bitch's side. Jessica explodes, her rage consuming her. She snatches up the objects on Salvador's desk, knocking papers, a thin pen, and even a picture frame to the floor. Salvador stands up suddenly. His presence is imposing. His eyes are full of suppressed fury. Enough, Jessica. How many times have I told you to keep a cool head? He growls, each word falling on her like a whip. I've told you 1,000 times. If you keep giving in to your impulses, you're going to ruin everything. Don't you understand? This isn't just about you or your whims. This is so much bigger. Get that through your head. She looks at him, her eyes blazing with anger. Her chest rises and falls sharply, trying to control her rapid breathing. I can't help it, she cries, almost on the verge of tears. You know how much I hate her. Salvador holds her by the shoulders, forcing her to look him directly in the eyes. Control your emotions, he says with a harshness that immediately silences her. If you lose your mind due to jealousy and rage, our entire plan will fall apart. Livia is cunning, intelligent. Above all, she's cold, rational, calculating. We need to act with that same intelligence, not with stupid outbursts. Jessica lowers her gaze, but she's still trembling with fury. Salvador lets go of her and walks away, placing a hand on the bridge of his nose, the strain of the conversation beginning to affect him. No and Livia getting along is a problem, I know. Salvador continues in a more controlled tone. All this time we kept them apart and didn't consider the possibility that they might somehow find each other. We assumed they hated each other so much that they could never be together. That damned old woman Rodriguez and that old fox Garcia got there first. It wasn't enough for them to deny me everything that belongs to me. They also want to take Livia away from me. He clenches his fists, clearly frustrated. But that's a mistake we won't make again. We must always be one step ahead and stand firm. They can't stay together. They'd turn. Indestructible, I know. Jessica takes a deep breath and nods, though she presses her lips together again in a grimace of frustration. Besides, Salvador continues, his words sounding much more serious. I was convinced Noah wouldn't return for Mary. His gaze darkens, and a shadow crosses his face. We have to try again, Jessica demands, determined, without hesitation. I already told you no, damn it. It's because I listened to you before that we're where we are, he replies without losing his composure. He returns to his chair and leans back heavily. Noah knows someone sabotaged the yacht. He closes his eyes for a moment, trying to organize his thoughts. He's so cautious and suspicious that he didn't tell anyone he was going to the hotel, only Amelia. At first, he suspected Livia, obviously, but not anymore. It stands to reason he won't suspect his grandmother. So the only one left on the list is me. Do you understand? Jessica sits in the chair opposite him, her face tense, taking in the magnitude of the matter. Do you think he suspects you? She asks uncertainly. I don't know, she answers coldly, staring into space. But he keeps investigating, that much I do know. A shadow of doubt crosses her face. I thought he trusted me blindly, but he's hiding things from me. For example, he married Livia and didn't tell me anything. He doesn't even want to continue taking the medication that allowed me to control him, she laments, a bitter taste filling her mouth. That makes me doubt how much I can be trusted, or, if he considers it, that I'm somehow involved in his accident. We must clear up any doubts, she pleads, nervous and desperate as she watches everything unravel. He can't find us out. I've erased all traces. Nothing links me to that accident. I've taken care of that very well. So many years, Salvador, we can't fail now. She bites her lip, worried. Noah isn't stupid. It wasn't easy to gain his trust. We can't lose it now. We won't. But I need you to focus, okay? He looks at her warningly, as if she were a little girl. She nods. Go with Richard. Give him more of what he loves so much. Please him in every way. Now more than ever, we must have him on our side. Richard isn't a problem for me. She smiles, boastful and confident. He doesn't know anything about our plan to sabotage the yacht, right? No, he's only interested in having power over the company. Despite their eternal rivalry, he would never harm Noah. That's just between you and me. Perfect, she exclaims, satisfied. Make him believe he's the one in control of everything, that we're just pawns in his game. He instructs her calmly. She nods again, fully understanding. Convince him, as if it were his idea, that he must continue to extract information from Casa Garcia. We have to know everything that happens there. He can't lose contact with his informant, now less than ever. He must resolve any issues he has with him. He inhales deeply, his expression turning cloudy and somber. If things get complicated, we'll sacrifice Richard. We'll make no believe it was all his and his little friend's idea. I'll do whatever you tell me, she replies with a mischievous smile on her lips, approaching him. She sits on his lap and hugs his neck. You're very smart, little brother, she praises him, whispering in a sweet voice, and begins to spread soft, provocative sauce on his chin. Stop it, Jessica. He stops her by grabbing her hands. I told you not to do that. He stares at her, harshly reproaching her. You're my sister. Once upon a time, you and I, he reminds her. I was drunk, damn it. He stops her, preventing her from finishing. That's something that never should have happened. Salvador, shut up, I'm telling you. He grabs her by the neck tightly. She lets go. She stands up from his legs, steps back, and places her hand over the mark. You don't mind loving Livia like an idiot, he reproaches, the fire of rage igniting his words. Even though you two are. It's different, he interrupts, standing irritably, his body tense. You know that what unites me to Livia is much stronger than our kinship. She and I are destined. The second moon united us, and that bond should never have been broken. If it hadn't been for Vincenzo's offspring, she and I would be together now. No, they wouldn't be. Damn it, and you know it. He retorts, his eyes moist with fury and disappointment. Sooner or later, that damn curse would have taken one of them. I've already found the way to destroy her, to end that curse, and you know it, he says in a somber voice, searching a drawer for a small chest. He takes out a beautiful silver bracelet and looks at it with obsessive devotion. All of this has always been for her, for my sweet Livia, he smiles in love. And I won't stop until I have her by my side again. He closes his fist with the jewel inside. I'll find that gypsy and wipe out everyone who gets in my way. He opens his fist and caresses the butterfly pendant, which shines as if it had a life of its own. Above all, I'll finish off that damn No Rodríguez. Only then will Livia be mine, and we can be together forever. Or, even better, Jessica thinks, hatred churning in her gut, I'll finish Livia off first. I'll keep all the money, and you'll be mine alone. Chapter 9. No watches Livia from his position, still leaning back in the managerial chair, his shirt unbuttoned and a satisfied expression etched on his face, while she adjusts her skirt and the rest of her suit with scrupulous and elegant movements and rearranges her slightly disheveled ponytail. What time should I pick you up to go to my apartment? Noah asks as he stands up, buttoning his shirt slowly, still staring at her. Livia watches him from the side as he picks up his executive briefcase. I'll call you and let you know. I'm not going to Casa Garcia right now, he says casually. Where are you going? Noah asks with genuine interest. He frowns slightly and crosses his arms as he follows her with his eyes. To an event sponsored by Casa Garcia, he answers calmly, while packing some documents into his briefcase. It's a lecture by a psychologist I greatly admire. What's it called? Kimberly Morrow. She works for a foundation we also fund. They help women victims of violence, offering emotional support and social reintegration. Today, she will present her new campaign focused on the protection and empowerment of women. Noah nods, showing genuine interest. What kind of campaign? It's an initiative that seeks to educate and offer support to women who have been victims of violence, not only physical, but also emotional and economic. It combines talks, workshops, and practical resources to help them regain control of their lives, explains Livia, with a sparkle of passion in her eyes. Casa Garcia has been sponsoring these types of events for years, and this one in particular is very special to me. Noah watches her closely, perceiving the sincerity and commitment in each of her words. It sounds like an interesting project. What's the name of the foundation? Shelter of Hope, Livia answers, looking directly at him. He smiles with a touch of pride and approaches her. Alexis Rodríguez also sponsors that foundation. I didn't know Casa Garcia did the same. Livia raises an eyebrow, surprised. Really? Yes, Noah nods. Do you mind if I join you? She blinks, clearly taken by surprise. Are you sure? This might not be the kind of event you're used to. Noah laughs softly and shakes his head. I want to share with you outside of this environment. He points to the spot, and the bedroom. This seems like a good opportunity. Livia looks at him for a few seconds before smiling broadly. Her gaze betrays how much she likes the idea. Don't you have any pending work? He asks, narrowing his eyes. I have a lot on my plate, he admits with a tired grimace. But I'd rather sneak away with you. Okay. Livia smiles with an amused expression, her eyes sparkling. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll clean up a bit, and then we'll go. Noah leans down to kiss her forehead before grabbing his jacket. Shortly after, Livia and Noah arrive together, immediately attracting the organizers' attention. The entrance is decorated with posters displaying the foundation's motto, Shelter of Hope. We build futures full of freedom and dignity, strengthening hearts, transforming lives. A woman with short hair and a friendly expression approaches them with a broad smile. Ms. Garcia, it's a pleasure to have you here again, he greets enthusiastically. Then, as he looks at Noah, surprise lights up his face. Mr. Rodríguez, it's also an honor to have you here. We never imagined having you at one of our events, he says, extending his hand. His enthusiasm is genuine, almost reverential. Thank you. Noah responds politely, shaking her hand. Livia told me about the event. He points to Livia, and she smiles amiably. I'm delighted to be here. Her gaze seems warmer than usual. Livia, it's always an honor to have you with us. Your support has been invaluable, another of the directors added, addressing her with obvious appreciation. Livia laughs softly, relaxed. After a few cordial exchanges, the organizers lead them to their seats in the front row. Noah looks around. He takes off his coat, hangs it on the back of his chair, and takes a seat next to Livia. The place is packed, but the atmosphere is serene, with a constant murmur of voices. Shortly after, Kimberly Morrow enters the room. She's an older woman whose magnetic presence lights up the room in a way that's hard to explain. At 60, she's still very beautiful. She has an elegant bearing, a warm aura that radiates serenity and strength at the same time. Noah feels an unexpected sense of well-being when he looks at her. "That's Kimberly Morrow," Livia whispers. Not only is she brilliant in her field, but her way of connecting with people is unique. "Thank you for being here," Kimberly begins, with a firm and empathetic voice that instantly captivates those present. His talk focuses on the importance of recognizing patterns of emotional and physical violence and how to break them. His words flow with an ease that engages even those, like Noah, who are accustomed to pragmatic and impersonal environments. As she continues her presentation, the auditorium lights dim, and an image appears on the huge screen in front of her. It's an iconic image that immediately captures everyone's attention. A majestic blue butterfly seemingly fluttering gracefully among the silvery glimmer of a full moon. The contrast between the delicacy of its wings and the intensity of the star's light creates an almost hypnotic vision. Livia feels her chest tighten, her breathing become erratic. Her eyes remain fixed on the image that seems to come to life before her. The butterfly, a symbol of rebirth and freedom, brings a torrent of emotions that are difficult to control. Kimberly, from the lectern, points to the screen with a warm smile. "This is the heart of our campaign," she says with conviction. "Because every woman deserves to transform her pain into strength, her wounds into wings, and to be reborn into a life of fulfillment." Livia closes her eyes for a moment, trying to catch her breath. When she opens them again, she stares at the image on the screen, a shiver running down her spine. Her eyes narrow, trying to process what she's seeing. That blue butterfly, with its shimmering wings that seem to vibrate in time with an invisible breeze, is the same one that appeared in her dream, fluttering with ethereal grace over the chest of the gypsy woman who looked at her with eyes full of secrets. She doesn't know for sure why, but she's absolutely certain it's the same butterfly. Her mind takes her back to that dreamlike vision, to the intensity of the colors, to the feeling that the butterfly was an omen, a message she can't decipher. Noah, attentive to her reactions, lightly squeezes her hand. "Are you okay?" he whispers, leaning toward her. Livia barely nods, without taking her eyes off the screen. "That butterfly," she murmurs, more to herself than to him. "I've seen it before." Noah frowns and examines the screen. As absurd as it may seem, he feels the image isn't unfamiliar. It feels familiar. "Before? What do you mean?" Livia remains silent, slowly regaining her composure. She takes a deep breath and forces herself to smile, now fully aware that telling Noah that the butterfly is an omen because he dreamed it would sound crazy. "Forget it," he says with a smile that appears disinterested. "Don't pay attention to me." Noah nods and focuses again on Kimberly's melodious voice. As the talk progresses, he can't help but admire the passion and clarity with which the specialist explains such complex topics that keep him engaged. The hour passes in a flash, and when Kimberly closes with a reflection on the transformative power of forgiveness and resilience, the audience breaks into unanimous applause. From the lectern, Kimberly looks around the audience and smiles as she finds Livia with a warmth that feels genuine. "It's good to see you here, Livia," he says with a movement of his lips that Livia understands very well. Livia responds with a nod and a genuine smile. Noah watches her out of the corner of his eye, intrigued. "Do you know her personally?" he asks when the applause dies down. "Yes, she was my therapist for several years," he answers bluntly. "Thanks to her, I overcame." He pauses for a second. "Some important issues." Noah frowns, vividly remembering the bruise he saw on Livia's face a few days earlier. A cold thought flashes through him. He remembers how, the day after seeing the blow, unable to control his fury and protective instinct, he ordered an investigation into the visitor records at Casa Garcia. It wasn't difficult to obtain the information. Among all the names, one stood out. Vincenzo Garcia, who remained etched in his mind like a warning, arousing suspicions he hasn't been able to silence ever since. The mention of a therapist specializing in domestic abuse makes the pieces in her head start to fall into place. "Why did you decide to go to therapy?" he asks carefully, weighing each word. Livia sighs, looking away at the stage where Kimberly is greeting other attendees. "Because I didn't want my past to define my future," she finally answers. "There were things I had to overcome, so I wouldn't have to carry them with me my whole life." No nods, remaining silent. Inside, the suspicions that had once been shadows begin to take shape. If what he's thinking is confirmed, Vincenzo Garcia will have no escape. "Noah." Livia's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. "Nothing. I was just thinking about how important she must be to you," he replies with a slight smile. Livia looks at him for a moment, trying to read beyond his words. "It is," he nods. Noah doesn't press the issue, but he promises to uncover the whole truth. If that bastard hurt Livia, he'll pay the consequences. "My dear Livia." Kimberly approaches and greets her with a warm hug. "It's so nice to have you here." "The pleasure is mine, Kimberly," Livia replies, returning the hug with the same affection. As they part, Livia gently takes Noah by the arm and introduces him. "Let me introduce you to my husband, Noah Rodríguez." Kimberly looks at Noah and extends her hand politely. He extends his with a polite nod. "Nice to meet you, Noah," she says, shaking his hand, her gaze seeming to study him briefly before she flashes him a friendly smile. "Nice to meet you, Kimberly." Livia feels comfortable with her. It's a pleasant, warm, familiar feeling. Being around her always gives her a sense of refuge, a tranquility that few people can achieve. There's something about her therapist's energy, about her personality, that has always felt welcoming. Suddenly, her mind flashes back to the day she met Amelia Rodríguez, Noah's grandmother. That same feeling washed over her then. Livia also remembers that when she saw the Rodríguez matriarch, she reminded her of someone. But until that moment, she couldn't quite place who it was. She looks at Kimberly closely, and suddenly it becomes crystal clear. Kimberly is identical to Amelia. The only difference is the passage of time. However, she's like a 17-year younger version of Amelia. Livia can't help but stare at her. Noah seems to have come to the same conclusion, as he stares at her, clearly impressed. "Yes," Livia says, before Noah can even formulate the question his eyes suggest. "I noticed that too." Kimberly frowns slightly as she looks from one to the other in slight confusion, not quite understanding what they're talking about. "You look a lot like Noah's grandmother," Livia explains, smiling. Confusion gives way to soft laughter. "Really? Seriously? They look like mother and daughter. They have the same features, hair color, eyes. Look," Livia points to Noah and then to Kimberly. "They're identical, see? Noah and Amelia's eyes are just like yours," she emphasizes. Noah gives a barely perceptible smile at the observation. "Are you related to the Rodríguez family by any chance?" Noah asks, interested. Kimberly smiles, visibly flattered. "Not that I know of," he replies, smiling sincerely. "You know, guys, you've got me curious. I'd love to meet Amelia someday." "I'm sure she'd love to meet you too," Livia says, laughing softly, although she has a feeling in her chest that this similarity can't be a coincidence. "Kimberly, that butterfly in your campaign," Livia comments a little later, while they have a soda in Kimberly's office. "It really caught my attention." Livia lightly touches the glass. Kimberly looks at her with a slight smile. She'd noticed Livia's fascination from the very beginning. "It's a blue butterfly, and it has a very special meaning," she explains calmly. "It represents transformation, rebirth. For me, it's the image of a soul freeing itself from its past and reinventing itself, as if born again. It's a symbol of hope, of healing. It's also a symbol of connection with the soul, of the memories that shape us and haunt us, even if we don't fully understand them." Livia listens intently, and something inside her vibrates. "Soul connection," she repeats thoughtfully, while she continues to stare at the glass in front of her, as if trying to find some clue in the reflection of the light on the ice. "Noah," at his side, listens attentively to the conversation. It's funny, Kimberly continues. That butterfly has always been hovering in my head. For as long as I can remember. It's like it's a constant in my life. And somehow, thinking about that glow brings me peace, calm. Do you remember the accident I had many years ago? She asks gently. Livia nods. I told you about it. I remember, Livia replies. It was all very confusing. She looks at No, who listens to her with interest, and begins to tell her. More than 30 years ago, I suffered a very severe head injury. Doctors always believed it was the result of a severe beating, but I don't remember anything, since I lost a large part of my memory due to the blows. She closes her eyes for a second. I have vague memories of a man who seems to be yelling at me. But more than anything, I have the image of a small child, around 2 years old, sleeping in his crib. I don't know why, but he's there, in my mind, as if he were a lost part of my life. She takes a sip from her glass. The memory always moves her. That child who slept in a crib, I don't know what relationship I had with him, but something tells me I should remember him. She takes another sip. Apart from that, I don't remember anything else. She sighs and smiles, pushing away the negative feeling that threatens to invade her. However, he looks at Livia. The butterfly has always been there in my memories. I feel it. Part of me, he murmurs, gently touching her chest. Like a constant glow in the darkness of my mind. He settles into his chair. There's something else that also holds special meaning for me. Something that's always been present in my life. And that's the moon. Livia looks at her, intrigued. The moon, he repeats. Kimberly nods, her eyes shining with a nostalgic warmth as her gaze drifts into the distance. The moon has something magical about it. Not only because it's beautiful, but because, in my darkest moments, I feel like it's watching me. It's as if, somehow, it understands me. It comforts me in those moments when all seems lost or when the pain seems bigger than me. It's as if in its light, however dim, there's a whisper telling me that everything will be okay, that the cycle of life always continues, that even in the darkest nights, there's a promise of renewal. Livia listens intently, feeling a deep connection with her words. Kimberly continues, her fingers playing with the rim of her glass as she speaks. The moon is my refuge, my solace. When I don't have answers, or when I feel lost, I look to the sky, and there it is, always constant, always accompanying me. And even though my life has had its share of storms, I always know it will be there, calming my soul with its silent presence. Livia falls silent, her mind racing. It seems like I'm listening to my nana. Noah comments with a frown. Another coincidence, Livia says, looking at Noah intrigued. I'm starting to like your grandma. Kimberly jokes. Livia, where did you see that butterfly? Noah asks, his expression serious and thoughtful. Livia remains silent. She doesn't want to sound crazy. Come on, Noah encourages her. Tell me. She sighs and takes courage. In a dream. He grimaces in embarrassment. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Kimberly encourages her, squeezing her hand. Sometimes energies manifest in very subtle ways. Dreams are one of those ways, a gateway to other planes. Signs don't always come in the form we expect, but that doesn't mean they aren't real. Livia looks at her, surprised, although a part of her already sensed that Kimberly would understand. The energies, the emotions, the memories we have stored, all of that can take shape in a dream, he continues. Sometimes, they send us messages, showing us what we need to see, even though we don't always know how to interpret it. It's as if someone's soul is trying to communicate with us, guiding us through what we don't fully understand. As a therapist, do you believe in that stuff? No asks. No, being a therapist doesn't mean I have to limit myself to what science and logic establish as reality. In my work, I've learned that the human mind is much more complex and rich than we can explain with rational terms. Emotional well-being is not only based on what we can see and touch, but also on what we feel, what we perceive at a deeper level. Sometimes, healing comes from places that don't always have a tangible explanation, and that's okay. I don't understand any of that stuff, and I certainly don't believe in mystical connections or whatever they're called. Noah says, but there are clearly a lot of things here that worry me. I think we're letting our grandparents influence us, Livia jokes, trying to lighten the tense moment. It's possible, Noah smiles, agreeing. That's why we'll go talk to them. Really, Noah? Livia asks angrily. Kimberly smiles. What's wrong with that? He replies innocently. I miss my Nana. I want to see her. Don't you miss Benito? Livia looks at him with narrowed eyes. You have to admit that nothing between us is normal, he continues. Also, I'd like, if Kimberly allows it, for her and my Nana to meet. I'm sure they get along very well. It'll be crazy to see the two of them together, Livia smiles. Do we really look that much alike? Kimberly asks, increasingly intrigued. If you agree to come to dinner with us, Noah says. You'll see. Okay, he agrees. Just tell me the date, time, and place. Noah and Livia are sitting on the large sofa on the balcony of Noah's apartment, with an almost empty bottle of wine on the table in front of them and a candle flickering in the occasional passage of the gentle night breeze. The warm moonlight highlights the sparkle in Livia's eyes as she laughs softly as she plays with the rim of her glass filled with the deep red liquid that perfectly accompanies the night. She is leaning back on the sofa, her legs folded and barefoot, enjoying the comfort that only shared intimacy can offer. Her cheeks are slightly flushed from the liquor. She raises her glass and watches as the liquid seems to dance in the dim light. Her eyes, bright with the alcohol, fix on Noah. She's never felt like this, complete. I never thought one day I'd be like this, Livia says, bringing the glass to her lips, enjoying another sip. You and me, sharing a quiet moment, not trying to poke each other's eyes out. Noah looks at her with a smile and raises his own glass. Nor I. You know very well that, at first, I really hated you. Livia lets out a light laugh. She raises her glass in a toast. Here's to that, he exclaims humorously. Because I, too, felt absolute contempt for you. They both clink glasses and drink. The alcohol encourages honesty and loosens their inhibitions. Noah leans back on the sofa, his expression thoughtful as he slowly turns his glass in his hand. Honestly, I can't remember a single moment in my life when I didn't feel that animosity toward you, she says thoughtfully, leaning slightly toward him. Noah watches her, considering his answer, before speaking. This hatred between families has always been there. It was something inherited, instilled in us since we were children. My uncle Enrico was tireless when it came to reminding us how despicable the Garcias were. He said they were traitors by nature, incapable of maintaining an honest relationship with anyone. And Richard and I believed him. From a very young age, I was taught to hate you before I even met you. It was almost a family mandate. Livia leans back again, this time with a more thoughtful expression. Her fingers play with the rim of her glass as she reflects. Vincenzo wasn't much different, he admits with a sigh. For as long as I can remember, he always said that the Rodriguez would do anything to crush the Garcias. When Vincenzo tried to destroy Alexis Rodriguez, everything spiraled out of control. And I convinced myself that my uncle was right. Your father's dirty tricks almost destroyed what we spent so many years building. Livia shudders slightly and looks down at her glass. I know, she murmurs, pressing her lips together tightly before looking up. I'm ashamed of what he did. It was one of the reasons my grandfather removed him from the presidency and put me in charge. She takes a deep breath. I was finishing my specialization when it happened. It significantly increased my responsibilities, but I didn't care. Running Casa Garcia was my biggest dream, even if the circumstances weren't the best. He takes a moment before continuing, remembering those difficult days. Casa Garcia was on the brink of collapse. If everything Vincenzo was doing came to light, the scandal would have destroyed our credibility. I couldn't allow the rumor of espionage and the smear campaign against your company to sink us. If it came to light, the company would have lost everything: respect, credibility, and with it, key investors. Noah frowns, his gaze hardening as he remembers. It was a difficult time. His dirty tricks almost brought down Alexis Rodriguez. I know, Livia says firmly, looking him straight in the eyes. That's why I decided to clean up the damage my father caused to our company. And I've done it with ethics and honesty. Noah leans toward her, his eyes fixed on Livia's. That's something I never thought I'd hear from a Garcia. Livia smiles and gives him a small punch on the shoulder. Vincenzo always said you were cheats, disloyal, liars, she continues, with a hint of bitterness in her tone. When my grandfather found out, he used that as an excuse. He said you fight evil with evil. What do you think about that? He asks, with genuine interest. That's completely wrong, he replies without hesitation. That's why I work hard to make Casa Garcia a company of excellence, but always under clear principles. No smiles approvingly, noticing how much respect he feels for that side of Livia. He takes her hand and kisses it gently, his eyes never leaving hers. There's a special sparkle in her gaze. He feels like he's discovered something he wasn't looking for, but now doesn't want to let go. He leans toward her, closing the distance, and Livia catches her breath almost without realizing it. Her heart beats hard. A warm anticipation spreads throughout her body. Their lips meet in a delicate touch, barely a subtle contact. It's tender, as No doesn't want to undo the magic that seems to cover them. His lips are warm, firm, and at the same time surprisingly soft. Livia feels a shiver run down her spine, a sensation that begins in the exact place where their mouths touch and spreads slowly like burning fire through her veins. The broth isn't rushed or voracious. It's a careful exploration, as No wants to savor every second. His hand lightly squeezes Livia's neck, his fingers brushing her skin with a tenderness that melts her. She surrenders herself unrestrictedly to the sweet intimacy of the gesture. There's no urgency, only a connection that makes her feel closer to him than she's ever been to anyone. Noah's taste is intoxicating, as is his scent, a mix of wine, cedar, and something unmistakably his. The sensations intensify with the realization that they are exactly where they belong. Their lips fit together as if they were always meant to be, as if the hatred they once felt had never existed. She responds with soft sighs, leaning closer to him, wanting to prolong this moment. No slides his hand down her back, caressing it with his fingertips, while the other remains on Livia's neck, gently reassuring her. Livia's heart beats fast, and for the first time in a long time, she isn't afraid of what's growing inside her. When they separate, No rests his forehead against hers, their breaths intertwined in the intimate space they share. Livia opens her eyes and meets his. I don't know when everything changed, he murmurs, his husky voice heavy with emotions that no longer seem so difficult to express. But now I know I can't go back. Livia smiles, her fingers brush against his, and for a moment, they both fall silent, as if the world were both too big and too small at the same time. Let's get started, he says a few minutes later. The alcohol has loosened us enough. I think we're ready to share our secret of the night. Livia sighs deeply, closes her eyes for a moment, and nods slightly. She draws her legs up onto the sofa and rests her chin on her knees. Her smile has a touch of complicity and daring that makes her even more fascinating. As I told you, Salvador lived in the mansion for many years. When he and I were around 15 or 16, we began a relationship. She begins, her voice barely above a whisper. At first, I just saw him as my best friend. He'd always been there for me, supporting me, listening to me. He pauses. I felt very comfortable with him, she continues. He made me feel safe, protected, especially on those days when everything seemed to be falling apart. Salvador was my refuge. He was often my comfort in difficult times. He pauses again and plays with his fingers, gathering his thoughts. When he confessed his love for me, it was nice, she says, unable to find a more appropriate word. It didn't bother me. On the contrary, a feeling of well-being washed over me completely. So much so that I even thought I was in love with him. Noah tilts his head. Were you? He asks curiously, with a hint of jealousy he can't hide. Livia thinks about her answer for a moment. A look of doubt crosses her face before she lets out a long sigh. No, she finally admits. I wasn't. I never loved him as a man. I know that now. I just confused my feelings. But at the time, back then, I thought I did. But what I was doing was confusing his support, his companionship and protection with love. I mean, I thought that was enough, but now I know it wasn't. Noah nods slowly, processing what he just heard. So what happened, he asks. Why aren't you together? Livia's expression darkens. Her voice trails off a little. Salvador and I had decided to tell Vincenzo everything. We thought, with our innocent, youthful minds, she grimaces, that my father would accept. Up until that moment, he treated Salvador very well. He even said he was the son he always wanted, but his love didn't last long. Before we could tell him, he discovered us. Her mind flashes back to that moment. Salvador had discovered a small cabin near the mansion, she says with a nostalgic smile. In the afternoons, we would get on our horses and ride there. That place had become our refuge. I was with him there for the first time. Noah's jaw tightens slightly, knowing he shouldn't be upset, but he can't help it, especially since Livia seems to find the memory wonderful. Livia raises her gaze and focuses on Noah. It was nice, she acknowledges with a nod. But, she stops and frowns thoughtfully. But, she lifts her head and fixes her eyes on a distant star, pondering how much to confess. Yes, indeed, her first time with Salvador was very tender, sweet. Despite his inexperience, he made an effort to make the moment as painless and pleasurable as possible, but she couldn't feel anything beyond the initial pain. After penetration, the act became dull, even her desire faded. It was her first time, so she kept quiet, thinking it was normal. Salvador looked radiant, happy, in love. She thought that, at some point, pleasure would arrive, that everything would get better. However, after 2 more encounters, nothing improved. He told her it was probably because she was nervous, afraid of being found out. For a while, she believed him. Noah remains silent, giving her space to decide how much she wants to say. But I was very young, he finally says. Noah doesn't insist. What happened then? One afternoon, when Salvador and I were heading to the cabin, Vincenzo went ahead and waited for us. When we entered, he was already there. He hit me, she swallows. Salvador intervened, and, she sighs, he got the worst of it. Then, he separated us. He kicked Salvador and his father out of the house. And for a long time, I didn't hear anything from him. He pauses, his gaze fixed on some distant point, as if reliving those moments. I suggested we escape together. He agreed. We were close to achieving it, she confesses dejectedly. But they discovered us. Someone betrayed us. Her jaw clenches, her gaze clouding. And it was worse for Salvador. Everything became much more. She runs a hand over her face. Dark. He paid the price for my impulses. Noah frowns, annoyed by everything he's hearing. I had no idea about any of this, he says, bewildered. Now he understands a little more about the hatred Salvador harbors toward the Garcias, although he still doesn't understand why he hid it from him. These are things you don't just tell anyone, she says with a bitter smile. It's true, he admits. Did he only kick out Salvador and his father? He asks, still confused. And Jessica? What happened to her? Livia straightens her back, and her expression changes completely. Jessica stayed at the mansion for a while longer. Then she left. Her response is curt, making it clear she doesn't want to go into the matter further. Noah opens his mouth, tries to insist, but Livia stops him with a playful smile. Remember, Rodríguez, it's only one confession a night, he says with a touch of humor, trying to ease the tension. Noah smiles with resignation and leans back on the sofa. Just one more thing, Noah insists. Livia looks at him suspiciously. What happened when you and Salvador saw each other again? Nothing, he replies, shrugging his shoulders. Didn't you feel anything? He asks, frowning. Nostalgia, a bit of melancholy, he says with a look of disinterest on his lips. I'm very fond of him, but time has passed, and well, that's simply in the past for me. And for him. I guess so too. If your question is, has he tried to approach me in that way? The answer is no. We've only seen each other at a few events, said hello, had a drink or two, and that's it. Happy? She asks mischievously. Let's say, for the moment, yes. Livia smiles amusedly and playfully ruffles his hair. Although Livia's words and everything they seem to imply continue to swirl around in his mind, he decides to let it go for the moment. He takes a sip of wine and stares, fascinated, at the woman who, little by little, is revealing every corner of her soul to him. Your turn, Livia points out. I'm listening. She settles in more comfortably. Ask, Garcia, he concedes with a smile. What do you want to know? Why did you and Jessica break up? He asks without even thinking. He knew what his question would be from the start. Because she wanted something I couldn't give her. Explain yourself. Jessica and I started out as friends. We went out a few times and began to understand each other in bed. He says without hesitation. She's Salvador's sister, so, because of our friendship, I considered taking the next step in my relationship with her. Did Salvador ask you? She asks, puzzled. No, of course not, he clarifies. I mean, at one point, I thought it was the right thing to do. I mean, I had to get married at some point, so I saw her as a possibility. And what happened? I have a problem with sharing my privacy, he says, and Livia looks at him, confused. I don't like sleeping with anyone. I feel like my space, my privacy, is being invaded. I just don't like it. But wait, I don't understand you. The only woman I've slept with is you, he says, looking at her. Before, after sex, I would just get dressed and leave. But I tried to stay with Jessica, but I couldn't. I felt annoyed and uncomfortable. The only time I tried, I only lasted 20 minutes in her bed. Then I got up and went to my own. Believe me, it felt great to be back in my own space. Livia watches him with narrowed eyes. You don't believe me? He asks with an amused smile. What did you do when they came here? Did you throw them out? I've never brought anyone to this place. In fact, not even my nana has set foot in this apartment. Are you telling me that? Yes, Livia, you're the only woman who's ever stayed with me here, he gestures. The only one who's ever shared my bed. His voice softens a little. And the only one I've ever spent the entire night with. Livia remains silent. A fierce heat burns in her cheeks. Her chest heaves with emotion. Are you serious? He finally asks. I don't have to lie to you, he says casually. There's no point in doing so, not with something like this. Come on. He stands up, takes her hand, and leads her to the kitchen. Look, he points to a small pantry full of medicine. Those are my medications for insomnia. He takes one and hands it to her. Ever since I've been sleeping with you, I haven't taken any, and you know very well that's true. Why me? She asks, a lump of emotion in her throat. I don't know. She replies with a smile so sweet it makes her legs shake. Hasn't anything unusual happened to you? Yes, he answers in a whisper. Their gazes connect, and their bodies come closer without them noticing. What is it? He asks in a deep, inviting voice. She hesitates for a moment. You're the only man I've ever had orgasms with. She blurts out without preamble, and Noah feels like he's been punched. Are you talking about? My medical records show I have intimate desire disorder. He smiles ironically. I didn't lubricate, he begins to explain. Noah doesn't say a word, but his gaze says it all. He's close, too close. She can feel his breath on her skin, hot and demanding, while her body tenses, anticipating something she doesn't even know how to classify. When a man tried. But she doesn't say anything else. Noah's lips silence her, madly taking over hers. He hugs her, holding her tightly. Then, he lifts her easily, as if she were the lightest person in the world, and lifts her onto the counter. Their caresses become desperate. They don't want to wait. They need each other, right there, right away. Noah doesn't waste a second. He gets rid of Livia's panties, pulls his pants down just enough, and with a single thrust, slides deep inside her. He clenches his jaw. He can't remember the last time, if ever, a woman had embraced him so perfectly. Fuck, he murmurs, ecstatic. Livia lets out a moan of pleasure and wraps her legs around her husband's hips as he pounds into her like mad. She pulls him closer, wanting him deeper and deeper. Hearing Noah's gasps drives her absurdly wild, as does the feeling of completeness from his hard member filling her completely and pounding her mercilessly. She'd never felt anything like that, only with him. It's a blessed delight, the soft, warm way your vagina welcomes me, he says, lost in desire. You drive me crazy, my love. His thrusts become more ferocious. She reacts immediately to his words, her fluids spilling out, and she tangles her fingers in his thick brown locks, pulling them hard, causing him to tilt his head back slightly. In those moments, between them, the line between pain and pleasure blurs completely. The apartment fills with gasps and gasps as the act becomes increasingly wild, unbridled, and voracious. Madness takes hold of them, and they don't stop until Livia's intimate lips contract around the relentless member and Noah's torso convulses with pleasure as he spills himself deep inside her. A few days later, Noah and Livia agree to go to dinner at the Rodríguez mansion. After that night of confessions, some barriers fell, so they decided to move in together in Noah's apartment. The marriage agreement clearly stipulates that they must live under the same roof, so they see no problem in complying with that clause. Rather, it's an opportunity to deepen their connection, to grow closer, and to understand each other even more. Since they decided to start living together, the transition has been smooth, calm, and unhurried, almost as if it were nothing more than a change of scenery in a relationship that was slowly taking shape. They understand each other more every day, and their conversations flow effortlessly. The time they spend together becomes increasingly precious. Evenings in each other's company become something they look forward to most, a place where they can put aside the tensions of the day and immerse themselves in an intimacy that goes beyond the physical. Needless to say, they both enjoy the fact that their relationship, although it began as an agreement, is giving way to something much deeper. No, with his practical mind, lets moments arise spontaneously, while Livia, with her logic and foresight, still maintains a certain distance. The process is slower for her, and he doesn't pressure her. However, there is a mutual understanding between them, a recognition of what they are building without even having to talk about it. They also know that, although their personal relationship is developing, the professional aspect remains a reality they can't escape. A reality that sooner or later will confront them. The oil issue is a complicated and fraught topic, and it can't be ignored, as there are many hidden interests involved and third parties involved. They both know this. They're working on it with great care and discretion because they're aware it's only a matter of time before that small spark turns into a fire that could destroy everything, including them. The night of the dinner party arrives. Noah had mentioned to Amelia that there was someone he wanted her to meet, though he refused to give her any further details. The mystery surrounding that person's identity has piqued Amelia's curiosity even further. Livia, for her part, invited her grandfather Benito. They haven't seen each other for several days, so she takes this opportunity to meet with him. Benito is delighted with the idea and gladly accepts. He has immense love and respect for his granddaughter, and the idea of a family reunion only fills him with joy. That evening, as the sun's rays begin to fade, Noah picks up Livia at Casa Garcia. They then pick up Kimberly. Together, they travel in Noah's elegant car. Conversation flows naturally between them. Once again, the beautiful woman's company feels pleasant and welcoming. It feels too familiar. When they arrive at the Rodríguez mansion, the grand villa rises imposingly in the dim evening light. The white marble columns seem to touch the sky, and the windows reflect the soft glow of the outdoor lamps. Kimberly, at her side, gets out of the car with a smile that slowly begins to fade. Her eyes scan the surroundings as if something invisible were bothering her. A shiver runs through her body, and without realizing it, she reaches for her chest, where her heartbeat has accelerated. A dark feeling settles inside her, filling her with anxiety. Is something wrong? Livia asks, noticing his changed expression. No, he replies with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. It's just. He pauses, closing his eyes for a moment, his hand resting on his chest. It's like a feeling, he finally admits, though he can't put what he feels into words. Do you want to go back? Livia offers, understanding, but with a tinge of concern. No, it's not necessary. It must be tiredness, Kimberly says, downplaying it. She accompanies her words with a more relaxed smile. These few days have been arduous, you know, with the campaign launch. Noah, who is watching the interaction from the entrance, approaches them. Shall we go? He extends an arm in invitation. Livia nods, though she can't take her eyes off Kimberly, whose discomfort doesn't seem to have completely faded. Kimberly walks behind them, upright, but her eyes scan the surroundings quickly, as if searching for the source of her unease. Inside the mansion, dinner is ready, the table carefully set with white linen tablecloths, tall candles, and sparkling glassware reflecting the dim lighting in the living room. The smell of freshly prepared dishes fills the air, a scent of spices and the unmistakable touch of Italian cuisine. Amelia and Benito are already in the living room, chatting animatedly while they wait for their guests. Benito laughs at something Amelia says, but suddenly, she stops mid-sentence, and her face changes completely. Her chest tightens, as if the air in the room has become insufficient. "Amelia, are you okay?" Benito asks, alarmed. "It's something." He points to his chest with a trembling hand. He looks toward the door. "Or someone," he says, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fear. Amelia feels the air become heavy, suffocating, thin, as if something bigger than themselves were about to happen. And then, the door opens. No enters, with Livia and Kimberly following close behind. The warmth of the dinner waiting in the dining room contrasts with the frigid air that quickly spreads throughout the room. Amelia, who until then had been standing next to Benito, takes a step back, her face transformed by terror. "Amelia, what's wrong?" Benito asks, holding her by the arms. Kimberly stops a few steps from the threshold and meets Amelia's gaze. Her expression reflects bewilderment as her eyes scan the old woman's face, her features, and the lines marked by time, eerily similar to her own. The scene feels almost unreal. Amelia stares at Kimberly. Immediately, a strangled sound escapes her lips, and her body staggers. She raises a trembling hand, pointing at her, and lets out a heart-rending scream. Kimberly stops in her tracks, unable to tear her gaze away from Amelia. Her face gradually loses color, and the sparkle in her eyes fades, lost in a void that seems to absorb her completely. Amelia's confusion turns to anguish. "Good evening," No tries to say, but his voice cracks as he turns to Kimberly. She's barely able to stay on her feet, her breathing becoming uneven. "Take her away," Amelia screams, her hands covering her face as her body shakes. She watches in horror as Kimberly begins to stagger. "Please, get her out of here." Blood begins to flow from Hope's nose, ears, and mouth. Noah runs to her just in time to catch her before her body collapses under an invisible weight and hits the ground. "What's going on?" Livia asks, her voice cracking with panic, filled with confusion. "She doesn't have the bracelet," Amelia exclaimed in horror. "She can't be here without it. She's going to die. She's going to die. Damn it. What does all this mean?" Noah demands, hugging Kimberly tightly. His voice rises above the screams. Benito, his shoulders slumped and his face devastated, turns to know. His eyes reveal an ancient pain, buried for years, that now threatens to destroy him. "Kimberly, she's our daughter." The statement hits like a bomb, leaving everyone paralyzed. Livia takes a step back, unable to process what she's just heard. "What are you talking about?" Noah asks, puzzled. "If you don't take her now, she'll die," Benito says, with a tone of desperation that seems to age him even more. "Take her away from us. It's the only way to save her." Richard Rodriguez sits in a black leather chair, holding a glass of pulque, in the VIP area of one of the city's most exclusive clubs. This isn't just any club. It's discreet and designed for those seeking unconventional experiences, geared toward pleasure in all its forms. Richard knows it well as the rules that govern it. He's been a regular visitor over the past few months, always accompanied by his current submissive. The lighting is dim. The walls, paneled in dark tones, are decorated with modern lines and glossy surfaces. In the center of the room, a huge two-way mirror dominates the space. From where he stands, Richard can observe everything happening on the other side of the glass. The view is unbeatable. No one sees him, but he sees everything. He raises the glass to his lips, though he doesn't drink. His eyes are fixed on the scene on the other side of the glass. A woman, clad in a tight, black leather dress, has her back against the wall. Her figure arches with slow, suggestive movements, while a man behind her holds her hips. His mouth descends from her neck to the base of her back, and she tilts her head back, letting out a moan that, although inaudible from there, Richard can clearly imagine. He watches her carefully, her legs slightly apart, her icy palm gripping the glass. The woman is his submissive. There's no trace of hesitation in her, only a fire Richard would recognize anywhere. He recognizes the heat in her eyes even through the glass. That same fire has burned beside him through endless nights, fueling his bed, his skin, his darkest desires. The man behind her is nothing more than a piece on the board, a tool in a game designed by Richard. His large hands dig into the fabric of her dress as he rubs his erection against her rear end. Every action is a premeditated act, a guide Richard has written with precision. The stranger brushes his tongue over the curve of her neck, savoring her as if she were a delicacy. She arches her back, her breasts heave with quickened breathing, and a sigh escapes her parted lips. Richard doesn't need to hear it to know how much she enjoys it. The man's hands move up her body, pushing her dress up to reveal her hips. Richard notices the black lace of the lingerie he'd chosen for her that night. Everything has been planned. Every detail, every layer of this power play, designed to satisfy his obsession with control and the limits of pleasure. She knows Richard is watching her. She's there because he wanted her to be, because he told her to. Everything she does is for him, even letting another man possess her. He's the one who makes the rules, who controls every detail of her life. He's her master, and she's his submissive. Every moan, every shudder, is a declaration of obedience, a confirmation that she's completely his. The man turns her around, and she greets him hungrily. Their lips meet in a wild, desperate broth. Her fingers sink into the stranger's hair as he leans in, leaving a wet trail of tongue between the valleys of her breasts. Richard takes another sip of pulque, the heat running down his throat as his body responds to what he sees. His submissive moans as the man flips her over, pressing her against the wall. He lifts her left leg and penetrates her with a sharp, direct motion that makes her entire body tremble. The thrusts are brutal, ferocious. Richard takes another sip of pulque. The heat of the alcohol sliding down his throat intensifies the fire spreading through his groin. Richard watches her parted lips, the way she tilts her head back as the man behind her assaults her with increasing force. She turns her head slightly, her eyes focusing on the mirror. She knows he's there, that he can see her. Her mouth opens in a gasp as the man behind her increases the violence of his thrusts. Everything she does, every movement of her body is deliberate, directed toward Richard. Her goal is to seduce him, to hypnotize him. It ignites him, pleases him, excites him. The control he exerts over her fills him with pleasure. The curve of his lips lifts in a barely perceptible smile. Everything that is happening is for his delight, to feed his dark desires. She is there to be a spectacle, to show him that she understands her role. And if she fails to satisfy him, he will pay, and the punishment will be merciless. The man, completely focused on his task, grabs her hair with one hand, pulling fiercely, and with the other, presses against her waist to pin her against the wall. She gives in, leaning closer, offering herself without resistance. Her breathing quickens, her chest rising and falling in a frantic rhythm. Her body trembles under the stranger's expert thrusts. She lets out a louder moan, one that seems genuine, and her eyes return to the glass. Her movements become bolder, more sensual, pleasing her master, giving him what he wants. Suddenly, the atmosphere is broken when the door to the VIP lounge opens. The figure of a tall man with dark hair and brown eyes appears in view. His presence is imposing. The sound of his shoe soles is firm, almost martial. It's clear he's not there by chance. He wears a dark, tailored suit, which gives him that air of arrogance he likes to display. He scans the room until his eyes rest on the mirror. His expression is rigid, as if carved in stone, except for his lips curled in a sneer that Richard detests. "Is this what you call fun, Rodriguez?" he interrupts, his voice sharp and laced with sarcasm. Richard barely takes his gaze off the mirror, as if he doesn't deign to give it any importance. You wouldn't understand. Some pleasures are reserved for those who know how to enjoy them, not for hypocrites like you. He replies coldly, each word piercing like a dart, before looking back at his submissive. What the hell are you doing here? He asks, not bothering to hide his disgust. The man, her partner, ignores her sharp comment and points at the woman on the other side of the glass with a firm, contemptuous finger. That one, he says with disgust, will never stop being a slut. Richard doesn't even blink. He remains motionless, like a statue carved from marble. He knows that any reaction would be a gift to the man who slumps into the chair next to him, as if he has the right to invade his space. Richard, uncomfortable, leans slightly to one side, but doesn't give up his spot. He watches him with a coldness that could freeze the pulque in his glass. We have unfinished business, Rodriguez, the partner says, arrogantly crossing one leg over the other. Richard fixes his sharp gaze on him. This is not the place to discuss such matters, he replies tersely, bringing the glass to his lips for a long, slow, almost defiant sip. But the guy doesn't seem to agree. He looks around in disgust, waving his hand as if shooing away an invisible insect. On the contrary, Rodriguez, he says with a disdainful smile. These places are ideal, since they're not frequented by people. He pauses deliberately, looking at Richard, judging his morals. Decent people. Richard doesn't respond immediately. He takes a sip of his pulque and lets the silence stretch on, enjoying, if only for a few seconds, the power of making him wait. Although his partner tries hard to appear indifferent, impatience begins to show in his posture. Speak. Straight up, Richard orders, warningly. You have 5 minutes of my time. Noah and Livia are getting closer. Do you realize what that means? This isn't good for us. Not after everything we've done. They're too close now, and if they keep this up, he pauses, our plans go to hell. Richard maintains his imperturbable facade, even though he knows very well that the guy is right. And whose fault is that, huh? Amelia Rodriguez and Benito Garcia's. Those damn old men knew exactly what they were doing. They pulled out all the stops when they married No to Livia. It was a masterstroke. They hated each other, remember? That was perfect for us. Both deceived, divided, vulnerable. The partner nods with a grimace of frustration. But now, the partner chimes in. Now they're together. And if they keep this up, it's only a matter of time before they find out. He leans back in his chair and crosses his arms, as if needing to contain the rage boiling inside him. We've been planning this for years. Years of waiting for the chance to take over both empires. Casa Garcia and Alexis Rodriguez should already be ours, but not if those two idiots keep advancing there. He pauses. Marriage. The mere mention of the word is offensive to him. We'll use that to our advantage, Richard declares confidently. We'll make Livia believe that everything has been, from the beginning, a plan by Noah to manipulate her, gain her trust, and extract information. I already sent you the latest information I got. It contains everything they're planning. They're going to merge the idea of the new oil, creating a commercial alliance. I assumed that's what they would do. Well, you better not screw up this time, she sneers. You've done it before, Rodriguez. Years ago, we came close to achieving it, but you know who the only one who won back then? You. I accepted it. I kept my mouth shut. But it's different now. This time, if I go down, you go down with me. The threat hangs in the air. Richard stares at him through gritted teeth, wanting with every fiber of his being to throw the cup in his face. But he knows he can't. He hates that monster, but to his chagrin, he needs him, even though it makes his blood boil to admit it. At least for now. You don't have to remind me anything, Richard replies, maintaining control. I know exactly what's at stake. But I'm warning you, stop threatening me. Remember, I'm not the one who's always messed up in this damn game. If we're in this situation, it's because you, years ago, didn't know how to handle things properly. And you too? He replies with a lethal smile. Don't forget that I've kept my mouth shut all these years. But I didn't do it for you. Don't tempt me, Rodriguez. Don't test me. The atmosphere between them is heavy, charged with tension and resentment, a kind of invisible force that threatens to explode at any moment. They both know they can't stand each other, that in other ways they're sworn enemies. But the goal they share is greater than their mutual contempt. For now, get out, Richard orders. Your 5 minutes are up. The partner calmly stands up, adjusting his jacket, but just before reaching the door, he stops. He slowly turns to Richard, looking him up and down as if he were a plague. His lips curl into a crooked, malicious smile, designed to pro Nolan. Be thankful I still need you, because if it weren't for that, I'd have already kicked your ass for your damn insolence. He walks over to the large mirror and points his finger at the glass. That piece of trash is just like you. 2 parasites. They're cut from the same cloth. They deserve each other. They're made for each other. Richard follows him, his gaze brimming with hatred as his silhouette disappears behind the door. He clenches his fists until his nails threaten to break the skin. One thing is clear. This time, there will be no room for error. And when he finally has in his hands what he's always wanted, the Rodríguez empire, his empire, the first thing he'll do is crush that García monster. He looks back at the door, like the fucking insignificant worm that he is. Chapter 10. In the cold hospital waiting room, the air feels thick, difficult to breathe, and charged with tension. Livia stands next to No, her arms rigidly glued to her sides, her fingers motionless, unable to relax. Her clothes are stained with Esperanza's blood, dark and dry in some places, still damp in others. She hasn't said a word since they arrived. Her immutable face resembles a mask. However, in her eyes there is a disturbing emptiness, the reflection of an internal battle she is adept at concealing. No, a man accustomed to facing the world with sarcasm and a confident, carefree smile, seems like a different person. His furrowed brow hasn't changed since they left the Rodríguez mansion, and his gaze remains fixed on an indeterminate point. His hands, still stained with blood, are clasped behind his back, beneath the weight of his body resting against the wall. The internist approaches with an expression that does not promise good news. The patient is in a coma, he says in a careful voice, trying to soften the impact. Livia listens to him in complete silence, her jaw clenched. Her rigid posture betrays no emotion, but internally, each word hits her hard. Why did this happen? Noah asks, worried. What's wrong with him? The doctor sighs with tiredness and frustration. We don't know yet. We're running tests on him. It's strange, his organs started shutting down for no apparent reason. We've never seen anything like this in someone so healthy and with no medical history. The specialist's response leaves him even more uneasy. Are you in danger? He insists. She's stable for now. She's a strong woman. We're confident she'll hold out while we find the cause and begin treatment. Thank you, Doctor, Noah says with a handshake. We're doing everything we can. Go and rest. You won't be able to see her while she's in that state. The doctor bids them farewell with a small gesture and walks away, leaving them in the same agonizing silence they'd been in before. Livia remains motionless for a few more seconds, her breathing slow, barely perceptible, as if she's holding back a storm. Finally, she turns to No with a hard look. We have to get back to the mansion, he orders without a hint of gentleness. Benito and Amelia owe us an explanation. His cold tone leaves no room for argument. Noah watches her silently, studying her stern face. He knows Livia holds onto her control with ferocious strength and won't break in front of anyone, much less in public. Okay, he nods. But first, let's get changed. You need to get all that blood off, and... No, Livia stubbornly denies. Let's go right now, or I'll go alone. Noah sighs, resigned. Let's go then. The two of them leave the hospital without another word. The drive to the Rodríguez mansion becomes a suffocating silence. Livia stares straight ahead, though her mind remains trapped in the image of Kimberly. Pale, weak, connected to machines fighting to keep her alive. That thought burns in her chest. The car stops in front of the imposing structure that rises from the shadows of the night, like a stone giant guarding dark secrets. No turns off the engine, and Livia rushes out without waiting a second. No closes the door. He reaches her in a couple of strides and gently takes her arm. Wait, he says, pulling her firmly but not roughly. Livia stops and turns her face toward him, but says nothing. Her eyes, always fierce, are now clouded with anguish. No, without a second thought, wraps her in a hug. Livia doesn't resist, although her body remains tense. She rests her head against his chest, closing her eyes as she breathes deeply. That warm, protective gesture from No breaks through the invisible barrier she's had built up since entering the hospital. She remains still, allowing herself to be held, though her arms remain motionless. Calm down, Noah murmurs against her hair, kissing her softly on the top of her head. She closes her eyes for a moment and then gently pulls away. I'm calm, she answers in a dry tone. Noah watches her silently, noticing the tension in every line of her body and the fatigue reflected on her face. Without completely letting go, he takes her hand tenderly. We'll talk to the grandparents. They know what's going on here, he says, his voice calm, trying to convey a sense of calm. I'm sure we'll find a way to help her. Livia nods, but the stiffness of her expression doesn't change, and her lips press into a hard line. The only thing that matters to me is saving her. Noah nods and gives him some broth on his forehead. I know how important she is to you, he says softly. Livia doesn't respond immediately. She looks down, her throat seems to close. You've known her for many years, you love her as a friend, and I love her like she's my own mother. Livia interrupts suddenly, feeling a pain so deep she can barely contain it. I couldn't bear for anything bad to happen to her, much less because of me. Tears begin to gather in her eyes, blurring her vision. It's a torrent she can't stop. Her shoulders shake, and when the first tear slides down her cheek, her breath catches, unable to hold it back any longer. A deep sob escapes her lips. The barrier she tried to keep up breaks. Noah wraps his arms around her again, this time more tightly. Livia clings to him, burying her face in his chest as tears rack her body. Noah doesn't say anything. He doesn't try to calm her with words. He's simply there, holding her, closing his eyes as if he could absorb some of her pain. She needs to vent, to let her emotions out without barriers, and he knows it. Everything she's been holding in her chest needs to come out. Little by little, the sobs fade, like an echo dissipating in the distance. Livia regains control of her breathing. Noah takes a handkerchief from his inside jacket pocket and carefully wipes away the tears that have left wet streaks on his face. Are you feeling better? He asks sympathetically, gently caressing her cheek with the back of his hand. Yes, Livia answers sincerely. Her eyes, still moist, rise to his with gratitude and appreciation. Thank you. Noah leans down to leave a brief sip of broth on her lips. I'm here, with you, he assures. Let's go. Livia nods. Noah takes her hand, a simple gesture that conveys his complete support. Together they cross the threshold of the Rodríguez mansion. The lights seem colder and the air heavier. They shouldn't be asleep, Noah says, a hint of concern in his voice, knowing that what happened that day has left everyone in suspense. I don't think you can sleep after what happened, Livia replies gravely. She's in no mood for empty words, or for a facade that hides the harshness of the moment. The worry that consumes her can't be hidden. You're right, Noah concedes, nodding silently. Immediately, like a summons, the figures of Amelia and Benito appear in the center of the room. Both have faces marked by anguish, and fatigue is visible in their eyes. Amelia is the first to approach, her steps measured. Her eyes moisten when she sees her daughter's blood on Noah and Livia's clothes. How are you? She asks, sad and anxious, her hands clasped in front of her chest. In a coma, Livia answers without hesitation. She's direct, without embellishment or beating around the bush. They're running tests to find out what happened to her. Amelia closes her eyes upon hearing those words, the pain of the news hitting her mercilessly. Her face reflects the anguish that everyone in the room seems to share. Slowly, she reaches back, searching for Benito, who immediately wraps his hand around it. That simple touch is a support stronger than 1,000 words. Go ahead. Amelia opens her eyes and looks at Noah and Livia. There's a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. The time has come. Amelia turns her head toward Benito. She seeks his approval for what they are about to share. Benito nods with his solemn face, still holding Amelia's hand. Noah, Livia, Benito says with determination. Come on. You're ready. It's time you knew what you're going to face. The study in the Rodríguez mansion feels darker than usual. Although the ceiling lamps emit a warm light, the atmosphere feels cold and stuffy. Livia and No sit on the large central sofa, silent, their faces filled with unease. Opposite them, Benito and Amelia sit, their bodies tense. It's understandable. The conversation they are about to have won't be easy. Amelia folds her hands in her lap, while Benito rests his elbows on his knees and interlaces his fingers. Amelia takes a deep breath, her gaze lost in an indeterminate point on the floor. It's a journey into the past that forces her to confront a painful history she carries on her shoulders. When she finally looks up, she finds Benito's, a sharp nostalgia flashing across her face before her lips part to speak. More than 60 years ago, Amelia begins, her voice trembling. A second moon appeared in the sky. It was much smaller, but it looked brilliant, mystical, magnetic. It was quite an event, she smiles. The town was in turmoil. There were all sorts of myths and superstitions surrounding that event. Her mind wanders to that moment. That night, the silver light bathed the square where Carla and I went to see her. Carla Rodríguez? Noah asks, puzzled. Yes, Amelia answers. Who is it? Livia asks. She was my cousin, he answers with a distant look. Was he? Livia asks. Did he die? I don't know, he says, his voice muffled. Well, that doesn't matter, Livia decides. Please continue. That night, as soon as Benito and I met and our eyes met, everything changed. An inexplicable attraction awakened between us, like an unstoppable magnet that united us forever. Livia and No look at each other, remembering the first time they met at the bar. Benito looks at Amelia and smiles, the memory burning inside him. We fell in love with each other immediately, he says, overwhelmed. No explanations, no doubts, just the certainty that we were meant to be together. Amelia nods slowly, each word spoken stirring the scars on her soul. We knew what that meant. The consequences it could bring if our parents found out, she continues, but we didn't care. We were too young and didn't consider the consequences. Benito squeezes her hand, giving her the courage to continue. There's a look of support and also of sorrow in his eyes. We used to meet at night, on the hill between the Rodríguez and García mansions. Amelia continues, with a hint of longing. The hill where you used to take me to stargaze as a child? She whispers to her grandfather. Benito nods slightly. Amelia sighs, about to delve into the darkest part of her story. Her fingers twitch in the fabric of her dress. One night, when we were all ready to escape, we were discovered. Someone ratted us out, Amelia continues. The silence becomes more tense. Livia feels her breathing slow. At first, I thought it was Carla. Amelia says, her voice heavy with bitterness. She was the only one who knew about our encounters. But she was also severely punished. And then, it was Carla who helped me escape to join Benito. Amelia was 17. Benito continues, his expression hardened. I was 18. It's true that we were very young, with nothing solid, with an uncertain future, but during those days, I managed to save enough money to go far away with her. Running away was our only option. Our parents would never agree to a marriage between the two families. Benito's voice fades for a moment. His eyes drift off into the memories of that night. Terrible things happened that night, Amelia continues. Many people lost their lives, she sobs, feeling guilty. I managed to escape, Benito says. I contacted Carla through Antonio, the eldest son of the manager of the García mansion. He and Carla were also having a secret relationship, so we agreed, and the four of us managed to escape. We went to Volterra, he continues. We were planning to leave the country, but then Amelia's health began to fail. Noah and Livia barely breathe as they listen to the story. Amelia smiles nostalgically, but melancholy darkens her features, and her eyes moisten at the memory. The old woman clasps her hands to her chest. We found out I was pregnant, Amelia whispers, as if she can still feel the excitement of that moment in her heart. It was the best news in the midst of the chaos, Benito says. Despite everything, for a while we were happy, even though they were still looking for us. Both families were still at war and relentlessly pursuing us. So what happened? Noah asks. As I told you, Amelia got sick. She kept getting worse. We didn't know what she had. No doctor could find a diagnosis. Until Carmina, Antonio's mother, told us something absurd, crazy. We thought it was superstition, nonsense, and nothing grounded in it, Amelia emphasizes. On the night of the mini-moon, a beautiful young Romani woman approached me and put a silver bracelet on me with a butterfly charm. Livia's breath catches at the mention of the butterfly. A butterfly? She exclaims, intrigued. Yes, Amelia replies. It was made of a strange blue crystal that glowed. What does the bracelet have to do with it? Noah asks. Carmina told me it was a kind of amulet, a kind of device that protected me. Amelia smiles reluctantly. I thought I was crazy. Until one afternoon, Zahira, that young gypsy woman from the square, appeared, accompanied by Zamira, an old woman with gray eyes and very long white hair, repeating the same story. She asked me to take off the bracelet and see for myself. Amelia did it. Benito intervenes, his face serious, visibly affected. It was the worst moment of our lives up until then. He takes a deep breath, trying to erase the image from his memory. What you saw tonight, when Kimberly showed up, was the same thing that happened to Amelia. What are you talking about, Pillalai? Livia asks, dismayed. Amelia started convulsing as soon as she took off the bracelet. Zahira was quick. She put it back on immediately, and your grandmother slowly recovered. It only took a few seconds, but it was traumatic, horrifying, and we were all speechless. That's when we first heard the absurd and impossible story of a curse that affected the Rodríguez and García families, she says bitterly. Benito and I couldn't be together, not only because of the hatred between our families, but also because of the whims of a pair of nefarious beings who cursed us many years before. Wait, Livia stands up. She grabs her hair and paces a little. This is absurd. Is that true? Amelia asks ironically. That's what I thought, until I felt my life being painfully ripped away from me. Because, Livia Garcia, I swear, what I felt was a terrible and violent shock that tore me apart inside. Come. Noah extends his hand toward Livia. Let's listen. Livia clenches her fists and reluctantly returns to the sofa. Please continue, Nana. Noah asks. His face is serious, impassive. He doesn't know what to make of all this, but he won't make any judgment until he hears everything Amelia and Benito have to say. Zahira and her grandmother, Zamira, managed to stabilize me. Don't ask me how. All I know is they performed a strange ritual, chants in an incomprehensible language, and gave me a tasteless, whitish concoction to drink. She frowns at the memory. The rest of my pregnancy was peaceful. Our parents kept looking for us, so Carla and I separated. Benito and I went to live in the Lunarias village. We stayed there for a few months, waiting for Kimberly to be born before we left the country. Despite everything, we still didn't believe in curses, mini-moons, or any of that stuff. We simply thought that natural medicine had been more effective, Benito chimes in. However, when Amelia was born, all our misgivings, doubts, and questions vanished in the face of the harsh reality we had to face. The birth was very difficult. It lasted almost 2 days, Amelia says, her heart heavy. The baby girl was born, weak, sick, her voice trails off. Her skin was translucent, greenish. She didn't cry, she barely breathed. A sob escapes her mouth. Zahira took the bracelet off me and put it on her. Tears begin to well up in Amelia's eyes. And then her voice breaks. Kimberly finally cried. She recovered, A shudder runs through Livia's skin. She stands up and hugs Amelia, who hugs her back. Livia can't process what she's hearing, it's simply absurd. Zahira's grandmother explained everything to us then, says Benito. Benito slowly begins to explain that many years ago his great-great-grandfathers, David Garcia and No Rodríguez, close friends and respected landowners in the region, started a small business together. David grew olive trees, and one day, he had the idea of making olive oil. No supported him unconditionally, raised enough capital, and created Alexis Rodriguez, a small company that processed the olives David grew. The partnership was a success, and the business quickly grew. Demand was so high that they decided to open a new company, Casa Garcia, to fulfill the ever-increasing orders. However, problems began to arise. Investors arrived, and large firms were interested in closing ambitious deals. One restaurant chain, in particular, made a multi-million-dollar and irresistible offer. Whoever secured the deal would position themselves as absolute market leaders. David and Noah, as good friends, decided to compete fairly and let the best man win. However, David had an illegitimate brother named Lorenzo Picasso. He was the son of David's father and Lunaria, who served as a healer and midwife for the Garcia family. The Lunarias are an ancient clan of gypsies who worship the moon goddess. For them, this star is the source of all life and has the power to influence the destiny of mankind. They themselves have the power to channel the moon's energy and grant divine powers to those worthy of receiving them. David's father never acknowledged Lorenzo as his son, as his wife wouldn't allow it, and he had no intention of doing so. However, he welcomed him into the home, raised him, and educated him alongside his sons, David and Jaisu. Lorenzo grew up filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, always feeling like an outcast. He never accepted the discrimination he suffered, the lack of his rightful place as a legitimate Garcia heir. However, he didn't show his true feelings. He presented himself as a brother and a loyal friend. This is where Victoria Rodriguez comes in. Benito says with a tired sigh. Lorenzo was in love with Victoria, Noah's younger sister. He courted her with the intention of making her his wife. But Victoria despised him for being a bastard. And to make matters worse, she fell in love with Jaisu, David and Lorenzo's brother. Lorenzo couldn't bear the rejection. His resentment turned into rancor, and rancor into hatred. He attempted to duel Jaisu for Victoria's love, but he was stronger and more agile. Above all, Jaisu was driven by the love he shared with the lady in dispute, so it wasn't difficult for him to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. Humiliated and bitter, he refused to accept his defeat, so he tried to turn his friends against each other. He made David believe that Noah was betraying him, and likewise, he made Noah believe that David was moving cards behind his back to keep the deal. Lorenzo didn't expect the friendship to be so strong that he failed. On the contrary, the friends cleared up the misunderstanding and began to consider the possibility of a mutually beneficial business alliance. David expelled Lorenzo from the family when he learned that he was behind the whole scheme. His pride wounded, banished, and heartbroken, Lorenzo convinced Zahila, his mother, to curse both families. Zahila knew that this would not only condemn the Rodriguez/Garcia family, but that the curse would fall on the Lunarias, since they could not use their gifts to harm others. The powers of the moon are a sacred gift, and the Lunarias use them with care and respect to help others, and above all, to protect the natural world. But she loved her son madly, and believed she owed him for making him an illegitimate child. She couldn't bear to see him suffer like hell for Victoria's love and be rejected by his blood family, the Garcias. She believed that everything bad that happened to her son was her fault, since she gave in to the desires of the flesh by sleeping with David Garcia, a married man who, to top it all off, was not of her Romani race. Zahila believed that Saint Sarah, the patron saint of Romani people, was punishing her. So, she took advantage of the arrival of the moon and created a blood curse. On the night of the curse, the tiny moon illuminated the sacred altar of the Lunarias with its faint light. In the center, a stone slab blackened by ancient ceremonies bore witness to a fate sealed in blood. Zahila, her eyes red from crying, held the ceremonial dagger in her hands, dismayed by what she saw. Her son, Lorenzo, had already gone ahead. On the altar, his lifeless body was bleeding out. His life was draining away in a thick, dark drip that soaked the stone, an irreversible sacrifice that made his vengeance unwavering. Minutes earlier, Lorenzo had recited the curse with his last breaths. The Rodriguez and the Garcia families are destined to live in dispute and die for love. Just as my heart bleeds with pain, theirs will break in two. They will not know happiness if they find love, for suffering will destroy them. Their hearts will not beat for long. Life will be taken from them. Zuhila fell to her knees, torn by the sight of her motionless son, but she could no longer stop what she had started. The mini-moon, at its highest point on Earth and feared by the Lunarians for its uncontrollable influence, absorbed Lorenzo's blood sacrifice. The air grew thick, a howling whistling sound filled the forest, and the glow of the tiny moon took on a reddish hue. The pact was sealed. Blinded by the pain of losing her only son, Zuhila cut her wrists and added, "Their children will be born with the weight of this oath, and those who share the same age and are unique in their lineage will be the heirs of destiny. Just as I lost my son today, they will lose them too. Any offspring born from that union without any mercy will perish." From that night on, the curse hung over the Rodriguez and Garcia descendants. Those born under its shadow, if they were only children and the same age as a member of the other family, were doomed. If they fell in love, their hearts would not withstand the fullness of their feelings. Their love would only end in tragedy. Added to this were the arguments that began to erupt almost immediately. Noah and David soon fell out over business rivalries, ending their friendship, and the confrontations began. Vittoria and Giasu were the next victims, but they refused to part. Vittoria then collapsed, drowning in blood. Her organs exploded without explanation. Giasu never recovered from his loss, and a couple of days later, he hanged himself. 60 years later, history repeated itself with Noah Rodriguez, grandson of the first Noah, and Livia Garcia, granddaughter of David. In their case, upon learning of the curse, they separated for a time and formed separate households. However, years later, upon being widowed, they tried to reunite, and it was Noah who then died. The betrayals and rivalry between the families by then were insurmountable. 60 years later, Amelia and Benito were the next victims. It's a pattern that repeats itself every 60 years, Benito concludes. It's reactivated with the arrival of the mini-moon. Apparently, under its influence, the curse is strengthened. Silence thickens in the room. Livia and Noah are overwhelmed by the information. For generations, the Rodriguez and Garcia families tried to defy fate. Benito continues. Some chose to avoid love. Others tried to seal their hearts with convenient marriages, but nothing prevented the losses. Can anything be done? Noah asks, refusing to accept such a fate. As I understand it, the Lunarians, consumed by grief, discovered what Zuhila had done and tried to remedy it. Amelia continues. But their high moon, an ancient priestess, warned them that the moon goddess had punished them. They could not intervene in any way, and until the curse was broken, they were doomed to extermination. The moon goddess would not allow them to conceive a son, so their clan as such was destined to fade away. In a final act of love and repentance, the supreme moon whispered a possibility to her Lunarian sisters. The moon created destiny, but love is stronger than the will of the gods. Blood has sealed the curse, but only the sacrifice of absolute love can undo what has been written. For the curse to be broken, two marked ones must offer their unconditional love to each other and renounce what they hold most dear. The fruit of their love, without fear, without hesitation. One child for a child. They must choose love over life itself. Only then will the moon give them back their freedom. The revelation left more questions than it answered. The curse, the persecution, the forbidden love, everything was intertwined in a destiny that now, it seemed, was repeating itself. No one has ever dared to break the curse, Benito says bitterly. Some died before reaching that point. Others, faced with the possibility of losing everything, chose to walk away. How about you? Livia asks accusingly. Yes, Amelia replies, raising her face with determination. We would never sacrifice Kimberly. We preferred to give her up. We gave her to Carla and her partner to protect. Keeping her away from us was the only way to protect her life. We never heard from her again. Amelia sobs, tears filling her eyes again. Until tonight. Livia stands up and looks at them, furious. Is that why they brought Noah and me together? He asks helplessly. To live out such a shitty fate. Noah says nothing, but his gaze toward them carries the same accusatory question that Livia has thrown out. No. Benito replies without hesitation. Of course not. It was exactly the opposite, Amelia clarifies. Sooner or later, the curse was going to unite you. You know very well that, before the wedding, you had already found each other. A connection had already been established between you. We just wanted to prepare you. Benito and I learned the hard way as we went along. On the other hand, you have us. We can guide you. We can. Haven't you been able to solve your own problems, and you want to solve someone else's? She asks, blinded by the dismay that this inconceivable story has caused her. Livia, Noah intervenes. Livia, nothing. She sits back down. Where's the damn bracelet? She crosses her legs and arms. Why doesn't Kimberly have it? We don't know, Benito replies. Just like we told you. We haven't had any contact since we left Carla. Is there any way to contact that woman? Noah asks. We'd have to investigate, Benito says thoughtfully. We have to save her, Livia emphasizes. We have to save Kimberly. She takes a deep breath. That woman is the only person who was there for me during my worst moments. Her voice cracks as tears escape her lips. She helped me rebuild myself. Many years ago, she stopped being my therapist and became my friend. She sobs, her heart wrenching. She's like a mother to me. Livia, darling, Benito stands up. You weren't even there, she complains, her heart pounding. Always on business trips, always away, busy with company matters. You didn't know anything about what was going on in that house. Nothing about what was happening to me. Noah stands up and takes her by the waist. Livia walks away. Forgive me, Benito begs, his soul devastated. It doesn't matter, he wipes his tears with a quick gesture. Nothing matters anymore. All I want is to save her. It's not her fault. She's the only victim in all of this. He walks toward the exit. Livia, wait, Amelia asks. She doesn't stop. Noah goes after her. Wait, he stops her at the exit. Let's talk, please. It's very simple and easy, she says, her expression hard. We have to love each other for that absurd curse to hurt us. So don't worry. That's not going to happen. What do you mean? He asks, his expression grim. Her eyes moisten. I don't know how to love. She takes a deep breath and straightens. I can't give something I've never had and never will. Wait. He stops her by grabbing her arm. This time she doesn't let go. I can teach you, he offers with a smile. Just let me try. Livia bursts into tears. Noah hugs her. She clings tightly to his back. I'm really scared, she confesses when the crying begins to subside. Noah puts his hands around her face and makes her look into his eyes. Fear is a natural feeling, little piece of meat, but don't let it paralyze you. Livia looks at him with sadness and distress. Why would you love me, Noah? She asks, her heart wrenching. I don't know how to do it. I could hurt you. It's a risk I'm willing to take. He smiles and gives her a small amount of broth to her lips. I'm sure you'll end up at my feet, he says, recovering his sense of humor. Livia smiles. You have a lot of faith in yourself, he replies with the same playful tone. Let's just say I have faith in you. Livia's heart sank. Come on. She took her hand. Let's go home. It's late. I don't usually break curses before dawn. In the presidential office at Casa Garcia, Nolan reviews the production reports, letting out a satisfied sigh. The new oil is ready for market release and, according to projections, it will be a resounding success. Take the first report and review the quality analyses. The product's purity is impeccable, with minimal acidity and a refined flavor that sets it apart from the competition. Experts have highlighted its texture, aroma, and origin. Review the production cost sheet. Everything is optimized. If all goes according to plan, in a matter of months this oil will position itself as one of the best-selling oils on the market. They have secured important agreements with restaurants, supermarkets, and gourmet stores that will guarantee mass distribution. Everything is in order and perfect. The numbers are promising. The product has what it takes to become a resounding success. Nolan leans back in his leather chair. Casa Garcia, under Livia's direction, has pulled off a masterstroke in the industry. It has achieved the unthinkable. The new olive oil, with the improvements to the formulation that Livia made in recent days, and with its unmatched quality, will sweep the market. It will be a resounding success, a revolution. No competition will be able to match them. Not this time. He's never been so proud of his boss and friend. Livia has proven herself a visionary, a brilliant woman, capable of challenging the greats and emerging victorious. She has a prodigious mind, fierce tenacity, and an impressive ability to anticipate market movements. He truly admires her. Livia never gives up. She fights until the very end, and he's had the privilege of watching her grow, of accompanying her on her rise to the top. But the smile on his face slowly fades. His back tenses against the chair as a shadow of unease crosses his face, and positive thoughts are clouded by guilt. What he's been hiding from her seeps into his mind, overshadowing everything. His stomach churns with the certainty that if Livia finds out through any other means, she'll not only not forgive him, she'll hate him. And the mere thought of losing her shatters his heart into tiny pieces. He closes his eyes for a moment. He runs his hands over his face, rubs his chin, and exhales heavily. He's trapped in a lie he never should have allowed himself to. At first, he thought he could handle it, but now the secret eats away at him mercilessly. God, when did I get into this mess? And worse yet, why the hell didn't I just get it over with? He straightens in his chair and rests his elbows on the desk, interlacing his fingers as his gaze drifts off into nothingness. The feelings are too strong. Every time he tries to take a step back, he ends up sinking deeper. He knows this relationship is harmful, that it's leading him nowhere, that it's only robbing him of his peace. He loves Livia. He loves her more than anything else in the world, so he must tell her. She must know. He can't keep putting it off. Then he enters the vicious cycle of fear. If he tells her, she won't forgive him. He knows her too well. Her pride is fierce, her sense of loyalty unwavering. For her, betrayal has no nuances or excuses, and what he's been hiding is exactly that, a betrayal. That man he's been meeting in secret has hurt his friend in every way possible. The worst part is that he keeps trying to hurt her. He knows it, and even though he says he can separate the two, it's still a stab in the back for Livia. That's why, no matter how much he justifies it, no matter how much he tries to explain that he never meant to hurt her, the moment the truth comes out, she'll see him as an enemy, a traitor, and that terrifies him. But if you don't tell him, he clenches his fists on the desk, feeling the air burn in his lungs. If he keeps silent, if he keeps letting himself be dragged down by fear, then it will get much worse. Because Livia will find out sooner or later. And when she does, the damage will be irreparable. She will hate him with all the fire and fury that only Livia Garcia is capable of unleashing. And to lose her like that, to lose her trust, her friendship, her respect, there's no worse punishment. Fear chokes him. It paralyzes him. But deep down, he knows the truth. He no longer has a choice. He's a cornered man. He has only two paths left, and both lead him to losing her. But if there's even the slightest chance of redemption, of making her understand, then he has to take the risk. He has to speak. And he must do it now. He sighs deeply, the air heavy in his chest, each breath sinking him deeper into the chaos he himself has created. He's fully aware that he's gotten himself into a damn mess from which he doesn't know how to get out. Even worse, he doesn't know why the hell. Even though he's tried 1,000 times, he still hasn't gotten out. From the start, he knew he was playing with fire, that what began as a one-night stand fueled by alcohol had turned into something bigger, darker, more dangerous. And now he's trapped, torn between what he knows he must do and what he refuses to accept. He has to end this relationship, which he never should have started. It's not good for him. It's not good for anyone. It hasn't been good from the moment they crossed that invisible line they never should have crossed. It's damaging, toxic, destructive, a ticking time bomb that's bound to explode sooner or later, a web of lies, concealments, and blame. A poisonous net he should have escaped before it got so complicated. But he doesn't. He can't. Damn it. The feelings that bind him to that man are too strong. When she's with him, when she loses herself in his body, in his skin, in that damned, addictive whirlwind of desire and need, everything else stops mattering. And that's what scares her the most. That man is a bastard, a miserable, despicable being. He's seen him manipulate, lie, play with people like pieces on a board where he always has the last move. There's no redemption in him. He's cold, calculating, the kind of man Nolan never thought he'd tolerate, much less desire. And yet, in intimacy, everything changes. When they're alone, when he holds her in his arms, that man is a different person. He transforms into someone else. Sweet, passionate, completely devoted to what they're experiencing, to what they're feeling. In that space where looks can't lie, where skin speaks louder than words, Nolan feels her as his. And it drives him crazy. Nothing like this has ever happened to him before. He's never felt trapped like this. Maybe it's the taste of the forbidden, what keeps him from escaping. Maybe it's the adrenaline rush of the inconceivable. The knowledge that he's crossing a line he never thought he'd cross, that he's sinking into something that has no future, but that, at the same time, consumes him, devours him. He hates himself for it. He despises himself for being so weak. Because he knows that man won't change. Because he knows that, in the end, all of this will lead to him losing the only thing that truly matters to him, Livia. He closes his eyes tightly, distressed, a pang of anguish in his chest. No more. His mind is made up. There are no more excuses. He can't keep putting off the inevitable. It's time to tell Livia everything. He'll explain everything, from beginning to end. It will be difficult. At first, she won't understand. She'll look at him with those fierce eyes, filled with rage and disappointment, and he'll feel her judgment like a direct blow to the soul. Perhaps she'll slap him across the face a couple of times, and they'll be well-deserved. But even so, he'll tell her the truth. Above all, he'll break up with his partner. Because a relationship needs at least two people, and he'll no longer live with this nightmare. He prays to all the gods that Livia understands, that she forgives him. A knock on the door pulls him out of his turbulent thoughts. Olivia, his secretary, enters, her face tense and slightly pale, holding a thick folder of over 100 pages in her hands. Her breathing is uneven, as if she'd been running to get there. "What's wrong?" Nolan asks, frowning at her expression. "Mr. Costello, this just arrived." He walks forward, leaving the folder on the table. "What's this about?" Nolan asks seriously, without taking his eyes off the document. "It's a lawsuit," he says in a stiff voice. "It was sent by Alexis Rodriguez's law firm." Nolan straightens immediately, his expression hardening. He opens the folder roughly, quickly flipping through the first few documents. He can't believe what he's reading. Lawsuit for industrial espionage and violation of trade secrets. What the hell is this? The secretary swallows. "Casa Garcia is accused of industrial espionage," he replies, trying to remain professional and hide his distress. Nolan lets out an incredulous laugh. This is absurd. But as her eyes scan the pages, the laughter dies in her throat. The documents detail the measures Alexis Rodriguez has taken against Casa Garcia. A criminal complaint for theft of business information, he reads with bewilderment. A civil lawsuit demanding millions in damages. What a load of crap. A computer security audit, the results of which prove that Alexis Rodriguez's internal documents were stolen. He looks at the secretary. She purses her lips, and he continues reading. Breached confidentiality agreements, proving that Casa Garcia employees access their competitors' strategic information. Digital forensic evidence confirming that Alexis Rodriguez's servers were infiltrated in recent months. "Look at the document at the end," Olivia asks with a grim expression. Criminal and civil lawsuit against Livia Garcia for misuse of proprietary information. Nolan flips through the remaining pages, looking for the plaintiff's signature. No Rodriguez. CEO and legal representative of Alexis Rodriguez. The CEO of Alexis Rodriguez, Mrs. Garcia's husband, has personally signed the complaint, making it clear that he has been leading the entire investigation. Olivia summarizes, struggling to suppress her frustration and bewilderment. And not only that, he has also attached as evidence the original recipe for the oil, patented before Mrs. Garcia registered hers. Nolan feels a chill run down his spine. This is much more serious than he imagined. His fingers twitch on the paper. Thank you, Olivia. Please connect me with Livia immediately. Call her on her private line. Tell her it's urgent. Yes, sir. Nolan closes the folder tightly, his jaw clenching. This isn't a simple threat. It's all-out war. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee permeates the apartment's dining room. Sitting opposite each other, No and Livia are having breakfast together. Both are impeccably dressed, ready to face their respective days. Livia spears a piece of strawberry with her fork and brings it to her mouth, while mentally replaying the conversation she just had with No. Her mind is still restless, full of unanswered questions. We'll definitely investigate on our own, he finally declares. Noah nods slightly, and I take a sip of orange juice. Given their age, it's best for the grandparents to stay calm, he comments calmly. We'll take care of it. Livia puts her fork down on her plate and lets out a frustrated huff. I say this more than anything because of their incompetence, he states bluntly. 60 years, and they never cared about their daughter. His jaw tightens. He takes up his fork again and stabs hard into a piece of melon. They don't even know about Speranza's accident, he reproaches, with a grimace of disgust. No, with a grave expression, nods again. Like Livia, he's also displeased by her grandparents' lack of interest in their daughter's past. I wouldn't be capable of ignoring my son like that, he agrees, his voice low and deep. I don't know his reasons, but... He pauses, his brow furrowing slightly. At least I'd be mindful that he never lacked anything, that he was okay. Anyway, Noah's sincere words awaken a deep empathy and affinity in Livia. Despite her denials, he has gradually begun to make an impact on her. She doesn't want to analyze it, but it's inevitable to recognize that she feels increasingly connected to his ideas, his way of thinking, his worldview, his approach to family, his commitment to the truth. Yet she doesn't want to even consider the possibility that's been lingering in her head for days. It's a thought that terrifies her because she knows where it could lead. No, she can't allow herself to be weak. Love hurts, destroys, damages, nullifies, makes you weak, vulnerable, and leads you to lose control. No, she can't feel anything like that. She can't allow herself any of it. Let's focus on what's important. No continues as he takes another sip of his juice and places the glass on the table. Let's find out more about this Antonio Picasso the grandparents mentioned. If he's the same man who was the manager of the Garcia mansion and Salvador's father. Livia remains silent, absent-mindedly moving a piece of fruit around on her plate. Her thoughts wander far away, returning to memories of a past she never thought important, but which now takes on another dimension. Noah watches her closely. There's something in her expression, in the way she holds the fork between her fingers, that tells him something is happening. What are you thinking about? He asks, without taking his eyes off her. Livia blinks, puts down her fork, and rubs her forehead with her fingers. Antonio, Salvador's father, he murmurs with a lost look. Noah leans forward slightly. Is something wrong with him? She exhales heavily. She closes her eyes for a moment, squeezing them shut as she sorts through the loose pieces of her memories. It's just that. She crosses her arms. Antonio told me things that, now that I think about them, seem to have a different meaning than I imagined back then. Noah squints. What did he tell you? That my destiny was with Salvador, that... She frowns, trying to remember exactly. He talked about something about an astral connection, a spiritual one, or something. She shakes her head and waves her hand dismissively. I was very young, and at that thought, I smiled happily, truly believing that Salvador and I were destined. Noah's face immediately hardens, his jaw tenses, and his gaze darkens. Do you think so? He asks, his expression hard. I don't believe in that stuff. But what if there really is such a connection? What if Salvador was somehow the person I was meant to be with and... She stops abruptly. Tension forms in Noah's jaw. He didn't like what he heard at all. Livia, aware that she'd touched on the wrong topic, sighs and bites her lip. It's interesting to know the things you believe in and the things you don't, he exclaims tensely. I'm sorry, he apologizes, with a conciliatory gesture that attempts to soften the stiffness of the moment. I think I said too much. No doesn't answer. He takes his phone out of his jacket pocket, unlocks it with a swift flick of his thumb, and begins scrolling through his messages with a cold indifference that hurts Livia more than any reproach. She watches him silently, assessing him. No has raised an invisible barrier between them, one she herself has unwittingly created. She doesn't like it. Hey. She tries to lighten the mood. Are you upset? She insists, lightly touching his arm. Noah continues checking the screen, without looking up. I'm running late, he says gruffly, putting his phone back in his pocket before standing up. Livia frowns and stands up with him, taking his arm to stop him. She doesn't want to let the conversation end like this. She fixes her eyes on his, searching for a reaction. Wait. She looks at him with inquisitive eyes and a crooked smile. Are you jealous? With a light tap of her shoulder, she brushes his arm in a playful attempt to ease the tension. However, Noah shows not a shred of amusement. His dark, penetrating gaze leaves her rooted to the spot. Should I be? His voice is so icy that a chill runs down Livia's spine. She blinks, but is not intimidated. No, she whispers sweetly, sliding her hands down Noah's torso until they clasp behind his broad back. Salvador means nothing to me. Her touch is delicate. She insists on thawing the iceberg her husband has become. He doesn't respond immediately. He watches her with slightly narrowed eyes, his lips set in a tense line. It doesn't look like it, he replies, still stern. I have to go. He tries to break free, but Livia doesn't allow it. She strokes his arm slowly. Hey, wait, he says gently. I don't want you to leave upset with me. I'm not interested in Salvador. I just rambled for a moment. That's all. But that doesn't mean I'm even considering that possibility. She looks at him tenderly, holding his gaze. Then she sighs with resignation. I have to admit, if I'd heard you say something like that about Jessica, I would have ripped your eyes out. Noah tilts his head slightly, assessing her. So, yes, she continues with a small smile. I apologize. I really do. Noah's expression softens slightly, his lips curving slightly into a crooked smile. I may not tear your eyes out, he murmurs in a low, husky voice, but I can rip that dress off your back and spank you soundly if you even hint at anything like that again. Livia can't help but smile. Warmth settles on her skin and a sparkle lights up her eyes. Doesn't sound bad. She flirts, a flash of defiance in her eyes, her fingers tangling in the fabric of his shirt. Noah looks at her sternly. Don't tempt me, I'm still upset. Livia smiles, enjoying how the tension dissolves between them, although his face remains impenetrable. You understand that I can't even bear the idea that you were his, he says, his words cutting. She exhales calmly and holds his face in her hands. That possessiveness and territoriality of yours are absurd, no. That happened many years ago, she says, looking him straight in the eyes. I repeat, Salvador means nothing to me. Your broths, your caresses, your body, your intimacy, everything is mine, Livia. She ponders this for a moment before breaking into a smile. What's so funny? He asks irritably. Your jealousy. The way you react to Salvador. You become a different person. And no, I'm not making fun of you, if that's what you think. It makes me curious. I'd like to know why. You and he are supposed to be friends. I'm not sure we are anymore, he says with a serious expression. Since returning from Airy, No hasn't stopped working, analyzing, questioning, and connecting the dots. He spent the last few weeks investigating every detail of what happened during his absence from the company, every decision made without his supervision, every suspicious move. Above all, he scrutinized every detail of the yacht accident, increasingly convinced that it wasn't an incident, that it was an attempt on his life. 3 people knew he'd be in Airy: Amelia, his grandmother, Livia, and Salvador. At first, a shadow of doubt hung over Livia, but now, after everything he's been through with her, and knowing her as he's gotten to know her, he's certain she wasn't the one. She couldn't have been. There's no falsehood in her. There's no betrayal in her eyes. Which leaves him with only one suspect, Salvador. For years, he believed there was a sincere friendship between him and Salvador, that respect and loyalty were mutual. But since returning from that vacation, he's discovered disturbing things about him. Things that have planted a dark, uncomfortable, corrosive suspicion within him. To begin with, Salvador never told him about his past with the Garcias, nor about his relationship with Livia. Hiding it was a deliberate choice, and that's what bothered No the most. Why not tell him anything? Why assure him that Livia was just an acquaintance? Ever since Livia became his wife and her name became a recurring topic between them, No has sensed a discomfort in Salvador that, though he tries, he can't completely hide. His gestures, his way of evading certain questions, the stiffness of his jaw when the conversation turns to her. He has observed him closely, and everything about him screams suspicion. But there's something else, something much more worrying. Since he stopped taking the medications Salvador prescribed, he's noticed significant changes in his body. He feels more awake, more alert, stronger. For months, he thought those pills were helping him, that they were necessary for his well-being. But now, without them, his mind is sharper, his energy has returned, his concentration is absolute. And that led him to investigate quietly, discreetly. He consulted another neurologist. He underwent tests, and what he discovered shocked him. The substances he was consuming, far from improving his condition, could have been disrupting him, slowly shutting him down, reducing his ability to react, his mental clarity, controlling him. No didn't stop there. He's also been investigating Salvador's past. He's removed connections, asked questions without raising suspicions, and paid for confidential information. And what he's found hasn't been encouraging. There are too many pieces that don't fit, too many coincidences that only raise more questions, even gaps in his past life. Now he's sure he's been trusting the wrong person. Let me go, Noah begs. I'm going to. No, Livia interrupts, holding on to him tighter and pouting slightly. Don't go away. We're arguing, Livia. I want to keep my distance. You're arguing, she corrects him with a half smile. I just want to hug you. Noah sighs, running a hand through his hair. I can't remain in my dominant, alpha male position if you insist on hugging and caressing me like that. You're distracting me. Livia smiles, pleased to see her good mood returning. That's the idea. No, it isn't. He contradicts, his voice no longer harsh. It makes my claim lose its force and force. Do you really want to continue with this? She asks conciliatory. Noah watches her intensely. Do you have a better idea? She brings her face closer to his, letting their lips subtly touch. Some, she whispers. One of them includes the spanking you offered me. Noah's eyes sparkle with dangerous interest. He encircles her in his arms and takes her by the nape of her neck, tilting her towards him. You've earned a lot of it. His voice is a husky growl against her skin. You were very bad. Punish me, please, she purrs, clinging to his back. I want to be a good girl. No pins her against the wall in a swift movement, holding her by the waist. Livia gasps, feeling the coldness of the tapestry against her back and the scorching heat of his body pressed against hers. Her breathing is erratic, her heart thumping in her chest as Noah's large hands run hungrily over her curves, squeezing her, claiming her. You're mine, Livia, he growls against her ear, his voice rough and thick with desire. She responds with a moan that escapes her as he lifts her leg, threading it around his hip, making her feel the unmistakable hardness of his erection against her core. Her fingers dig into the tense muscles of Noah's shoulders as he moves his hand down her back, sliding it up her thigh until it slips beneath her dress. With an impatient movement, he slides Livia's panties to the side, brushing his fingers over them for just a few seconds, testing their wetness, before freeing himself from his own pants and underwear with ferocious dexterity. Take me. I'm yours, she murmurs demandingly against his lips. No traps them in a deep, dominant broth as he penetrates her with a firm, precise thrust. Livia arches her back, letting out a strangled cry. The feeling of him filling her completely makes her clutch at his neck, digging her nails into his skin as he erupts inside her without mercy. No holds her hips tightly, ensuring she doesn't escape his grasp, his relentless rhythm. The thuds of his pelvis against hers echo in the room, a symphony of skin against skin, gasps, and stifled moans. No thrusts into her hungrily, each movement charged with possession and lust, giving her no respite, no room for anything but the feeling of him. "Tell me who you are," he demands through gritted teeth, his breath hot against her neck. "Yours," she gasps, holding on tighter. "Only yours." He grunts with satisfaction and thrusts deeper into her, forcing her to lift her other leg and wrap it around his waist. He holds her completely now, dominating her, taking her right where he wants her. Livia surrenders to the sensation, to the delicious brutality of his passion, to the touch of his skin, to the fire that ignites every nerve ending in her. No pulls down the strap of her dress, bends his head, and captures one of her nipples in his mouth, sucking hard as he continues to pound into her mercilessly. Pleasure builds in Livia's belly, a scorching heat that expands, consuming her. "Noah," she moans. "Noah," she pleads, her voice breaking. "I know, little piece of meat." He whispers against her skin, increasing his pace, losing himself in her scent, in her taste. "I know." And then, with one last deep thrust, he takes her to the edge of the abyss. Livia squeezes her legs tighter, pulls on Noah's hair, and arches with a piercing scream, feeling her body explode into 1,000 pieces as the orgasm shakes her hard. Noah follows seconds later, burying himself to the hilt and growling her name as he spills inside her, trembling, panting, possessing her until his last breath. They stay like that, united, their breathing ragged, their hearts beating in unison. Noah rests his forehead against hers, sliding a hand down her face, his dark eyes still alight with desire. "Don't make me angry again," he murmurs, kissing her tenderly this time. Livia smiles against his lips, caressing the back of his neck, still feeling him inside her. "I won't, I promise." She kisses him back, because she knows he's her home. She does it with the same tenderness with which she clings to him, with the longing of someone who needs to merge with another to feel whole. And, as her lips connect with Noah's, the certainty hits her with overwhelming force. This isn't just desire. It's not just passion. It's something deeper, more overwhelming, more terrifying. Her heart is beating violently, but no longer from the remnants of excitement, but from the torrent of emotions that overwhelms her. Inside her, an unknown and uncontrollable feeling grows wildly, like a flame that threatens to incinerate her. She doesn't want to name it. She doesn't want to admit what it is. But she feels it when her body responds to each of Noah's caresses with absolute devotion, the only one capable of awakening in her that burning fire that runs through her skin and clings to her insides. She feels it when his strong, demanding hands touch her with the precision of a man who knows her body better than she knows herself, who knows exactly where and how to make her lose her breath. But, more than anything, she knows it in those moments when desire isn't the protagonist, in the everyday moments that, without her realizing it, have begun to mean everything. When they talk for hours, when he listens to her with genuine attention, when he challenges her with his intelligent comments and makes her laugh with his unique humor and that irony that is so characteristic of him. She feels it when they share a glass of wine on the balcony, under the dim city light, without needing words, just existing together, in a harmony that makes her feel inexplicably safe. She feels it when they share a simple meal, in the way he watches her when he thinks she's not noticing, in the intensity of his gaze when he thinks she's distracted. She feels it when he hugs her for no apparent reason, when his simple presence calms her and reassures her that, no matter how chaotic the world is, he's there. It's a fire that burns her, clouds her reason, and traps her with no chance of escape. It's so strong, so intense, so devastating, it leaves her breathless. Because for the first time in her life, Livia isn't just giving her body to a man. She's giving him everything she has, and she's no longer sure she wants to resist.